Howdy, everyone. So, in about 15 minutes, I'm going to be having a conversation. What's all? Why yap? Why yap? I just started speaking. Hey everyone. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to be having a conversation with Noah Smith, who you may know as Noahpinion on Twitter, and Brianna Wu. The title is on Leftism, Israel, and Hamas. So it is yet again another conversation about anti-Semitism on the left. But it'll be fun. Putschwitz says, "Hey, are we ready to see the world's richest man be blatantly anti-Semite, or are we about to see a bunch of Western Zoomers defend a far-right, the genocidal theocrat?" You know what's so frustrating to me is that, like, there has been a lot of anti-Semitism from nominally queer, nominally socialist, nominally left people in the past, month and a half. At the same time, the amount of anti-Semitism that I've seen from the right is, like, an order of magnitude larger. Like, Elon Musk, literally endorsed the theory that Jewish financiers are bringing in hordes of minorities, and he wasn't alone. Charlie Kirk defended that at length. Charlie Kirk, who heads one of the largest conservative campus organizations, defended the idea that Jewish financiers are funding pro-immigration, anti-white groups all across the United States. Like, he straight up endorsed the George Soros conspiracy theory. Part of, I guess, what frustrates me about this conversation is that every time you see leftists fully embracing anti-Semitism, they always end up going right. Like Black Hammer Organization or the Black Hammer Party, right? If you remember Ghazi Kodzo, he's the person who said that Anne Frank was, that she was a colonizer, which is, one, incredibly dumb because she was living in, like, a European country that she had moved to freely, and two, incredibly dumb because the guy is insanely racist. He literally tried to create a, like, ethno state in the middle of some mountain somewhere on land that he hadn't actually bought, and he got kicked off. Like, incompetent, racist, whatever. And you want to know what else that Black Hammer has done? There's a body found in their basement, which is funny, because, of course, cult shit. But then, three, they've endorsed Trump. They collaborate with the Proud Boys, and they've endorsed Trump. Every single time you find a left group that embraces anti-Semitism, they go over to the far right. Every single time. Trying to set up a warm light so that I look less of like a bleached whale. Alright, that's a little better. Looking a little bit less bleached whale. Oh my god, Fudgeschmidt says that he also has a podcast with the Proud Boys. It's so funny. It's so funny that people, like, there's always this period in the beginning bit of a Nazbol's career, like the first 6 months to a year, that dumb MLs will boost them and be like, oh my god, a new radical organization with a fresh and hip approach to class organizing. And then the Nazbol says something like, Anne Frank was a colonizer, and immediately they all leave. Chad Not Chud says, no one ever talks about bottomology. That's so true, Chad Not Chud. Really good point. SDL's chat is the only way I know how to contact Naja. Doesn't Naja have, like, a Discord? Can't y'all be liberals somewhere else? I'm going to hop into Wick's chat in a minute, but I should post something on Twitter, and I should remind y'all to like the stream. Every like that you give the stream will give another viewer the experience to be socialism pilled. Every like you give the stream is another victory for communism. That's right. You, viewer, you are building Karl Marx's utopia by liking the stream right now. Also, I need to ping my Discord. I love my Discord, man. Every single time I post an announcement about streaming, I get a combination of emojis which equates to you should do a self-deletion. Literally every single time I post, I get like I can't even describe all the emojis that are posted, but I love that my Discord is full of like people who watch my content and openly like they are huge fans of me and they love displaying that they hate me, and it's so funny. I love them. There's honestly nothing better than like, okay, this is somewhat unrelated, but I actually do really like having a community which is full of people who A, love watching to me, hear me talk, listen to me talk, watching the stream, and B, will debate me on literally anything, and don't give a shit about whether I disagree. That's actually really nice. I have like an anti-cult. There's pro-Israel people in the Discord. I mean, it's a big tent Discord, right? It's gonna have people like that. In fact, I'm of the belief that if you don't have a few like conservatives or chuds or whatever, then servers just become incredibly boring. Oh my god, they're doing it again. They're literally doing the exact thing I was talking about in the Discord after I posted the message. Incredible. Most wholesome Discord community. Fudge Smith says, I will die defending the fact that you should not eat fudge. It's an abomination before the Lord. Fudge is great. I don't know. What are you talking about? That's insane. That's crazy. There's oh my god. I don't even want to get into all that. Oh my god. Before I find that post. Sure. My people. I didn't know that you were a Fudge Smith sounds like a person who creates fudge, not a person who is fudge. Hey Redfin, nice to see you here. Hi Puppy. Hi Naja. Hi Tyrannax. I didn't know that you hate my voice. Hate listening to it. Hey Lord Pasta Productions. Hey Libertarian Leninist Rants. Oh no. More like Sock Done Back. I forget, is Libertarian Leninist Rants, is this the I believe there was a shitpost channel with a similar name. Hey Lemmy Redneck. Largest forehead? It's it's for my large brain. VTuber SDL Len. Yeah, it'll be a beached whale. Hey Puppy from the alt account. Hey 2-bit dork. Did you see that the Myanmar rebels are kicking ass? I did not actually. Maybe I should look into that. Oh hey, that's your alt account. Well, thanks for posting in the chat. Let me make sure that I got. Oop, I didn't want to do that.
After a
no,
I want to bring
no. And I'm going to be joining the chat in 1 second. So you're probably going to hear Brown and Woo and Noah Smith. And I'm not going to speak for a hot minute. That sound was, oh, yeah. All working. That's working. All right, we good.
Yo,
Oh my God, it's Wick.
oh my God, it's Hucked on Left. How are you?
Doing all right. I do think there's a little bit of humor in that this panel is occurring while Elon Musk has endorsed the theory that Jewish people control immigration to the West.
Yep. Yep.
Does anyone know if they actually found anime?
Let me help Noah out, make sure he gets where he needs to go.
Does anyone know if they found anime stuff on Osama's laptop? I'm pretty sure that's a meme, but they did find some games on his laptop. I'm pretty sure. Tiernax says they carried out attacks on over 100 military bases and seized control of the border region. It's extremely good.
Trying to get everyone where they need to go, right? I see Noah's here, but let's play. Can he figure out how to get into the Discord? That is the game. That's what we're going to do. We're going to figure it out.
They found a SpongeBob meme? Did they really? He played Roblox? That can't be true.
Where's Brianna? That's another question.
There was a pirated version of Animal Crossing on his hard drive? Okay, that's absolute king shit. If Osama bin Laden was using official Animal Crossing, I would have actually been very upset. Like, oh, you're gonna lead a global terror org, but you're gonna pay full price for games? Come on, dog.
How you been otherwise, by the way? Hopefully good.
Oh, I've been fine. Streaming more often. Always talking about Israel and anti-Semitism, apparently, every time.
Well, you know what? We got a lot to talk about today because we're going to be talking about the TikTok bin Laden.
Oh my God.
Have you seen that?
Oh my fucking God.
Oh, by the way, hi, Brianna.
Good to see you. Yes.
Noah's here. We're trying to get him to figure out.
He's not a boomer. He should be able to get this just super easily.
He should. He should. He has a role now. He's in the server. He needs to jump backstage, and we'll pull him on. Start this.
What role does he have?
Just a normal
role. There we
like
go.
everyone can see backstage.
Bin Laden was a bad guy. Everyone clap, please. True. Do you condemn Osama
there
bin
he
Laden?
is. We knew he could do it. Hello.
The man, the legend.
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
Hey, no.
I can hear you just great.
See me, though, is the question, because I cannot see any pop-up of myself.
Well, your camera's not on, so that would be why.
The camera on in Discord. I rarely ever use Discord, so.
It's really remarkably user hostile, like the interface. It is really not well thought through.
I love the way it looks. I don't know. It feels so much like ICQ. I love the feel of this website. All right, hold on. Let me try to find.
While you do that,
there's no fucking video button. What the fuck?
It should just be if you it looks like a camera, should be on your bottom left of the screen, right?
Finally found it. How you doing?
Criticizing him. I didn't have my camera on. That's for shame. Yes.
It's okay. It's okay because we're not live quite yet. We're about to go live. I wanted to make sure all the tech support was done. You know,
so 20 minutes to add me to the camera thing.
Okay. Your camera's doing the spinny loady thing. Are you using another program? Is it?
No.
Do you have an OBS or something up?
I have Twitter, Facebook.
Yeah. Let's see.
Facebook, what the fuck is that?
Is it set to the right camera? Like there should be a click down button, right? Or if you go to the
I have to read something from chat. Osama was a gamer, so that excuses the genocide and terror.
I'm in the browser. I'm not in the app. Do I need to be in the app?
I don't know. I don't know if the browser will work or not.
Usually the
Try
browser.
turning it off, turning it back on. That's always
All right, that always works, right? Okay.
Now you're a bunny.
Yeah.
I don't like the
Right.
bunny, to be honest.
Yeah, worst
the
case,
bunny.
we just have the bunny
It's
logo.
better than me,
Worst
Looks
case,
better
we
than
just
me.
have the bunny logo. We'll get
especially
it.
because I'm sick right now, as you can probably hear from my voice.
You okay?
I got bronchitis.
Oh, dude.
sucks.
I'm so sorry.
I'm like, yes, I never got COVID. My immune system's invincible. And then I go to Singapore and just get normal bronchitis.
I gotta be honest, when you jumped on, you sound so much different than your podcast. I was like, wow, the sound quality really is bad on the show.
Yeah.
Now it's like, no, you just got bronchitis. That's good to know.
Oh, it's bronchitis. All right, finally.
Oh, it's working. Hello.
It
we
had
got
to-
it up.
Hey!
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Okay, just a quick
Wait,
order of
you're
events.
SDL. That's that's exactly what I imagined you looked like.
Oh my god.
We're
I
gonna
can
take
take-
this
I-
out
I
there.
take that as a compliment. Thank you so much.
I need to go get a package and pull it inside before the anarchists, just use it. So, all right, I'll be right back.
Sure, do your thing. Fair enough. Once he's back, you guys know the drill. I'll go live, introduce the show, and we'll start. We're a little
Wait,
late.
this is
but we're not-
live? We're not just
We're not
hanging
live.
out as
We're not live.
friends?
We're not live. Not yet.
I thought we were just going to chat.
No, it's a show. I got to make my
It's
money.
a show. Okay,
I gotta
yeah.
exploit you all.
Yeah,
right?
get the
For my
wick bucks.
capitalist masters. But
Wick,
we'll-
you look exactly how I'd expect. Okay, beautiful, angelic every day. That's
Oh,
right.
Thank you. Okay. We will go live and we will introduce the chair just because we're 5 minutes over time and I want to be on time. So here we go. Hey, welcome one and all to yet another episode of Wick TV, and we are joined by some wonderful guests today. We have Brianna Wu, Sock Done Left, and Hassan Piker is with us today too. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. Noahpinion will be here shortly. He's getting a package before the anarchists take him to task. His words, not mine. But I know we're a little late, right? And I want to make sure I start on time. We're going to be talking about a number of different topics today, including leftism, Israel and Palestine. We're going to be talking about TikTokers for Bin Laden. We're going to be talking about the DSA's ad with a watermelon attacking a black representative. We're going to be talking about the protest in front of the DNC as well.
Can we have something good for the left to talk about? Can we
Yes,
anything
we do.
good? Good. What is that?
Actually, we're going to be talking about there is some evidence, right, that Israel is more amenable to a ceasefire, and we're going to be discussing that as well. But first of all, I want to give everyone here a chance to just briefly introduce themselves, tell you who you are, and then we'll just get into it. Sound good, gang?
Works for me.
Plan.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Brianna, why don't you start us off?
My name is Brianna Wu. I am executive director of Rebellion Pack. I also do special operations for Progressive Victory. So real life Politico, trying to bridge the gap between kind of online activism and real world results. And I very bravely today will take the position that Bin Laden is bad, actually.
Oh, stunning and brave. We'll talk about that as we go. Sock Done Left. What's your position on Osama bin Laden?
Not a fan. I'm Sock Done Left
You're
or
muted,
Aiden.
friend.
Not a fan. I am Sock Done Left or Aiden. You can find me at sockdoneleft.org/live. Socialist. I also try and get people involved in real life activism primarily through the Democratic Socialists of America. And just wanted to say that that toll has reached like 12,000. I do think it's important to try and stand opposed to ethnic cleansing or mass slaughter or indiscriminate slaughter of civilians, and I do worry that that's what's happening, even as we also condemn bad elements of our cause.
Fair.
Beautiful. Well, thanks for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. First time guest on my show, Noah Smith. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'm here because I inadvisably started blogging about geopolitics a whole bunch. It's not my area of expertise, but I guess it's just what everyone wanted to yell about, and so it's sort of when the music is playing, you got to get up and dance, I suppose. And if I don't say stuff, then someone much more horrible than me will be heard disproportionately more. So even though I'm ignorant, I have a moral obligation because of people even more ignorant than me. So anyway, that said, I had a couple blog posts after the Israel war started, like one about how Pax Americana is basically done. That's put a fork in that. How this episode sort of reveals how Western leftists in general have allowed themselves to be taken over by just dumb butt anti-Americanism that just has sort of absorbed every other ideology that they might have. And then just a couple other things, but it was mostly just sort of iterations on those. No one wants to hear my thoughts about like actual Israel.
I hope I can say, Noah, just before we get started, I am a really big fan of your work. I have been for a long time. As someone on the left who is very, very policy focused, I appreciate your work because you're always coming at it from a policy first perspective. How can we get good outcomes? So it's really, really good leftist analysis, but it's very, very much rooted in a pragmatic, non-academic, non-utopian, how can we actually get there? I've subscribed to your work for a long time. I think other people should too. It's the best $100 I spend a year. It's a professional honor to be here with you today.
Cool.
Thanks. I don't deserve that. But
how do you follow that? I don't know.
It's true. It's good stuff.
Fair
I don't
enough.
know if I can live up to expectations now.
Well, we'll find out. The first topic I wanted to talk about tonight is well, thank you for the $5, Adarius. I'm not going to read that out loud quite yet. We will get to the super chats. Don't worry, gang. And if you have questions for any of these individuals as we go, feel free to send me some money, and I'll read out your questions or comments as we go. But first of all, we're going to be talking about something that I just stumbled onto yesterday, and that is the trend for a lot of young Gen Zers to be putting out TikToks of them reading Osama bin Laden's letter to America. I'm not sure if all of you are aware of this, but this has gone viral. The Guardian, who again they were using to read that letter, took the letter off because it was going so viral. But a lot of these young people read the letter to America and then talk about how it changed them and how maybe Osama bin Laden wasn't so bad actually, and he had a lot of things right. And there's a lot of that going on. So I guess the question for the group is, has the cons of TikTok outweighed the pros at this point? Should we be looking at seriously banning this platform from our lexicon? What do we think? You're shaking your head and laughing. Sockton left. Go ahead.
Well, I'm laughing because like the other platforms available are Facebook, which actively does aided in the genocide in Myanmar. Twitter, whose leader has endorsed the view that Jewish financiers are bringing in non-whites to support anti-white sympathies, and TikTok, where misinformation, runs rampant. It's just like social media needs a fundamental rethinking. It's not TikTok or Twitter or whatever. That's a unique problem, is my view. The problem is like all algorithm-driven social media.
I don't disagree with that. I do think something unique is going on here. Before I get to that, I just want to take a step back. I think it's worth examining why is this particular letter going really viral. And I think it's really worth noting we never had an honest conversation with America after 9/11 about why we were attacked. I lived through that era. I was a very young staffer in that era. And it really got summed up as, Bush coming out and saying they hate us for our freedoms. They're terrorists, they're hateful, they're evil. The truth is, it was a little bit more complicated than that. And I think this is really kind of the structural failure of the news media in that era to have a more sophisticated conversation with the American people. This also happened, I think, in holding Bush accountable for the disastrous Iraq War, which got many of my friends killed, right? We never had an honest conversation as a country about weapons of mass destruction or the true cost of the war. So I'm not surprised that young people are looking at this and going, wow, why don't I know this? I think that's an indictment of the news media. At the same time, SDL, I really don't agree with you saying they're all bad, therefore this is not a big deal. I think you're really foolish if you don't recognize that ByteDance is essentially the PRC. And the PRC having such a huge say in the information space for an entire generation of young Americans is something that we can take seriously. I have criticized Facebook and Twitter and all these places for years. You can go listen to my show Rocket. I've been dead consistent on that. But it is that much more terrifying when a hostile foreign power can do it. So I do think that we need aggressive regulation, and maybe this threat coming from China will wake Congress up.
Any opinions, Noah, or is it no opinion in this one?
No, I mean, I've been writing a little bit about this actually. I think that it is not good to have one of our major news sources. I would call them news networks at this point. One of our major news networks controlled by the People's Republic of China. That's dumb. During Cold War I, we wouldn't have allowed CNN to be controlled by the Soviet Union. That we just wouldn't have done that. And so I think it makes sense to force TikTok to sell, or ByteDance to sell TikTok to an American company, which will then not take marching orders from the PRC in the event of an emergency. For example, if China invades Taiwan, it's incredibly obvious to everyone involved that they will pressure TikTok to push pro-China messaging as a way to blunt the American response to that. And so we know that's going to happen. We can prevent that from happening now. There's also the privacy angle. There's the fact that a foreign government is collecting detailed video information on all of our kids in the whole country. Also Zoom now. The PRC now has video recording of you having cyber sex. For those of you who do that.
Wait,
well, that's why you don't use Zoom for that. Come on.
Yeah, if you're halfway smart. Now think about how many people are. Anyway. Yes. So the point is that it is. I don't trust tech corporations, but I trust the PRC a hell of a lot less than I trust tech corporations. Right? I would absolutely rather have Mark Zuckerberg running stuff than Xi Jinping. No question about it. Put on your silly shorts and wave a flag and go wakeboarding. I would much rather have that guy than Xi Jinping. Controlling my information diet, especially for a number of reasons. First of all, he's not as bad. I mean, Xi Jinping is just much worse than Mark Zuckerberg. And also, Xi Jinping is going to and his regime are going to more actively intervene, right? Mark Zuckerberg usually not going to intervene. In fact, when you've seen Facebook do bad stuff, it's usually not intervening. People were, people in Myanmar, which you mentioned, right? There were genocidaires who were using this to coordinate, right? Instead of what they normally use, which is radio or something. And then Facebook didn't intervene to stop them, and it was a sin of omission. Well, that's bad, but at least they're not actively intervening to promote the bad thing, which I think that the CCP definitely does and will do. So yeah, I'm totally Brianna on this one.
Do you think that's happening now with the Osama bin Laden letter? Do you think the PRC is pushing that, or do you think it's just more of a result?
They censored it.
Okay.
The PRC censored it, or ByteDance censored it, let's say, which probably came from something.
The CPC has been really active in promoting war on terror rhetoric. Actually, the entirety of their justification for the mass internment of hundreds of thousands of people in Xinjiang is these are terrorists. We got to incarcerate them. Let's do what the war on terror was. America did it right. Let's do it here. more or less.
Basically.
So yeah, they're not going to be like, actually, TikTokers should get based and Osama bin Laden pilled. No, I don't think.
No, but also there's no strategic benefit to the CCP for having or Xi Jinping for having having bin Laden be rehabilitated. Like that does nothing for them. It just makes them them and their network look like idiots, right? So it's like Fox News. If they'll try to be respectable, like when they don't have an agenda to push, like on something, and then when they have an agenda to push, they'll push that using the attempts at respectability from other times to give them a gloss of respectability. And so it's obvious game. You or I could easily do this if we were in charge of this company. It wouldn't be very difficult to say, okay, we're banning bin Laden. Look how responsible we are. And then when it comes time to invade Taiwan, we're like, actually, we're not invading Taiwan. It's already part of us. You can't invade yourself. A country can't invade itself. And that's the message that's going to be going out on the day of the invasion. And you know it and I know it. We all know this is what's going to happen.
I mean, so I think this is a very reasonable concern about any ownership of any platform that has like a clear ideological bent. It's like the reason I brought up Elon Musk and Twitter is that he pretty clearly has an ideological bent. The minute that he got into power, he unbanned every white nationalist on the platform. Like without exaggerating, you get on the list of the people he unbanned the first week. It's literally like white nationalists, white nationalists, white nationalists, white nationalists. And so like I'm not trying to say that like the CPC is a good owner. I'm trying to say that I don't know that there's like a good owner that I would trust any social media platform to control. Like Mark Zuckerberg is quote unquote better, mostly because he seems to be like a semi-apolitical, like median American who is like very, I don't know, loves to grill and loves to spend time with his kids and not be an insane partisan hack on Twitter or whatever. And so like, I don't know. I don't know if you can get a person in charge of a platform that's like that. I don't think that you can just like hand off to TikTok to like the U.S. government or a U.S. company and not have similar problems.
But given that there is
what you have to think about.
Go ahead.
You have to think about national interest here. You have to think that a foreign government is different than a private American individual, whether it's Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or anyone. Foreign governments are special and different, right? There's something different about those where it's scarier to have a foreign government in control of an American media source than it is to have Elon Musk or any private individual, no matter how evil, because foreign governments are inherently more powerful than people.
Actually, can I just add into that super quickly? I think one of my big criticisms.
By the way, apparently I got a divorce.
I think we have two generations of Americans that have largely taken national security for granted, right? We need to have policies like we have radiation detectors when you come into this country to see if you're smuggling a dirty bomb, not because that has ever happened before in the past, but because it could happen and we need to have those defenses, right? So with the PRC, I can't point to you with some concrete data that says they pumped up the algorithm today to make this story, go viral. I can't point to you for information about that, but this concern is very real. And I really think you're underselling how information warfare works. This is the way it works. And there's a fantastic book out there by Richard Stengel. It's called Information Warfare. He's the undersecretary under John Kerry and former editor of Time. It's fantastic. He talks about how information warfare, when it's done correctly, it exacerbates existing divisions in society and basically sets them on fire. And a trend I see in the left that is getting worse and worse and worse is what Noah talked about at the beginning of this show, which is this kind of simplistic America equals bad thinking that is just epidemic with younger people. Like they don't believe in democracy, they don't believe in electoralism. It's just ultra cynical. So I think that this is a unique threat. At the end of the day, I don't think Mark Zuckerberg is a good guy, and I want this space aggressively. I want us to take a more aggressive hand in our information space. But I agree with Noah that there's a difference in threat between the PRC and a billionaire that is mostly just chasing money.
Yeah, I mean, so I think that there is a difference between a purely profit-focused, algorithm-driven media. The argument I've long given is that I think these things should be, as much as possible, like collectively, democratically owned, that the people of America should own them. And as much as that leads to its own problems, if you have some sort of collective, directly elected leadership, I trust that more than any Elon Musk, any Mark Zuckerberg, any like Chinese Communist Party. whatever, right? And that's not in the cards. So the options are like, it's a pro-profit billionaire, or it's a pro-profit billionaire who also loves apartheid, or it's a pro-profit billionaire who loves China. Like, those are sort of the options that we have. And so, like, yeah, it'd be nice to have the quote unquote apolitical pro-profit billionaire. I did want to note on the young people are like all anti-America and anti-election. I'm pretty sure that the anti-election idea mostly comes from polls from the Washington Post, which rates things as, unless you gave very strong or 10 out of 10 support for democracy, you're rated as like not believing in democracy. But that average support on a 1 to 10 scale for democracy has remained roughly constant over the past 50 years. So I think Noah's nodding, but my understanding is that there hasn't been a huge decline. It's like real, but like a 2% decline.
Right, exactly. And yes, you're right.
So I would wonder, and I don't have any data at my fingertips to back this up. This is just a supposition, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But it seems to be that, at least from what I'm seeing, and maybe this is the algorithm, young people trust institutions less than they have before. But I think this is across the board as well. And so we are seeing, like, in the information war, right, that is going on right now with Israel and Palestine, Israel's losing that war. I think we can all agree to that, right? Israel is losing the information war, especially with the younger viewers, right?
Yeah.
And so why is this happening? Why is Hamas so successful in their appealing to people like Hassan Piker, right? Like, what is going on? What do you guys think?
I mean, so I did...
Hassan Piker is obviously a different audience than your average young person. I mean, he's a social media shouter who, plays to an audience both foreign and domestic, which wants to hear a certain point of view. So that's like saying, playing to like Tucker Carlson or something. It's not representative.
Yeah, but they do have outsized influence, do they not? Right?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
I just want to note, it's not just like they've won the hearts and minds of like the big posters or whatever. That like The Economist a few weeks ago posted this graph of social media posts which are pro-Palestine versus pro-Israeli over time, and the pro-Palestinian posts basically started as frequent as pro-Israeli posts, and then nowadays, at least by October 19th, they were 4 times as common. So it's not just like, the big ones are doing it. It's like everyone that's posting is way more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli. So whether that's because they like won over the big posters or whatever, I can't say. I'm just trying to say it's way beyond like the big head honchos have been taken over. Widespread.
I think there's been a growing. I mean, let's not pretend this started on October 7th. There has been, I think, generally speaking, over the last 15 years, a larger and larger conversation in the left and in American politics generally, questioning the foreign policy actions of Israel, right? I think it was really, really verboten to even question this stuff 15 years ago. I think it is, I think it's much more mainstream, not just in the Democratic Party, but I think your average like Jewish person that votes for the Democrats is more and more suspicious that Israel's foreign policy is actually making Israel secure. I think that is like an organically larger conversation. And I think that's actually a positive trend, because I think like a failure of larger news media is to, I think it's been basically, I don't want to say censored, but discouraged, right? So I support that. I think one of the things that's making it so hard to have an adult conversation in this is I do think that you have now 2 generations of Americans that their foreign policy analysis all too often devolves to America bad. And I want to be really clear. When I was a young 20-something and I discovered leftism, I started reading Noam Chomsky. I read a book called Hegemony or Survival, and it was stuff I'd never heard before, and what made me really radical for a long time. I think the difference is with social media, it means that level of, I don't want to say reactionary, but that kind of energetic, youthful analysis of the world, it just has more and more of a disproportionate impact, right? Like in many ways, a sock puppet has the same ability to influence the conversation as like a journalist that actually studies this stuff. So I think it adds to this increasing destability we've seen in the information space and really makes it hard to have a good conversation.
I guess something I would note on like anti-Americanism or whatever is something from internal DSA politics. So DSA, largest socialist orgs, it makes up maybe 70-80% of organized leftists, just like as a bellwether. At the convention that we held in August, 3 of the 5 like major factions of DSA put forward and voted for a resolution which supports something called class-based internationalism, which in short meant support workers everywhere, including, notably by name, in Ukraine, for example. So I guess I would just try and say, like, I do think that anti-America-ism or whatever is a real thing, and it's a really bad thing. At the same time, I would actually unironically argue that the left nowadays probably has less of that than any time since, like, 1917, which might sound odd, but like if you think back to the left orgs in like the 1970s, they were all Maoists, like not exaggerating. They were all literal Maoists, literal like Soviet apologists. They were way more America bad than the modern U.S. left is. So by historical trends, you're living in the best period ever for the left. If your concern is being too anti-America.
That is not reassuring. That is accurate, but it is not reassuring.
I guess I would just try and say that like the majority of people in groups like DSA are not like there is a lot of hate for America, but I think that it's hate because they see America as like a capitalist world hegemon, which like kind of, yeah. It's just that a lot of people also temper it with like the other hegemons are Russia, another capitalist hegemon, and China, a capitalist hegemon in red, for us anyway. So I guess I would just say I think it's a real problem, and I've tried to critique it over and over and over again. The word I use is campism for people who, this is what they used back in the Cold War. You either fall in the US camp, a lot of unions did, or you fall in the Soviet camp. Basically all the tiny left orgs did. And so like the old Trotskyist line, and I'm not a Trotskyist, but the old Trotskyist line was third camp, neither Moscow nor Washington. And I think that that's unironically where a lot of people are leaning towards in organized socialist movements. I can't speak to like TikTok or whatever. I can't poll TikTokers, but among people who are in a movement, they tend to lean towards third camp. That's my view.
Watch out for ice picks. Watch out for tankies with ice picks, SDL.
I'm worried.
I really have to say, SDL, like I respect you, but I think there's a real tendency in your thinking here. Like it's like you're just minimizing right and left, and I don't have like a hard thing I can show you right now, like a number I can show you, but I can say anecdotally. Like my anecdata for you today is I've been in this game for quite a while, right? I worked the 2004 election, 2008, 2012, 2016, 2020, and then working 2024 now. I see this issue getting worse every single cycle, and it's gotten markedly worse in the last 8 years. And I hear what you're saying, but I think this is something you need an answer for. I really do. Like, it's good that you can come here and say you don't think that, talking like this knee-jerk anti-Americanism is good, but I do think that, all too often the DSA in, Democratic politics, it's not a force for constructing things, right? If you look here in Massachusetts, y'all just threw out one of the very strongest members that you have because they decided to go work with our Democratic governor, Maura Healey, right? You threw him out. This is someone working for rent control in Massachusetts, literally the most progressive person we have. There's an increasing extremism that is happening in leftist politics, and I think we need to address it.
I totally agree with you. I was actually trying to speak to that. I believe that's Worcester County, right? Or am I wrong about which county?
It's Worcester.
Okay. Unpronounceable like English name county. They're one of the like most quote unquote anti-electoral DSA chapters. I'm pretty sure that they like actively renounced like working with the Democratic Party. Period. I believe they might be the one that's trying to like form a workers cooperative as like a form of the DSA. So I'm trying to point out that like
I don't think that's the chapter, but please go on.
More broadly, I would just note that like successful left movements in the US, like part of the reason DSA was successful is it rode the coattails of Bernie, it rode the coattails of AOC, and the biggest chapters are similarly reflective of that. Like the biggest chapter in America is New York City, about I think 8,000 members nowadays. And that one runs on winning elections and trying to win policy. And so I feel like this is going to come off as I'm minimizing it. I'm just trying to say that like we're unpronounceable name, and a lot of Washington are not great. At the same time, I do think that the overwhelming majority do not fit that trend. And one last note on this, I do actually think it's worth calling out, and I spend a lot of time calling it out. Like, if you go on my Twitter, easily like 1 in 10 posts are critiquing like dumb leftists for being pro Stalin or pro Russia or whatever. Like I completely agree that it's worth calling out.
First of all, thank you for the raid, Sansel. Appreciate it. Kick back, pick up your feet. We're talking about electoralism right now, apparently, because I do want to ask, like, all this that's going on, right? We see a increase in animosity. I don't know if you all saw the DNC protest last night, where you had a lot of ceasefire protesters go on, and it became a mess, right? There does seem to be this increase in animosity towards Democrats from the extreme left, right? And we'll get to the right in a minute. I want to talk about them later. But for now, right? Do we think that's going to substantively impact the elections going forward? I guess I'll just ask you bluntly, and I'm curious what Noah thinks first, and then we'll go around. Do you think Biden is in trouble here because of all this?
It's hard to say. I mean, I think that we could see Biden's poll numbers not doing particularly great before the Israel war. We could see concerns about his age, which are real and legitimate. We could see concerns about the economy, which I think are primarily just like a delay, right? It's like the economy's gotten better since summer 2022, but like inflation's down, wages are up, and all this stuff, right? And the job market's still great, but people haven't really recognized that yet. And I think you're starting to see those numbers creep up, and so you'll see more optimism by next year. So I think that we're already starting to see a couple of things weigh on Biden's poll numbers. I don't know how this Israel thing will affect Biden's polling. My guess is just not much.
Okay.
Because Biden's done, sort of the middle of the road thing, which is to criticize excessive Israeli brutality while overall saying I stand with Israel, which if you look at it is what the median voter wants, pretty clearly. Obviously the people on the right are never going to like Biden no matter what. He could do anything, he could just throw chocolate at them out of a t-shirt cannon and they would be like, look at this horrible handout that people are getting. But then, and then in terms of leftists, I don't know how, people, I don't know if people in the DSA are going to say, I just can't bring myself to vote for Biden. He condoned genocide and blah, blah, blah. I don't know how many of those people there's going to be.
I would just point to the election numbers on the 11th, where Dems did overwhelmingly, like they did fine in basically every election that I saw. Like they did, like in Mississippi, for example, a pretty red state. They did exactly as well this election as they did the last one. Andy Beshear did 4.5 points better this election than he did last time. Ohio, like 60% support for weed and abortion. And it wasn't just like a little abortion ban, abortion, like constitutional protection. It was support for like complete abortion protection and complete reproductive rights protection. So I would just say that, like, so far, if there's been an election backlash, we have not seen it.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I want to just jump back and give a correction. You tried to minimize my point by saying this happened in Worcester.
Yeah, I was wrong.
In Worcester, Mass, and this happened in Cambridge. I don't know if you know Massachusetts very well. Cambridge is probably one of the most important parts of Boston. It's where all of our biotech companies are. It's where the Moderna vaccine was developed. It's where Harvard is. It's where MIT is. So this is literally the heart of Boston, with some of the most important people, the most well-connected people, and they expelled their biggest success story for working with their governor. So I do think this is a serious issue, and I do think you should take it seriously. Coming back to the Biden thing, I really feel like there's this tendency to treat the election that we just had as kind of a panacea. There's something about Democrats that we tend to want to believe, and I think this is true for all of human nature. We want to believe any poll that like confirms what we want to believe, which is why Democrats didn't want to believe the polls that showing Trump was in striking distance of Hillary. I think it's really hard to draw. Like, I looked really deeply into all of these elections because it's my job. I think it's really, really hard to draw strong conclusions about what these elections will mean for the general. Simply because it's true that generic Democrats do have, in general, a really big lead over Republicans in many parts of the country. That's not true when it's a brand and it's a person that they actually know. Yeah, I actually think really strong evidence for this is Joe Manchin's announcing he's not going to run again in West Virginia. He's not doing this because he wants to drive off in his Maserati and enjoy like time on the boat. He's doing this because he has a very sophisticated polling operation. He's seeing that Biden is weak. He's seeing that Trump is weak. He sees that there's a lane open for a third party to come in and capture this. He's doing it for his own political power. So my really strong suggestion for the Democratic Party is we have got to level up our messaging and our connection with voters. Just one more thing really quickly, Wick, because coming back to the DNC near riot that we saw, I think this is a really direct result of a party that has kind of kept our head in the sand and decided to kind of let this whole thing with Israel and Hamas blow over, so AIPAC doesn't come and target you electorally. And I think that's not working. Biden's biggest weakness, in my view, since you asked how, Wick, isn't any of his policies. I think they've been excellent. Is that the first most important job of the president is to be a communicator for the values of the party. I didn't like how Trump did it, but he sure did it. Obama was excellent at it. Ronald Reagan was excellent at it. So right now, I think because Biden is so weak on television and so weak at being able to provide a message that connects with Americans, I think it means we need to get other people in the party to stand up and do that for him. He needs more surrogates. We need to be more active out there. And this comes back to my mission in my career, which is to get mainstream Democrats on shows exactly like this one to make the case to younger people here.
Okay, younger people that are watching, right? Just pay attention because I'm going to ask Noah and Saktan left the same question, right? Democrats do seem to have a messaging problem right now. How do they fix it? What do they do? How does Biden better? Because Noah, you mentioned, and I've read wrote about this a lot, that the economy is actually doing pretty robustly, but no one believes it. Like it seems like almost across the board, no one believes it. There was a economist recently, a pretty progressive economist, I forget her name. She tweeted out some information on inflation and got lambasted left, right, and center because she was just pointing out that the economy is actually doing quite great. How do we get people over this hump of thinking it's all doom and gloom, right?
Really, my answer is just to wait. Because I think that, people get traumatized. Like, people have been traumatized, politically by other stuff. We had COVID, we had, a coup attempt, we had riots, we had 8 years of unbelievably hostile, political climate in America. I think people have been sort of traumatized by that into being pessimistic. And I think it's going to take people a while to get over that. And some of that they're going to get over. They might only get over a tiny bit of that by next year. What they will get over, I think, is the economic trauma of 2021-22, because, 2021 and 22, we had two things at the same time. We had this amazing, robust job market where basically everyone who wanted a job got a job, and we had inflation that was eroding the real purchasing power of pretty much everybody in the country, was having a much difficult time buying stuff. So those two things are happening at the same time. And when you see life getting more and more expensive and yourself getting poorer and poorer, well, of course you're pissed, right? But then that stopped, right? That only happened for like a year. And then, and that was bad, right? I don't blame people for getting upset about that. But then things turned around and started getting better. And inflation went down, and interest rates haven't gone down yet, but they eventually will if inflation stays low. And the job market stayed robust, and real wages started going up again, incomes, and then and wealth as well has done quite well. And so I think you just have to wait. I think you have to wait a year and see if people. I think it takes people a little amount of time to realize that things are better than they thought. And already we can see the consumer confidence numbers and various poll numbers about the economy starting to creep up.
The problem I have with that, however, is in a vacuum, I think you're correct. If all it was is they were just looking at their pocketbooks, looking at their purchasing power, and seeing how it went forward, then yes, over time, um, it would rise and it would be less of an issue and a concern. But the problem is we have active forces that are pushing the message that no, actually, it's not getting better. So when you have that trauma, as you called it, from 2021, 22, and then you also have a pretty good propaganda machine just pushing you're poor, you're suffering, everything's going bad all at the same time. I don't know if just waiting and seeing. I just don't think it's going to work. Maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm incorrect. But I think that
All right, two
yeah.
things. We have to wait, and we have to unleash this guy on Twitter named Will Stancil, who just has decided to individually argue with every single no-name leftist on Twitter about whether the economy is good, and he's going to just argue with all of them individually, and then convince the world.
Noah Smith
Stancil
is
is the
drafting
hero
Will
we need?
Stancil for White House correspondent, White House speaker.
Will Stancil, he's had an interesting evolution because for years his whole shtick was do something Twitter. You know, it was this idea that we're not doing enough and we need to do more. And then I think at some point he just snapped and realized that when we do things, people don't actually give credit for the fact that we just did things. They're like, wait, I did something and nobody appreciated it. And then he you know, I think this has produced a change in his outlook recently. But more to the point, I think that, you know, the messaging problems of Democrats are, you know, solved by messaging. You know, just go out there and say, you know, when you had Reagan had this Morning in America ad in 1984. You guys may know about this. I don't know if you're alive for it, but
I was one, but go on.
You were one. There you go. Yeah, almost Gen Xers. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
The Zillennials. Anyway, so I'm too young to remember. I can't remember it. But the point is that it was like, it's morning in America. Inflation has come down and interest rates are low, so you can buy a house. And guess what? Interest rates were far higher then than they are now. Inflation was far higher then than it is now, right? Or even that it was in 2022. And so instead, what you need to do is tell people this. Just aggressive, active messaging. Just run some Morning in America ads. Run some ads that say, look how much inflation came down so that your purchasing power gets, you know, preserved. Wages are rising, income too. The value of stocks and bonds and houses is going up. All this stuff, right? Like there's all this strong stuff. In fact, I'm going to write a post in a couple days about the strength of the American economy. Those numbers you could give, you know, you could say like, you know, this is, you know, generic person in a commercial. Generic person is now able to buy this and this, you know, for much cheaper than last year or something like that.
Obviously, well, it wouldn't be much cheaper. We ain't in deflation yet, mister. but yeah.
Noah, can I add something on
relative
to
to their wage?
Yeah,
their wage is going up.
Yeah, you'd have to say relative.
Yeah, okay. One at a time.
Onto that
yeah,
really
go ahead,
quickly,
and then we'll get to Sockdon left. I promise you, Sockdon, you'll get your turn.
Yeah,
promise.
This will just be super quickly, just because I happen to know a lot about this. I agree with you that we gotta get that message out there. I think a unique problem that Democrats have right now is television ads are losing their salience. One of the things I'm really fighting for this election is Democrats traditionally, like in the last one, I think it was a $1.2 billion election. We spent half of that on television ads. Fewer and fewer people are watching television. And when it comes to online ads, there's really spotty data if they work. One of the really biggest things that we found that does have salience in modern American politics are things like relational organizing. So, you know, I think one of the reasons why my own work has moved so far away from
just
ads.
Define that for my audience, just
Please.
real quick. Relational
organizing. So the idea is this year when we are voting, let's say I reach out to Noah, I reach out to Wick, I reach out to SDL, and I go, hey, it's election day. Just make sure you're going out there. Here's some information about Joe Biden. What we do is we basically, we're very active in getting people's social media. building those connections on social media, and in some cases just paying people to go talk to 200 of their friends and reminding them to go out and vote. This has been a wildly successful tactic. So I agree with the solution you're proposing, Noah. I think the implementation is so much harder in 2024 because all the parts of the old playbook are losing salience very quickly.
You can respond to that if you want, Noah. Then we'll go to Sock Done Left.
Yeah, I know. I don't know. Like, I don't know how to get messaging out there. I know, I wrote this piece lately about how, we used to have the government go out there and make what we'd now call propaganda, but really it was just the government explaining its viewpoint. The Roosevelt administration. Don't Be a Sucker was this famous film where they said, like, America, where people of all races can get along together and blah 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 blah. I mean, that wasn't true, but it was explaining sort of the Roosevelt's vision for what America should be and of why the Nazis were bad, right? And so that was extremely powerful. They used the media at the time, which was the fact that there was no TV. People would just go to movie theaters every week, like 5 times a week, and just watch stuff in a movie theater like TV, right? And with their friends, and that was how people would consume product and information. And so that's what they did, right? They made those movies and they did the radio stuff, fireside chats and whatever. And now there's TikTok, there's Twitter, blah blah blah. You've got to get on that. I mean, obviously we should make TikTok sell itself, but there's video stuff, there's YouTube. Look at where people are getting their information. Make some information, right? Like, don't rely on television ads. Call top influencers into the White House to help you understand how to do this, right? In Why We Fight was this famous series of documentaries during World War II explaining to America why we're in this war. We haven't done anything like that for, like, Ukraine, right? We're not in Ukraine. We're not in the Ukraine war. We're supporting Ukraine. But Why We Fight is basically like supporting Britain against the Nazis before we enter the war, right? It's Lend-Lease. It's even the same name on the bill. And so, we're doing that. We haven't explained to the public why we're doing that. And so we see, the government cedes the field to people like David Sachs, who just get up there and just spout Russian propaganda all day. And so instead, you need to have the Biden administration out there making this media. And we're like, oh no, propaganda, blah, blah, blah. Yes, it's, make the propaganda. Everyone knows where it comes from. Like, everyone knows the government made this film. It's not like it's secret. Just, you want the government to explain what it's doing and why. And we used to do that. And for Why We Fight, they got this famous director named Frank Capra to direct that. Go get some, go get some, like, I don't even know who the important influences are because I just write my little blog and pay attention to economics. But go get whoever that person is. Even hire Hassan Piker if you have to. I bet he'll change his tune once you invite him to the White House. I bet he would switch his tune once you invite him to the White House.
With enough money and clout? Okay, maybe.
I mean, he likes big houses and whatever, like fast cars and like every Jewish girl.
I saw you had a little bit of a beef with him on Twitter recently.
Not a beef. I'm not mad. Like, I'm just saying, like, obviously he has this idea that, like, America is evil, America does bad, this whole, like, anti-American attitude. And I'm like, look, the nation needs to know that this is what is prevalent on the left. And, like, I could argue with him and yell at him like, no, America good, or something like that. But no, if I want to do that, I'll just write a blog post.
Fair enough.
I don't need to, like, have dunk wars. I'm just saying, like, look, America, you need to know that is what is now prevalent on the left, because if you want to change that, then, you've got to work to change that. And if you want to sort of be aware of what the leftists are about, that's got to be an important part of it, because that anti-Americanism has really come to dominate the left. I would say that even though the left, SDL's right when he says that the left is less virulently anti-American than it was in, like, the 70s, but they've dropped a lot of other issues, right? So anti-Americanism may not be quite as strong and virulent as it was, half a century ago on the far left. But the left is bigger now with the increase in DSA membership. But also the left has lost a lot of its animating economic ideas. I think that they really, and some of which were really just taken by Biden. And like
I see you
Biden
wanna
did some
get
of
in there, Sakta. I see you.
yeah.
Don't worry.
So people need to know. People need to realize that anti-Americanism on the left is like a big deal. It's like become this animating force.
Before we get too far away from it, we were originally talking about inflation and how to affect consumers' like feelings about it. The consumer sentiment has trended upwards. Noah's correct. I do broadly agree the economy is better than it was. I think that the main thing holding it back is that we experienced an inflation shock, whereas most past experiences of inflation were an inflation like, I don't know quite what to call the opposite of a shock, but like a slow trend over time. Like even during the 70s and 80s, it wasn't like the oil price crisis hit and then boom, inflation went up to like 8% in like 1 year, which is what it did here, right? Inflation hit for some goods like 10, 20, 30%. And I think that's part of what shocks is the shock is that you if you were an adult in America, you lived 20 years with inflation of 2 to 3%, and then boom, 1 year prices go up 20, 30, 40%. And then the next year, you're comparing prices based to what it was 2 years ago. In contrast, if you were in the 70s, 80s, 90s, you might have been used to a higher inflation rate and less like just thinking about the sticker shock. So that's sort of my bet. That's my bet as to why it's different than all the times this has happened before. But as far as I'm aware, we don't know. Like there's no firm data proving why consumers think the economy is worse than quote unquote you think it like objectively is. I do know that there is also like, well, whatever. I guess, okay, moving to like the anti-Americanism stuff, all I would just say is that I think it's a real problem. I think it's worth critiquing. At the same time, I do also think that like, so I've sparred with Noah on the other side. I think that if Hassan is a like anti-America campist or whatever, or a slight pro-China campist, I think conversely you lean like too pro-United States. And obviously I'm a socialist. You're like, you are, I believe you're self-described neoliberal. I forget if that's not true anymore, but regardless, I were very much worried.
No, that was a joke. That the neoliberal thing was a joke. I've always been a big advocate of like industrial policy and other things that neoliberals hate.
Okay. As like a center leftist or whatever, I worry that stuff like just supporting U.S. in the trade war against China, I felt like that was a real mistake. Like there's another world in which the U.S. and China grow closer together, and there's a greater likelihood of like cooperation potentially leading to the next leader of China not being like anti-America and seeing us as like a hegemonic threat the way that Stalin did or the way that Xi seems to, but instead his successor being like a pro-America or not pro-America, like an America neutral liberalizer, for example.
Let's talk about that. Before we get too far away from that, I do want to talk about that. Recently, I believe Biden and Xi met. What was it, yesterday? Maybe the day before. They had a talk, right? I'm not sure what's going to come out of it. I don't know, right? Like China lies all the time. But
Sure.
I want to ask, right? Like, how realistic is China and America coming closer together? Because everything I see shows the opposite. Shows them kind of diverging and it being more and more hostile. And this is for the past few years, at least. So how realistic is a kind of a reemergence of cooperation between these two countries? What do we think?
I mean, I know that recently there was a somewhat memed on meeting where Xi came to Washington, or there was a meeting anyway between Biden and Xi was got miffed because Biden like complimented his wife too much. And it was funny about that, but whatever. It seemed like they had a mostly nice meeting, wife issues aside. And so like I'm generally in favor of that. Like I do not like the idea that the US should try and maintain a hegemonic like role through a combination of soft and hard power, because I think that tends to create cycles of like other countries fighting back with soft power. Like China would respond to a chip war by like shutting down on exports to America and doing things that would hurt the United States as well. And therefore, American workers and American people.
Bring it.
I just tend to think that like I actually tend to take the view that like some libertarians take, that if there is greater economic integration between the US and China, there's more likelihood for the people of China and the leaders of China to be like pro-democracy. The number one reason that leaders of China are anti-democracy is they saw the collapse of the Soviet Union, they saw what happened afterwards, and they saw the US role in that, and they utterly despise that. They refuse to take their hands off the levers of power because they are so afraid of that. And like, not trying to say they're just, I'm just trying to say they're autocrats who don't want to lose power in a democratic China. And if you show them that, hey, maybe you can maintain your power in a billionaire-dominated China, maybe there's a democratic road to China. Like, yeah.
What would be your response to that, Noah?
That's like, come on, that's like tweets from 1996, SDL. I'm going to mail you back to 1996 now.
I mean, we didn't know what Xi Jinping was going to do before he came in, right? Because like it's so opaque at the high levels of the government. We didn't know he was going to be an autocratic like centralizer or anything. So I'm just
you know someone like that is going to come along.
Yeah.
They always do. Like when you the purpose of elections.
no. I'm pro democratizing China. That's the argument I'm giving.
Yeah, but But the point is that the purpose of elections is that you don't get one guy who's able to dominate like that permanently, who's able to come in because if there is one guy who dominates a party completely, like Trump has done to the Republican Party, or whatever, he gets kicked out when his party gets kicked out. Right, and so that's what couldn't happen in China because of the autocratic system, and that's the mistake that Deng Xiaoping made. Although Deng Xiaoping did many, many, many things right, he did not do this one right. And he handpicked 2 successors who did a good job after him, Jiang Zemin and Hu Jintao. And then the party was taken over by a guy who's just really good at putting his cronies in positions of power and internal political maneuvering. Who could have predicted that would happen? And the point,
so that
happens with every one-party system ever made. Definitely not.
I am extremely pro-democracy. Like I've written, I wrote, I think the longest article that I've ever seen on North Korean democracy, the lack thereof, like entirely based on North Korean sources being like, no, of course it doesn't fucking exist, you moron. However, the argument I'm trying to give is that like if you want a democratic China, like what world is more likely to achieve that? And I think that a world in which the U.S. and China are openly sparring is a world in which nationalist elements, which tend to be the conservative, anti-democratic elements of the CPC, are more likely to rise to the top, for example. Like, and in addition to that, I think that a trade war between China and the United States, and even possibility of increasingly hard wars between the United States and China, I think all of that tends to make the world a less safe place for like average people, a less safe world for democracies in the third world. There might be more coups if we have a Cold War 2.0, right?
Hey, I think I both agree and disagree with you. Like, I think that one of the really key tenets for stability is mutually entangled.
Also, thank you so much, Kevin Logan and No Justice MTG for raids. Thank you so much.
One of the main reasons we've not had a World War III.
I can't speak very freely.
Globalization and the economy post Bretton Woods has led to a lot of interdependence between countries that has forced the United States and China to get along when I think without those entangled interests, I think it could have gone a lot worse. I do want to say, I think you're really minimizing the degree to which China has been hostile to the United States, has enabled some of the worst people in the world, including Putin and Ukraine. I think he's directly, that's their biggest trading partner. And there's a reason that Joe Biden has been talking about this pivot to Asia. With our State Department policy for a long time. I think it's really under-discussed here in the United States that Joe Biden came into office with a huge economic policy he wanted to get done, and Ukraine and Vladimir Putin really sent that off course. Now this Israel and Hamas war is sending it even further off course. So I think it's really unfortunate because I do think we need a serious national security response to China. I think we need an honest conversation about currency manipulation and trade balance. But I think you're really underselling the degree to which China has been extremely difficult to work with.
I mean, that's so. I am not trying to say that Xi Jinping under China has been like a pro-America, please integrate, please trade with us as much as possible, like America stan or whatever. Very much the opposite, right? He's intentionally flamed the fans of nationalism. I believe in a speech a year or two ago, he openly talked about taking back Taiwan through military force, for example. Like, I'm not trying to say that he is some easy person to work with. However, neither was like Mao, right? Neither was like the early leaders. And yet economic integration probably built a safer world where like China wasn't as openly militaristic, where China was less authoritarian. Like even today under Xi, it's better than it was under back then.
Yeah. My question though, to you, Sockdon Left, is given that Xi is so hostile and they have engaged in such, I want to say like, technological espionage and warfare against us, like no shit, right? Like just straight up stealing our shit. Do we just let that go, let that slide? Should we not respond? Like you like this integration, well and good, but how practical is that to do it while this other nation is literally adversarially poking at you? I'd even go so far to say is attacking, right, economically and such, right? How realistic is it for any president, be it Biden or anyone, to just be like, well, okay, I guess we're going to just take our lumps and just be friends? I just don't see that happening.
I mean, I think that U.S. politicians, like, there's a reason. This will sound off topic, but there's a reason that U.S. requires so much stuff to be built with U.S. steel, right? One of the most populist, quote unquote, things that Biden did was like a shift back towards everything has to be built using U.S. steel. There's always a appetite for nationalism in the U.S. just as there is in China. I think that's part of the things that's driving Xi towards like this antagonistic approach. His economy is slowing down. Like a lot of things which drove the popularity of the Chinese Communist Party was basically their argument was, we will give you economic growth, but we won't give you freedom. And without the economic growth, that argument falls apart. So instead, you give them something else: nationalism, a totem of like, you know, greater China, right? You see this all over the world, right? There's a reason that nationalist movements emerge during depressions. There's a reason they emerge in hard times. So I think that's part of what's happening. And I don't expect, of course, like an American leader just to be like, yes, I will take this and give no lumps back. The argument I'm trying to give is like from an optimal, like from my ideological or like humanitarian worldview or whatever, what world is most likely to be best for most people. And if you want democratization of China, if you want like a non-Cold War II proper over like the third world or whatever, I think it's better to have the fight remain in soft power competition between the US and China. It's best not to escalate it in like in a way where either side would consider using hard power. That's like, so far, China hasn't invaded any country in, I think, like 40, 50 years. I would prefer to keep it that way.
What was the last country they invaded?
Vietnam, because of extremely dumb shit. Yeah.
Unlike our shit, which was quite smart when we did.
All of our wars completely intelligent, very smart. Yeah.
Okay, so let me respond to what SDL said right there, which is that I would love it if we never had a war and all competition was in the form of soft power. That's what we want. That's the future we want. But America does not simply have a lever that says peace and war, and we're the ones who get to pull that lever. The idea that America is omnipotent, that we're the only ones with agency, that is a brain disease that we got during the 90s and the 2000s, right? That is this unipolar hyperpower moment, blah, blah, blah. The thing we have to understand is that American hegemony is no longer a choice. It is done. It is gone. Right. It is out. America is not a hegemon. And no matter how much we sit there and want to be a hegemon and say, please give me back my hegemony for my birthday, I've been a very good boy, it will not happen. It is impossible now. It is not possible. It is, sir, not appearing in this film. And American hegemony is done. And we must now deal with a world in which we are not a hegemon. We're just one of a number of contesting powers, trying to create a more stable world, trying to promote our interests, trying to do all these hard things in a world where we don't just get to pull the levers and say, here's what happens and here's what won't happen. Here's whether we'll go to war and here's whether we won't. China gets a vote. If Xi Jinping wants to go to war, war will be gone too.
That's right.
So in this post-Pax Americana world, right, that you were saying that we live in, Noah, what is America to do, right? What do you foresee America's foreign policy in the next 10, 20 years? What should we be advocating for? What should Biden be? Brianna Wu mentioned the Asian pivot. Is that a good idea? Should we be focusing more on, as the Republicans might want, isolationist kind of policies? Where do we go from here?
I'm very glad you asked. All right, so the first thing we need to do, Brianna's absolutely right, that we need to do the Asia pivot. Middle East is a realm in which not only has our power done a lot of bad stuff within the last, couple decades, Iraq War and whatnot, some good stuff, a little bit of good stuff, a lot of bad stuff. And so we screwed our reputation there. But also it's an extraordinarily brutal region run by autocracies. When it's a choice between Netanyahu and Hamas, it's not necessarily, we're not going to do a lot of good by throwing our weight around in that conflict. All right. Or a Cold War between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Who are the good guys there, right? I mean, obviously, there's no real good guys in international relations and war, and I know that, and we all know that. But the point is that it's like you can't even with a straight face pretend that one of those guys is good. All right, and so don't get involved in Middle East conflicts, like extract from the Middle East and use our power in Asia, because in Asia our power has been not always used for positive things, but our power has been crucial to the creation of this incredibly prosperous region that has grown and grown and grown, including China, whose growth we absolutely promoted with most favored nation, permanent normal trading relations, the WTO, and all kinds of other stuff that we did for China to promote its growth. And the stability that our power provided has just absolutely enriched Asia, and that's why when you look at
What does
polls
that look like?
of countries in Asia, you
I
see
don't.
they all want us there. They, all, Indonesia is signing a comprehensive strategic partnership. Vietnam, we just sent, like we just had the president, go to Vietnam and shake the hand of the Vietnamese leader under a giant portrait of Ho Chi Minh. That happened. Vietnam's our ally now. So like, our power is better applied to Asia. And we need to focus on alliances, and we need to focus on helping countries defend themselves and build up a defense, like Ukraine, build up a defense so that they can't get conquered by their neighbors, so that no one tries to conquer anybody, so that we can have a world where soft power reigns and peace rules. And that is our best chance for promoting a world of peace, which is what we want, is just to make it so that countries can't conquer other countries.
But you understand how at least pivoting away from the Middle East right now would be seen by some as an abandonment either of Israel or of Hamas, right? Or not Hamas,
Yes.
Palestine, sorry.
Yes.
Of Palestine, Palestinians.
I understand that, yeah.
Yeah, and so like I asked to Sock Done Left, like how do we get there from here? Do you think that's a really realistic, at least in the short term thing that we can actually do? Because again, right or wrong, we're in the Israel and Palestinian conflict right now. We are kind of we're balls deep.
What degree?
Pardon the phrase.
What degree?
So,
How much
we fund Israel?
America's funding to Israel is I think 16% of Israel's defense budget. If we cut off all of that funding tomorrow, obviously it would provoke a lot of screaming. However, it wouldn't actually materially impact Israel's defense very much. Anyway.
No, sorry.
No, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that.
I know that we have been secretly giving them weapons over the past few months. The Intercept reported there was a leaked document, and you can say maybe it's not true, but there was a leaked document that like there have been, I want to say like 57,000 rounds of shells exported to Israel. Sort of the same thing as Ukraine. Like if they run out of shells, they can't really do their war. They can't really do their bombing if they run out of missiles. So I think there's a pretty direct route there that like the U.S. has a lot of power, and I will note that like there's a lot of anecdotes of this. Like Reagan called the prime minister of Israel when he invaded Lebanon, and he told him to stop the bombing, and it happened like within hours, within minutes. I do just want to note, like, while all this is happening, there are like hundreds of people dying a day or close to in Palestine, and like I do actually think that like supporting Israel is to some degree an abandonment of Palestinians. That like for years and years and years and years, it's been the position that the West Bank settlement is illegal and like basically like a form of ethnic cleansing. And like we placed no sanctions on Israel. We gave them, if anything, like the opposite. Right? They received the most military funding of any country on earth that the U.S. provides, except Ukraine right now, and that's only true for the last 2 years. So, yeah.
I think that's fair. I also think that it's underreported with a lot of these quote unquote weapon things, particularly with Ukraine. We're very often it's very expensive for us to keep our national stockpiles. The United States has a lot of equipment that we're actually deprecating. A non-trivial number of the weapons that we've given to Ukraine are things that we were going to deprecate and get rid of anyway, and it actually ended up saving money, finding a legitimate national security use for that and getting it over there. So I think that's under discussed. I also just want to clarify, when I say pivot to Asia in the State Department's plan when Biden was coming in, that doesn't mean that America wasn't going to have an ambassador to Great Britain. It doesn't mean that we are going to live, Israel to their own fate and abandon them. It just means, unfortunately, every single presidential administration has priorities, right? There are things that you spend more capital on and things that you spend less capital on. When Biden has to spend so much of his first few years of his presidency dealing with Vladimir Putin and the Ukraine situation, I think it's really clear that took away from the domestic agenda. So all I'm saying is that when Biden came in, when it came to our foreign policy, rather than spending so much effort focusing on the Middle East, he wanted to spend more of that looking at Asia, particularly economically, and I think that would have been the right call. Coming back, I just want to make a really, really important point that I think is really under-discussed when it comes to isolationism. And that is, Noah is dead on when he says, this is America's not a hegemony in the world anymore. We're in many ways a tripolar world order. And, China definitely has a say. One of the reasons that Vladimir Putin is so insistent and China is so insistent, just to go back and do a callback here, in like working through the TikTok to basically convince us that withdrawing from the world is in our best interest, or Vladimir Putin trying to get Trump elected because he's going to make us withdraw from NATO and withdraw from the world, is they love it. They love it. They love it when America withdraws from world foreign policy, because despite all of our failures, of which are many, I had friends die in Iraq, which is the thing that radicalized me more than anything else in politics. As effed up as our foreign policy has been at times, you have to ask yourself what will happen in this region when Vladimir Putin can rush in and China can rush in. Because that is literally the choice. It creates a power vacuum. And I think this is why, the America I really want to work towards in my own politics, my own career, is I want presidential candidates and I want a Congress that believes in strategic engagement. I want a Congress that believes in diplomacy and trade agreements and working with other countries. I want us to be the honest broker that we say that we are when it comes to peace between Hamas and Israel. I know we've fallen far short of that. I know that Iraq particularly devastated our credibility there. But I do think, genuinely, America at our best is probably the best of your options for providing that.
Well, let's talk about that.
And that's what I want to move towards.
Let's talk about that, right? Because
Sure.
I'm curious, because we mentioned what Biden should do, but there is no guarantee that Biden will be our next president, unfortunately. Right. So yeah. I'm just curious, regardless of what we think should happen or should be done, and I want to start with you, Sock Done Left, and I want to go to Noah, and then I want to go last to you, Woo. Trump wins in 2024. Where do you see the U.S. foreign policy going? What do you think happens?
In the Middle East, there's probably a return to more bombing. Trump was way more willing to do a rapprochement with Russia, so anything that we do in Syria or Iraq is probably way scaled down to give more room for Russia to operate. Same happens in Ukraine. All funding to Ukraine probably gets cut off. We give all of that funding instead to Israel, if it's still going on after a year, to continue more aggressively their war in Gaza. There's like every single Republican candidate, like not just Trump, but every single one has called for stuff to the tune of let Israel finish the job, that like there's universal opposition to a ceasefire. Trump said that any drop spilled of American blood should lead to a gallon spilled of the enemy's blood. So I'm just like, the rhetoric here is pretty clear. They might actually use U.S. troops to help flatten Gaza in a Republican world. But more broadly, I don't know what the Asia pivot would look like. Probably a return to a hard trade war, which is what happened when Trump was back in power. So pull out of Ukraine, give all the missiles instead to Israel to bomb Gaza, and place sanctions on North Korea, and trade war with China. So all the things which I think would make the society less likely to open up.
Okay. What do you think, Noah? Is that a fair read, or is Sock Done Left, Sock Done Left his mind? I don't.
That was terrible.
Look, I'm not a comedian.
That was 10 out of 10.
Don't judge me.
It's sucked on wrong. Oh my god.
I don't care. Okay,
I
go
love
ahead.
It.
I don't need this criticism. I will destroy you all. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, about right. I mean, Trump is. I view Trump fundamentally as a chaos agent. I think that his second term would be both more fascistic and more mercurial than we expect. Fascistic because the same people who did the January 6th coup attempt would now be in the driver's seat, and most of the actual, stuff they try to do would be cracking down to domestic enemies, sending people they don't like to jail, destroying the, or repurposing the American security state to spy on people and to like throw everyone they don't like in prison and all this stuff, right? That's what they're going to focus on. Foreign policy would be primarily an afterthought to them. In the first term, Trump tried to govern as like a president. I think in the second term, he tried to govern like the leader of a junta. And so I think that foreign policy would be an afterthought and determined chaotically and randomly compared to domestic policy, which would be a systematic attempt to persecute Trump's perceived domestic enemies, abetted by the worst people he could possibly put in government. So that's my prediction.
You know what? I'm feeling so optimistic now. Woo, what you got?
No, I share everyone's assessment here. I think democracy is very much on the table. I certainly had my differences with Mitt Romney in 2012, but I've never doubted that the man loves this country and is committed to democracy. There are a lot of reasons to be scared of a Trump second term. I think the biggest one is he seems to admire these authoritarians that are all around the world. And I think that if he comes back into power, he's going to use that power to get vengeance on his enemies. So that's why, I had a talk with Dino Badala over on SiriusXM earlier this week, and he really made me realize that I think it's really important that we try to bring our party more together and try to focus our efforts more on basically understanding this threat and trying to pick the best policy option that we have, because maybe this is hyperbolic. Y'all can tell me if you think it's too strong. I don't think the fabric of American democracy can survive a second Trump term. I just don't. I think we barely made it out the first time around, and I don't think we can again.
It would be tough.
I guess for the last question, I'll ask you all. I've put you all in a room together. I've read a lot of Noah. You've written on both of these characters here, both Brianna Wu and Stockton Left. And now that you were all in a room together, right, I just want to see if you had anything that you wanted to ask each other or talk to each other about. I know Stockton Left's had some issues with how you've characterized him, and I'm curious. As an advocate, I believe you were. Was I wrong? We were in a call together, and you were like, "I can't believe he called me this."
Oh, it's just because he used it was like a funny phrase or something. He called me like a grassroots activist socialist or something. And I'm like, I tweet. There's no grass in my room. I don't touch that.
So, but yeah, now that you're all together, all here, again, all influencers in your various spheres. Is there anything you wanted to talk to each other about that perhaps I'm not aware of or didn't, know about?
I admire both of my co-panelists. So I think my respect for your work, I think that comes through clearly. SDL, I'm not entirely sure how forthcoming you're being with your opinions. I sometimes gotta be honest, I worry that you are being just super friendly and open, and you're kind of just trying to trick America down the dark socialist path. Maybe I'm wrong about that because we have so many of the same friends. But I respect the way you engage. I think it's respectful, it's open, it's honest, and I like that a lot. So I don't really have any criticism for either of you.
Fair enough. Well, it doesn't have to be criticism, it could be questions. But go ahead, Stockton Left. You had something to say.
Well, I am tricking America down the dark path of socialism, but I'm doing it with honesty and clarity.
Fair.
But I guess, I raised a major criticism. I think that I've openly talked with Noah about this on Twitter before, that I think that the hostile approach to China, and in general, the hostile approach to like a lot of closed off regimes is generally a bad one. That like in North Korea policy, it's often framed as like sunshine policy versus like the hostile policy of the current administration. And I'm not sure that like closing off, trying to shut down economic routes, like actually benefits either the people in Korea, if they're going to remain under an autocratic government, for example. I'd rather they live in a government where at least they have enough food to survive or whatever. But two, I'm not sure it like actually leads to a more likelihood of democratic leadership in the future. So I generally take the view that I don't know that sanctions have a great track record of displacing authoritarian states. The only times it's ever seemed to have like any efficacy are places like South Africa, where there was a huge domestic movement already to overturn apartheid, and South Africa was like a U.S. client state. So like I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical, I guess, of that sort of hostile approach, which is a policy disagreement that we've already hashed out over this show. But
Fair enough. Anything from you, Noah?
Well, let me ask you, SDL, real
Mm-hmm.
quick. What do you think about the U.S. effort to support Taiwan's defense against, Ukraine's defense against invasion? Sorry.
Yes.
I mean, I have completely
Ukraine.
supported it. I do know that recently, so I got a lot of trouble because I'm not sure that at this point supplying offensive weapons benefits Ukrainians, because I'm not sure they can, like, bluntly, I'm not sure that they can make further territorial gains. I know secretly the U.S. has started negotiations to try and bring a peace in Ukraine, so I'm not sure they believe so either. And they probably have better military intelligence than I do, since they've been killing so many Russian generals with it.
Wait, no. Let me.
Okay.
I don't want to ask for every single opinion you have in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Were we right? Were we right to do what we did?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Give weapons to the Ukrainians to defend themselves.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Okay. Next question. Would we be right to do the same thing for Taiwan?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that...
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
I think that the key principle here, and I want to bring back to, again, something that's going on right now, is democratic self-rule, insofar as Russia came in, stormed in, and overturned more or less what was democratic rule. I think it's questionable in Crimea. It's possible that in a fair election, a majority would have voted to join Russia, but it wasn't a fair and free election, so like they didn't give a shit about that anyway. But it's possible a majority would have joined in Crimea. Absolutely not in the Donbass. It was like 70-80% opposed, and yet they all, quote-unquote, voted to join Russia over there. But the broader principle is democratic self-rule. Taiwan getting invaded is not like them doing a democratic decision to join up with China or whatever. And Palestine being permanently occupied by Israel and bombed is not like local democratic rule or whatever. Absolutely not. So I think that the key here, the reason why I constantly talk about like why I think Palestinian liberation is so key, for example, is because it is trying to uphold that principle of democratic self-rule. The same reason I support Ukraine is the same reason I support Palestine.
Okay. How about this?
Yeah.
How about this? I have some super chats to read, and I'll go through them. And
I do have a couple of questions I could throw at Noah if you wanted me to, but you can do the super chats first.
Sure. And while I'm doing the super chats, and we'll get to Woo's questions after. But gang, if you want to ask a question of the panelists directly, you can join the Discord and do that. Type !Discord in chat. Click the link. Accept the rules. Pull you on. We'll take a couple questions. We won't keep you here too long. I know people have things to do, places to go, things like that. But I do want to give my audience a chance to come on and maybe grill you all a little bit, if that's okay. Is that everyone good with that?
Let's do it.
Okay. Let me get to these super.
Grill me.
Okay, here we go. Adarius for $5. Bitches be less capable. Thank you for that $5. Okay. Adarius also for $5. Should we be allowed to read what he wrote? Assume this was back in the Osama bin Laden. Should people be allowed to read Osama bin Laden's letter? Is this where the limit is to freedom of speech and expression?
I have very strong opinions on this. Can I answer this?
I've read it. Yeah.
Yeah. So look, the entire problem here, in my view, that I stated is that the American people never had an honest conversation about why bin Laden attacked us. And look, I support Israel. You can see my comments on Twitter. I've gotten in the shitter with leftist Twitter constantly over the last month over my support of Israel. But it is true that part of why bin Laden attacked us on 9/11 was America's decision to support Israel, right? So I think, Wick, this is where it taps into, I think, the mission of your show, that we don't need to close down speech. We need more sophisticated speech, and I think we need a more sophisticated discussion with the American people about our foreign policy. This is why I think it's so important. We need to have the discussion that we need to have and not the discussion China wants us to have. So the answer is definitely not to censor this, and The Guardian was dead wrong to take that down. We should be doubling down on talking through that, analyzing why it was wrong, giving people a history lesson, because there's literally 2 generations of Americans that do not have a functional understanding of national security, in my view.
Fair enough. Any other thoughts on that one?
Also, remember that The Guardian is a private British newspaper and is even sillier than your average private British newspaper, which is very difficult to achieve. And so very silly British newspapers should not be taken as the official sort of policy stance of the United States government or society at all.
Very silly British newspapers. Fair enough. $2 from Cryborn, Base, Noah, and Brianna. Well, thank you. Sorry, I sucked on left. You didn't get included in that. Cryborn for $10 more. Great panel. Noah, I heard about your blog after Wick said you were coming on. Any favorite pieces of yours I should check out?
Depends on what you like. I wrote a piece about why I like to take care of rabbits, which I think is a very good piece. If you read the Why Rabbits piece, that was pretty good.
Why rabbit?
Otherwise, it just depends on what you're interested in. I write a lot of stuff about economics. Recently, I've written some stuff about geopolitics. I should probably get back to economics a little bit. Yeah, just scroll through, see what you like.
Okay. And $5 from Allison. Lovely discussion, no notes. And I appreciate all the super chats. Thank you for that. There was a few on the Twitch side as well. Not super chats, but bits. Let me get to those. Gotta scroll up. Unfortunately, Twitch doesn't have as easy a time checking these things as as YouTube does, but we'll get to it. You guys are chatting. Okay, while I find those, Woo, why don't you ask your questions?
So, I was really frustrated today to realize my subscription to your Substack had run out. So I resubscribed. And in preparing for this panel, I read a bunch of your pieces. I was there's one in particular I really, really enjoyed, which was talking about this idea of progressive dystopias, where we might actually, with the best of intentions, I think, be pursuing policy directives that are not good, right? And I was just wondering if you could tell people a little bit about that. Like, what is your idea of a progressive dystopia, like a theoretical one?
All right, well, this came out of an argument I had with my podcast co-host, Brad Long, professor at University of Berkeley, University of California, Berkeley, where he said that basically he characterized, Brianna, we were talking about you. He was talking about.
I listened to the podcast. I have some contentions with your co-author, your co-host.
Well,
not you.
I hadn't read your thing, so I was unable
Sure.
to speak about it. But I think that the idea is that criticisms of the left are typically by center leftists. Criticism of leftists by center leftists are usually couched in terms of criticism of tactics. It's like, stop saying defund the police, instead say this other slogan that works better, or stop, etc. Stop saying from the river to the sea, instead, like, use better tactics to achieve the desired ends, but the desired ends are basically good. And I was saying, okay, well, sometimes that is true, but sometimes the desired ends of some progressives are actually bad in some ways. Like, progressives don't have a monopoly on, like, being right about things. They do better than the other side, but they don't have a monopoly on being right. And so I was trying to look at some progressive ideas that I think are not goals that we should be going for at all. So degrowth was the most obvious one. Like, this idea that, we could save the planet by impoverishing ourselves is basically dumb and wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because once you reduce people's material standard of living, once you impoverish them, they're like, give me the fossil fuels. I just want the fossil fuels. And then you're, so also there's various logistical problems with it and technical problems, but basically it would backfire. We need growth in order to produce green energy, which we need to decarbonize our economy. We need growth in order to relieve the poverty of the developing world, and blah, 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 blah. And so, and many people, Ezra Klein, Branko Milanovic, have also written about this stuff. So that was just one example of, like, a group of progressive people who are trying to take us in a direction that I think is actually a direction we don't want to go. We don't want to catch that car. Right?
Yeah. I mean, SDL, I hope I would love to have a panel of Wick with you sometime, just kind of, it's not that I am capitalist as much as I am completely, I really thought through the socialism question. I've studied it. I've read what y'all said. I've been to many DSA meetings while I was running for office. And I just, like, Noah, you're talking about bad policies. I think a lot of socialists have some really stupid policies that they're trying to move us towards. One of them that I just happen to know a lot about because I'm married to Frank, who played a part in bringing the COVID-19 vaccine to market and helped work on the lipid nanoparticle delivery system, is drug development, right? If you talk to a lot of socialists, they just say, "Hey, we just need to do all drug development through the NIH." Government just does all of it and we're done. And if you really, really look at the way drug development works in this country, it tends to be like Someone will have an idea, they'll do it at university, they'll spin off a company. You've got not big pharma, but these small-sized pharma companies working on it for a decade. Sometimes they're getting grants to do science. Sometimes they're just working with venture capitalists, and a lot of them fail. And, being in this, like seeing this system firsthand, I think this is a really good example of something capitalism does actually better than I think, a socialist way of doing this would be, because a socialist model would, it would be so politicized as far as trying to decide what drugs and what projects you were working on, rather than really objectively looking at the science and thinking about what the best bets to bring to market are, because drug development is such an inherently, I don't want to say wasteful, but it's a very luck-driven process. So, I think this is a really good example of a poor policy direction for us to move towards.
Can
I
I
want to
speak?
I want to give you a chance to
Yeah.
respond to that. You're being attacked directly, socked on left.
Oh, it's. I'm
Socialism,
saying I
everything.
think he's wrong. I'm not attacking. I'm
No.
saying
So I
think-
wonder to get at two things. First was what Noah Smith was talking about with like maybe leading to bad slogans and whatnot. And so I very much find valuable to me a mantra from Harrington, one of the co-founders of DSA, that he was on the left wing of the possible, with the argument that there are certain quote unquote more left or far left views that are actually detrimental or not effective at moving policy leftward. So being on the left wing of the possible means that you are as left as possible within the current circumstance. So I, maybe as a secondary point, I think that I've been persuaded to the view that a big part of the reason that bad slogans, bad like priorities tend to emerge is that a lot of left organizations are not democratically run and don't have to they basically don't have performance goals. They don't have to meet something or other. They're like a guy on Twitter whose only performance goal is how many likes he gets on a tweet. They are like a progressive donation magazine, and the only way that they get donations is by having the most radical slogan. So there's actually perverse incentives by performative online spaces to come up with performatively radical but practically ineffective slogans. Conversely, DSA has adopted a lot of bad slogans. At the same time, I would just note it's also managed to win the largest number of socialists in Congress in US history. It's managed to win 300 electeds around the country. There's simultaneously a lot more meat to that project, and I think it's because it's a democratically driven organization, not like a donor driven radicalism based slogan based organization. And maybe then second, just to respond to what Brianna said about the pharmaceuticals, I do agree that a market of some kind, I consider myself a market socialist for, say, goods which near the end of the production process. There's usually considered in scientific process a spectrum from basic science, which is the very start of the pipeline, right? Trying to invent a new chemical, a new material, or testing how something works in in vitro or versus in vivo. And at the end, you get something that's almost up to the production floor. You have something which can is almost ready to be put in the pill process, and that seems to do well with competitive firms. It's the basic research that socialists tend, at least to me, tend to have the strongest case for. And in fact, even SocDems have argued this. What's her face? The Entrepreneurial State, Mariana Mazzucato, very famous book that came out that argued that a lot of the basic research for stuff we use today, say GPS location and satellite communication, was a result of U.S. funding for basic science, because private firms are really, 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 really bad at taking billion-dollar gambles, which will fail 9/10 of the time, but the government is very good at doing this because it has a shit ton of money and a very long time preference for how long it wants something to pay off in. So yeah, we can throw a lot of money in. There was recently, maybe one last thing I would add to this, there was recently a paper, or I think it might just be a preprint, which noted that there is a huge spillover of public R&D, and that part of the reason there's been a productivity growth decline in the West broadly is literally because the US has stopped spending as much money on public R&D. Public R&D has gone down by 75% since the 60s and so. I'm just even if you don't think it can all be public, at least we should be returning to SocDem level policies of really, really, really high public spending.
Can I ask a clarifying question? When you say market socialist, because
one second,
Yeah,
and
go
you can
ahead.
ask that question. But gang, I got 120 people watching me right now, and not one person wants to call in. Get backstage! Come on, let's get it
Come
going.
on.
Anyway, go ahead.
do it. No, I was gonna say, because y'all use so many terms, and they're legitimately hard for me to understand sometimes. So forgive me if this is basic. When you say market socialist, my understanding of this is you believe in basically a halfway role for markets to play as a jumping off point to get us to total socialism. Is that not correct, or am I misunderstanding that?
some people like Lenin literally thought of market socialism as a transitory state, that like you have capitalism, then you do market socialism, and you sort of ramp up more nationalization, then you get real socialism. I tend to think that market socialism is actually more akin to the long-term outcome. I do think that basically I think of markets as a tool that in a regulated context with something that like market socialists call indicative planning, basically a lot of subsidies, taxation, and planning that's less direct than nationalization, can achieve direct like democratic control over the market. So we want democratic control in firms, democratic control of the market through subsidies and taxation, but we don't want nationalization of everything. A lot of things should be nationalized. Like I think there's a lot of arguments that like single payer, single operator, fully nationalized healthcare seem to do fairly well in the countries it's been tried. So.
Yeah, I'm on record. I want to move towards single payer healthcare, and I do think that we should have bulk negotiation of drug prices. Can
I make one really quick note? Single payer is like Canada. Breckenridge is more of what I'm talking about. Breckenridge is like Japan, UK. Like it's single payer and single operator. The government employs all the doctors too. That's all.
Sorry. I hear what you're saying. And, I guess my biggest criticism with socialism, and this is where, coming back to Noah's blog, I think you're driving us towards some really bad policy outcomes, is I don't know everything about everything, but I do know quite a bit about drug development, just being married to Frank. And I think the more you know about the nuts and bolts about how drugs are improved, how they're brought to market, how they're researched, who's doing it, the less and less this kind of like blanket statement you're making about let's just do more research through, the government funding it like as a blanket. I think it just makes less sense the more you know. And I think that's where we're moving towards some poor policy decisions. And that is increasingly like the mainstream position of the left is just nationalize all drug development. Like I hear that all the time. So I think that we need to be more open to more sophisticated conversations. And I think my biggest problem with trying to lead the left right now is everything is so instantly moralized. You're either a good person or a bad person that it's really hard to have like nuanced discussions about what our public policy should be.
Okay.
I'm just glad to hear two people on the left talking about policy, talking about economic policy instead of just saying like America is great, Satan, her, Bin Laden, her. Like I'm just glad to hear people discuss substantive issues.
There we go.
Just like
and if I may plug a little bit here, WIC TV is a cross-ideological platform where the left and right come together to have these discussions all the time. Just to plug that. So if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. Follow me if you're watching on Kick and YouTube, all that. Yeah. And again, all these people have all these comments in chat. Y'all are wild and
cowards in chat. That's what I'm hearing.
Say it to my face.
Yeah, $2 from Cryborn, mostly based SDL. You got the mostly based. Okay,
completely based. Do you have more to read?
Please.
So, from just to respond a little bit, like Noah, I think part of the view of the left that you get, and I'm saying this slightly critically, is because your view is based a lot on like interactions you get on social media. It tends to be people who are incentivized to say the most extreme stuff, and like for the reasons that I sort of outlined earlier, I tend to think that what you see is as you move towards the spectrum, towards like people who actually get close to the levers of power, there's a much greater emphasis on stuff like unionization and winning elections and electoral policy. Like DSA was shouting from the rooftops that they won something that they like to talk up as a state level Green New Deal called the Build Public Renewables Act, which is incorporated into the New York State budget because of like 8 DSA legislators and a bunch of protests. And like stuff like that just doesn't get news coverage, nor does it get people like really mad at you on Twitter, because of course someone who's like shouting at you on Twitter for being too pro-America isn't gonna be like, and by the way, here's this really cool economic policy that I support or whatever. That's not getting them likes. That's not fun, right? I think that what's fun, what's radical, what's edgy is very much like unproductive, performative, and that's true in all sectors. You see it on the right too, actually.
Well, look where it's driven the right, I would argue, right? Like, look where it's gotten them.
Not a good thing.
Yeah, $2 from Beerwater. Thoughts on From the River to the Sea?
Oh, boy. I've got thoughts, but I've talked too much, so I will let Noah go.
Noah, what? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, Noah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Brianna.
No, it's okay. Talk over Brianna, it's fine. Noah, what do you got? Thoughts on From the River
from the sea to the river? It's like it's always like right to left. We got to change it from to American style, from the sea to the river.
Fair enough.
I don't know. Okay, look. Okay, what I'm saying is that from the river to the sea means that the current territories of Israel and Palestine should be united into one country. Nobody in the region who lives in that area actually wants to do that.
Yes.
And so it's not going to happen. You're like, it's like me telling, like, oh, hey, Germany and France, you should both be part of the Carolingian Empire. And the Germany and France look over at me, they're like, no. And I'm just like, okay, no then. I mean, like, those United States is not going to leverage its power to force a whole bunch of people who do not want to exist in the same country as each other to exist in the same country. It's not going to happen. We can't do that. We can't forge a nation out of people who do not want to have a nation with each other. If they do, fine. If they change their mind, fine. But they don't now. So the best we can do is like maybe try to keep them from killing each other too badly, maybe, or just ignore them. Like, you know, it's like the again, it all comes back to this, like, you know, this fantasy of United States omnipotence, the idea that we're this hegemonic power can just pull the lever and make things happen and make, like, you know, let's make Japan and Korea into one country, or Japan and China. Let's make that into one country, right? Let's do that. I bet they'd want that, you know. Or Russia and Ukraine, you guys should just be one country. Remember when you were one country before? That worked so well. It was great. Who wants that? Raise your hand.
Well,
and then, I mean, I guess
Russia kind of wants that. I mean,
yeah, no, good point. But the point is that, like, we can't just like wave our magic, like, America wand, Team America World Police / God wand, and just make people want to have a country together. If they don't want to have a country together, we can't do it. It does not happen. So it will not happen. So saying from the river to the sea is pointless, because, like, nothing like that is going to happen.
Yep. We got an actual caller, so I'm going to a couple callers. Now everyone comes in.
Can I respond to that really quickly?
Briefly,
just super quickly.
I do want to get to the callers. So,
yeah. No, I just want to say it's like, you know, I keep remembering when I was at Ole Miss, and one time the Gay Straight Alliance put their meeting right next to the Fellowship of Christian Athletes at the University of Mississippi, and there was a near riot. So, you know, maybe sometimes two-state solution is the way to go.
I guess what I would just, as a final note, say is that from the river to the sea is partly an aspirational slogan for, like, people on the left who are saying it. Like, they realize that right now there's not support for a one-state solution. Nor, in fact, is there, like, it's not actually really clear that a two-state solution is in the cards either. It would require the movement of 500,000 people from West Bank settlements out, right? If you wanted a two-state solution in the old borders. If you want to, like, just incorporate them into the new Israel, which is what Israel wants, then you could have a two-state solution. But that obviously won't be acceptable to Palestinians. So I just want to say that, like, we are really far, in part thanks to the activities of the Israeli right and the Palestinian right, really far from any solution. I think the reason why people use the aspirational slogan is they don't just want, like, two states based on two ethnicities, which hopefully won't tear each other apart. They want an egalitarian, plurinational state where everyone can exist as one. So I understand it's beyond the point, like, the current, what we can do, but, like, so everything is sort of out of the Overton window, and the point is to shift it.
Got you. Okay, let's bring in the caller.
That's fine. Go ahead and
yeah,
you know, I hope for a one world state where everybody is part of the same happy world government. And
where's your article on world federalism, Noah? I need the world federalism article now.
World federalism, fine.
Now.
Go ahead.
7, welcome. You're live. You're muted on your end, not mine. You could do it. I believe in you. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no! So okay.
Are we waiting for me?
Yes. You're live.
It disconnected and reconnected like 3 times. I think it's interesting that we bring up the from the river to the sea thing right after talking about optics and latching on to saying the most radical thing and going for these solutions that are going to be ineffective. Because I think it's been so interesting to see Ethan Klein trying to explain to people why hearing from the river to the sea is so alienating and frightening to moderate Jews, and everyone being like, well, why the fuck should we care about that? Yeah. They're misinformed dumb fucks, or they're probably secretly Zionists anyway. So fuck that. They should just listen to our view of it or shut up. Why would we want those allies anyway? And those are the most important allies if you actually care about Palestine, and if you actually want the tensions in the West right now between Jews and Muslims to simmer down. So I'm just wondering why the left right now has this idea that to empathize with other people who disagree with you, even just enough to cynically understand where they're coming from, is so wrong.
I think that is so well said, and I couldn't agree more. I think one of the things that makes me good at my job is having grown up in such a red state and worked for the Republicans 20 years ago when I was much younger. I think it's really people don't like to hear this, but democracy does not work where you eliminate your opponents and they stop existing and you get all the policy objectives that you want. It is compromise. It is figuring out, it's building coalitions. It's figuring out where you agree. And I feel like we miss this a lot. Just coming back to the from the river to the sea part, what I think is just so notable, and Ethan said this and I loved it and agreed with it, is it seems like over and over again in leftist politics, when someone who is marginalized is telling you that language hurts them, we tend to listen. Like, I remember when you couldn't say fat anymore, you said person of size, and then fat activists said they wanted to be called fat again, and we moved back to that, right? And you do it because it's respectful. You do the same.
Uh-oh. Oh, they got her.
Wow.
CIA took her out.
They'll come for you in the end, all of you.
We never deserved her anyway.
True. Go ahead.
While we're waiting for Brianna to come back, I guess the position I would take is I can understand why someone would be upset by the slogan because they feel that it has an expulsion based nature to it. At the same time, I think that lots of left activists have explained that that is not their intent. And in fact, what I've heard people argue is if you are worried that this is an expulsion-based slogan, and then a whole bunch of left activists come out of the woodwork and they're like, no, we explicitly mean this egalitarian plurinational solution because we think that there should be no difference between Jewish people and Arab people. That should go the other direction of setting your heart at ease that these people are not actually secret anti-Semites.
Wait, so if a bunch of people, just real quick, if a bunch of people came out waving the Confederate flag, and then they were like, exactly. No, don't worry, it's heritage, not hate, right? Would that set your mind at ease? Should you feel a little more comfortable, right?
If they, in other actions, had shown that, if they were members of the Young Patriots organization, an anti-racist, leftist organization, which organized young Southerners in, I think it was Chicago, to join unions and join anti-racist groups, yeah, maybe you might unironically believe them then. I think they still changed it from the Confederate flag because it's still a symbol of hate. But the point is that, if there's a person who's been spending 9/10 of the last year, fighting for BLM, anti-racism, and whatnot, and then they come out and tell you, hey, and one more thing that I'm not racist about is Israelis versus Arabs, then I think, yeah, it should be the other direction. Brianna's back.
See, this is the thing, and I want to let Seven go because Seven is our guest here, but I'll be straight. I don't believe a lot of them after seeing all the shit that everyone is saying, right? And all the TikTokers going about Osama bin Laden's so based. Hitler should have ended you, right? And finished the job. When I see countless amounts of these, I think, well, while I'll believe some of you, I'll believe most of you. Some of you are pretty sus still, so no, I don't believe you. Sorry, use a different thing. That's my thoughts. Seven, go ahead.
Well, here's the thing, if you're a Jewish person hearing this constantly thrown at you on social media or even in person just because calling a Jewish person a Zionist for not 100% agreeing with you on every single position is the go-to now. Having not everyone is watching a long Hassan stream to be lectured at about why they're stupid to find that phrase offensive and upsetting. And yeah, it is difficult to believe when emotions are running so high and people are trying to shoot up Jewish schools and people are afraid for their children and their grandparents. And I just
Hassan
think...
to have me on his stream, by the way. Anyone know? I want to go on Hassan's
I would love to see that.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, I'm really sorry you're experiencing that. It's obviously dehumanizing, and I genuinely see that. Also, apologies. The reason I cut out is my lovely puppy Kaiju decided to chew through my Ethernet cable.
Really?
Oh, that's such
While
a
we were
cute
shooting.
name.
Yes, yes. So Kaiju is struck again. I apologize. I'm going to be
Well,
on this phone
well,
for the rest of the show.
Is she paid by the FBI or the CIA?
yeah. Last question for you, Seven. Then we'll get to the next caller. And thank you for the bits, Feder Methodist. Appreciate it.
Okay. Oh, from me? I thought you meant
Yeah,
from me.
last question from you. Yeah, if you have one
Well,
more thing to say, go ahead. If you don't, we can.
I would just sort of conclude, like, again, I don't expect people who are deeply emotionally invested in Palestine right now to be like, oh, the poor Jewish people having a rough time on Twitter. I don't care about that. That's fine. It's just at least from a utility, like a pragmatic point of view. If this is upsetting and alienating people who would otherwise agree with you and support you, and this is driving hatred toward a lot of vulnerable people, can't you just say, yeah, we should phrase it differently? Like, can't there even be just a completely cynical level of understanding for what this is doing? I don't understand why not.
So I haven't seen any I haven't seen any polling on From the River to the Sea. I know that a Jewish organization, which I have constantly promoted, Jewish Voice for Peace, has actually shouted the slogan at a lot of their rallies, and they are overwhelmingly of Jewish members. So I guess I just come from maybe a background where there's a lot of people in this left space who are very Jewish, often religious, secular, whatever, deeply Jewish, deeply tied up in it, who don't see any problem with the slogan. And so I guess to me, seeing all that, it seems to be someone should look at that and say, oh, if this group, which is nonstop fighting for peace, which is clearly made up of Jews, which is not trying to expel all Jews from Israel or whatever, that if this group can shout it, then maybe the slogan doesn't have an expulsionary intent to it. Or at least when groups like this are shouting it, they don't have that intent.
But you're asking people to have a very intellectual reaction to something that's very emotional and personal.
Okay.
And I don't think that lecturing people about how they should feel about it is going to change the fact that this is destructive. I guarantee there are some people who were moderate that are being radicalized by this, genuinely,
100%.
especially the lack of care. That when you just try to explain, listen, this is shit that's been said to my grandparents because people wanted them dead. And you're like, well, actually, this group uses it in a very different way. It's like, okay, what does that do?
Okay.
What I would point to is even more moderate messaging of DSA ran a campaign called No Money for Massacres, where they tried to encourage a ceasefire. And there was a March for Israel held the other day where Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, and Mike Johnson gave a speech talking about how we need to fully support Israel, and during that speech, the crowd started cheering "No ceasefire," while people held up signs saying "Let Israel finish the job."
Okay, when they say no ceasefire, you can't take that literally. It's just really a plea for peace, and
What I'm trying to say is that
it's aspirational that there's no ceasefire anymore because
even
there's
the
no more war.
ceasefire
They
demand.
actually meant Israel surrender. There's no need for a ceasefire. That's what they meant.
Even the ceasefire demand is rejected by centrist democratic elements, is all I'm trying to say. Even centrist, Keir Starmer is against the ceasefire. Emmanuel Macron is against the ceasefire. Not a single, as far as I'm aware, centrist politician in Europe has supported a ceasefire.
Okay.
I just want to point to just super briefly, Seven. If I could make every single person on the left read one thing, there was a piece in the New York Times that I was checking in with a Jewish friend of mine, a really close friend, how she was doing in the aftermath of this. And this is a New York Times piece. It's called "On Israel, Progressive Jews Feel Abandoned by Their Left-Wing Allies." And it's talking about people on the left who vote Democratic, who have sat there, they stood up for trans rights, for women's rights, they've marched on all these different things, they stood against the Muslim ban with Trump. And then when it comes to this, they see people who they perceived as their allies using language that really invokes some stuff that is personally scaring and very distancing for them. So I completely agree with your assessment. If we want better public policy on this, if we want to change course on this, there's no future for that doesn't involve Jewish people in the Democratic Party being brought along with the answer. So I think you're really smart and really correct that just pragmatically, this isn't just the moral thing to do. It's the way to get what everybody wants.
Okay. Well, thank you, Seven, for calling in. We appreciate you, and we're going to send you to the void. Okay, we got one more caller. Hello.
Hey, Wick. Hey, another great panel. White Rabbits is a lovely blog post. Thank you, Noah. I was hoping to get the panel's thoughts on like the possible revivification of the Rust Belt and how it will affect American politics. Like, will the left, as it is now, resonate with them more than, say, an increasingly populist right?
I want to hear Noah's thoughts on this first, and then I want to get everyone else. You're muted on your end.
What was the question?
Would you mind repeating it, Crabborn?
Yeah, I was hoping to get your thoughts on like the possible revivification of the Rust Belt and how it will affect American politics, and like will the left resonate with that particular group more than an increasingly populist right?
Well, so with the Rust Belt, I think you're going to see positive effects from industrial policy for sure. But I think that there's a couple things that need to happen in order for that revivification to happen. I like that word, revivification. The first thing is YIMBYism. You need to have towns in the Midwest build a lot of housing and other things like solar power. And basically, as people moved out of the Rust Belt and property values fell, a lot of people turned to the same kind of NIMBYism that they've turned to in most regions of the country, which is to say, let's guard what property value we have left by making sure no one can move into the neighborhood and making our existing remaining neighborhoods very scarce, right? So the Rust Belt needs to build a lot of housing, and that needs to be a major movement. The second thing they need is immigration, because immigration, like, our country is not getting any younger; we're getting older, and a lot of the young people from the Midwest or from the Rust Belt still want to move out to San Francisco or New York to be cool. I think remote work is going to help. I think that is a big tailwind for the Rust Belt, because now you can live in a cheap house in Pittsburgh or a cheap house in Milwaukee, and you can work and you can earn a good salary there and have low living costs. So I think that remote work is going to help a lot, and I think the industrial policy is going to help. But I think we're going to need more immigration, which Biden has been pretty good about. But we're going to need YIMBYism. We're going to need building a lot of housing in those places, and I think that's what it really crucially hangs on, because when you look at all over the world, places that build housing, are able to grow, and places that don't build housing are not able to grow.
Okay, any other thoughts on this before?
Yeah, I guess one thing I would just add is active labor market policies. So Noah Smith talked about like industrial policy and remote working, but the US has a really, really lackluster job retraining program. Some of the better countries in Europe spend around 2% of GDP on ALMP, active labor market policy. We spend 0.1%, so 20 times less. And we've had a way greater deindustrialization than those countries did. And we've got this huge backlog of like 40, 50 years that we haven't been training for. So I think we need an enormous program for people who want to move, for people who want new job training that should be, to some degree, be public funded, let people get the job they want. Especially as so many jobs are going to require college education and so many older workers don't have it. You need something that can bring them up to at least like a certification level. So.
I saw an analysis, SDL, recently that showed what a complete failure and a waste of money job retraining was after NAFTA. Basically, the gist of the argument is we would have been so much better off if we had just given those people straight money to help them find new jobs rather than trying to have a training program. So I'm unconvinced about the salience of that particular policy after seeing that analysis. I do think, obviously, as someone from the South, these are parts of the country that have been basically forfeited, and it's allowed, radicalism to grow in those parts of the country. There's desperation, and I think it's long been called for to, invest in more of a manufacturing base for the country. So, I would be very much in favor of a generational investment. I think the thing that gives me pause is seeing how the money in the CHIPS Act was specifically allocated. Because I think if you're actually in computer, like the tech world, and you know a thing or two about how fabs work and who has control over the patents and the tooling, I think if you look at this, you can see, I support the bill. I genuinely do. But in a lot of ways, this is a giveaway to the people that already have enough capital to build these kind of factories in the first place. So I think how we choose to invest in this really matters. And I think that's why tilting it towards policies that have green energy and renewable components to that, which increase our national security, that makes sense to me.
Let me make one more point on this. Noah Smith just wrote an article about the U.S. needs a bigger bureaucracy. One of the arguments that I've often heard from a lot of people in DSA as well is that the farming out of a lot of stuff like active labor market policies to NGOs has been a catastrophic failure. The farming out of housing policy to NGOs has been a catastrophic failure. It would have been better to give people the money directly, or the left argument goes, it would have been better just to administer the program directly, because the NGOs are unaccountable. They aren't subject to a lot of market mechanisms. They don't function well either from a public perspective or a private perspective. So if you either just give them the money, try and let the market handle it, or just do it publicly and do it right, because you can't trust, like the housing NGOs, and I want to say it's Los Angeles, have been so completely, they've spent their money on like advertisement instead of housing. It's been embarrassing. So that's all.
Any further thoughts from anyone else on this question?
I kind of have a follow-up question, if that's okay.
Briefly, because we do.
All right.
Wrap up soon.
Like when I'm typically interacting with like the far left, I'm not hearing about these kind of labor issues as much. It tends to be like some kind of social justice issue. I think it would, and I would hope you would agree. Like I think it would be more beneficial to bringing people to the left if we talked about labor issues more.
I
agree.
I think that's really dead on. One of the things I really appreciate about Congressman Ro Khanna, who I've gotten to know quite a bit over the last few years, is his core message is about economic patriotism, which involves investing in those labor issues in those parts of the country that we forfeited. I think it also really speaks to how unionization in the labor movement has been one of the strongest stalwarts for fighting for fair wages in the last few years. It's been tremendously rewarding to see that make a comeback. So I think a real challenge that some of my friends on the fringe left are going to have to deal with is, sometimes when you're talking to blue collar people, I met a lot of them running for Congress, and they're not people that talk about social justice issues and are up to date on all of the latest feminist language. So we've got to really develop more of a culture to, focus on what we agree on rather than enforcing the kind of enforcing these norms that they're important, but they can also pull support.
Okay. Well, thank you, Cryborn, for coming on. Really appreciate you. And you know what happens now. To the void. Okay, gang, this has been a wonderful discussion. I've enjoyed it immensely. I want to give everyone here a chance to shout themselves out briefly, and then we'll close shop. Gang, if you've liked this content, right, if you've enjoyed this show and you want to support the channel, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. If you're on Twitch or Kick, hit that follow button. Subs, gift subs, you can become a YouTube member. Super chats, all these things really help me keep the lights on. So I appreciate you, and thanks again. But we're going to give everyone here a chance to, again, briefly, where can they find you? What do you do, etc. We're going to start with Woo and get Noah last. So go ahead, Woo.
I think everyone knows where to find me. If you want to watch my show Rocket, you can do that over on Relay FM. Also, I'm starting a show with Counterpoints. It's going to start tomorrow night. Really looking forward to that. Just want to say one more time, Noah, really glad to have you here. And I hope you'll consider hanging around the streaming space a little bit more. I think we need more people that are very policy focused like you. And I think it's in your interest too, because I think it would translate directly to Substack subscriptions for you. The good thing about the streaming space is people are very used to directly supporting people that they like. So I hope this won't be your last time on Wick TV or around this space in general.
The tens of dollars you can make from here. But no. Socked on Left. Go ahead, give it a spiel.
Hey, I'm Aiden. I run the channel Socked on Left. I'm live over at sockedonleft.org/live. And yeah, I did really appreciate the conversation. It's always a pleasure to talk, Brianna. And first time I think we've talked in voice, Noah. But I really appreciated it. I think both of us are fairly reasonable, though you're completely wrong about China. My views are correct, and you should adopt them completely. Joking. But I did really appreciate it, and I think that it would be nice to have more sane voices instead of completely insane voices in the streaming space. So your center left one would be welcome.
Well, thank you for being here, gang. Check out Sock Done Left. He's on Twitch. He's on YouTube. He's on his own things. You can find him wherever. And last but certainly not least, Noah. Go ahead.
Hey, sorry about the bronchitis here.
You're
Yeah,
forgiven.
well, yeah, thanks a lot, folks. I mean, I don't know necessarily that I have anything else to say. Yeah, good chat, folks. Yeah, get me on Hassan's show if you want to see me debate him. I went on a bunch of streams actually a couple years ago, like Destiny, Vaush, Bastiat, and I don't know who's like popular now, but that was like just a few years ago, I think.
Look, no, yeah, I saw you on
Vosh.
both.
Couple years
I
ago.
saw you on Destiny and Vosh both, and I really enjoyed your discussion with them. I could probably
Yeah.
get you with them
Love
again, but if
seeing
you
you.
want Hassan,
Yeah.
gang, Hassan. Okay, this is to you, Hassan. I know you're watching. Okay, Hassan, you've been called out. Noah Smith
Yeah.
wants to talk to you. He has some issues. You're gonna
That's right.
hash it out on stream. So get in touch with him. Okay, we're gonna
Damn
tweet this
straight.
out right after the show. Gang, thank you again for going, and I'm gonna let all these wonderful individuals go. I'm gonna send you to the void. So bye bye.
Test. Howdy. Yeah, Karasu, there's a lot of people who are... I mean, Najawin's always been a liberal, but hey, y'all. Nice to see y'all. There are a whole bunch of things that I didn't get directly comment on, well, because it was during the panel. One, I got rated by Vosh. Thank you so much, Vosh. He wants to be the horse, not fuck the horse. Clarification for all you chatters. Two, Kevin Logan rated. Thank you so much, Kevin. Really appreciate it. You must stream earlier than I usually do because I never see you on. So you must start like a few hours earlier. Oh my god, it's because he's in Britain. And the three, No Justice MTG also rated me. So thank you so much. He's streaming right now. Kevin's streaming again. What? Wait, Vosh is streaming right now. What's happening? I don't get it. Anyway, the point here is thank you all so much for the raids. There were also a bunch of subscriptions that I couldn't comment on. There was Juzzer, who subscribed tier 1 with Yee, and there was Sir Redstone, who gave a tier 4 subscription. And I talked a little bit in chat. And if you're still here, Sir Redstone, you were mentioning about your you were mentioning a bit about your ideology, like anarcho-syndicalism, and I wanted to briefly touch on that. I think I sent this blog post if you saw it, and I can post the link again in chat. I tried to drop a list of all the like papers or books that I've seen written on quote unquote economic models from socialists, and like I said, the things that I've read from, and it might seem odd to group these together, but I promise their models have a lot more similarity than differences. Left communists and anarcho-communists. And I have been very underwhelmed by their models. The GIK model did not have, in my view, very many functional mechanisms for how firms would work together and negotiate. Basically, the problem with a lot of ANCOM and leftcom models is that they want to do something like negotiate coordination, which other models, more modern models, have talked about explicitly. They want to do something like negotiate coordination, but they don't want to adopt a coercive method in doing so, which fundamentally you need. You need some arbitrator who can say, yep, we are ending the negotiation, you are accepting the terms now, and it's just going to happen. And so I want to give you, if you want one that I think is one of the more fleshed out ones, you could read the GIK one, which is very, it's translated from Dutch. It's a little bit archaic. The second one that's more recent, which I've seen anarchists linking, is the Anarchist FAQ Editorial Collective, or AFEC, which put together a really big, long description of their economic modeling. So I just tend to take the view that a lot of the models, they tend to take the view that some form of negotiation cooperation is possible without a binding arbitration agent that can force you to do so. One of the big reasons that I'm a market socialist is that I think that type of negotiated cooperation can occur in a market context, particularly a context where what I call a regulated market socialist model, where workers have a lot of democratic power. Markets are democratically controlled by society at large through a combination of social wealth fund and consumer-run banks and democratically owned run banks. And market mechanisms force firms to cooperate for their financial well-being and their survival. So the market sort of naturally forms a way to force cooperation and competition between firms. So I've really liked, if you want a short view on what I think, Sir Redstone, it would probably be Beggs 2020, which I think if you have a subscription to Catalyst, you can read it here, but there's also a free version in Jacobin at this one here, which is, I think it's slightly different and slightly shorter, but yeah, Beggs and Mike Beggs, I think, and Ben Burgess and Bhaskar Sankara, who are the people who run, Bhaskar Sankara runs Jacobin, and the other two are contributors to Jacobin. They're writing a book together on market socialism, which I think is going to come really close to what I believe. Anyway. Not trying to force you to do theory reading, but you might like the AFEC one. It tries to formalize a lot of anarcho-syndicalist views, and you might like Beggs if you're considering adopting the correct ideology, which is my ideology. Thank you very much again for the subscription. Anarcho-syndicalist assumes a market, unlike so I have not always found that to be true. A lot of anarcho-syndicalists, especially the left communist type of syndicalist, which in fairness you might be saying they're the communists, they are the ones who want to focus on a purely non-market form of negotiated coordination. There are types of market-based negotiated coordination, and actually, okay, going back to the reaction, there is a whole section which I don't fully agree with. Another set of models that you might like. I group these together again because of their similarity. It's either called participatory economics, or par econ for short, or 2, negotiated coordination. And you might like, which one is it? I'm forgetting which one I most enjoyed. God damn it. You might just then read the classic if you want it. It would be Albert 2003 Par Econ. And I think that in reading this, I very much did not like the proposal because it relied too much on people making rational decisions through democracy alone. Whereas this link, I'll post it again in chat. It's a draft article in Substack that I've not yet released. That is a reminder. Lithic said they missed the stream because they need to turn on notifications. I don't actually know how you turn on notifications, but you should turn on notifications to my site. And if someone tells me how to do so, I will tell you how to do so. You should also like the stream, okay? You should give me a big like-a-rooney over on YouTube because that will send the stream to more people. Every person who sees it, they become a dedicated DSA cadre, okay? They are building socialism. Every person who joins my stream joins DSA, and then they join a union, and then they win control of the union, and then they win a union contract. And then they all strike in Labor Day 2028 together with the UAW in a general strike that brings about socialism. That's right. You are directly building socialism by liking the stream. No exaggeration. Completely correct. Basilisk, what's the argument for having many small banks instead of just one central bank? So a central bank as it currently exists is not like a lending institution as it currently, like as we think about it. A central bank is in charge of monetary policy. But if you were imagining, why not have one lending bank? It's because you don't want to put all of your eggs in one basket. You want banks that have good investment strategies to rise. You want banks that have bad investment strategies to fall, because that tends to produce a more productive economy. That's the market socialist argument, that some degree of firms rising and falling based on their success is really, really, really important for maintaining productivity. And it's hard to do that without a market force, goes the market socialist argument. The argument is that we think of markets as a tool that we want to bind to the people's democratic will, whereas right now we are bound by the market. The market controls us. But if we have strong enough unions, strong enough political control, strong enough like social wealth funds, that we will collectively control the market and try and maintain it. I'm a huge theory buff going through Reflections on Violence. I have not read Reflections on Violence. That's bad on me. Yeah, I try and read my theory, but clearly not enough. Unlike Vosh, who has read all theory. So, I don't know. Loser has been praising my voice, my appearance, and trying to hug me, and I can't tell if this is a Jay or a Jen moment. Was Brianna Wu right? Are you literally Kolmogorov? I saw what you were writing about. So for those who weren't aware, Kolmogorov was a Soviet scientist who kept a lot of cards close to his chest, and he wasn't the only one. There's a phrase in the Soviet Union called kitchen table talk, that the only place you'd be able to have frank political discussions would be with your bubble, basically either your family or a bubble of close friends. You'd come over, you'd have some wine, and you'd talk politics at the table because you couldn't talk it anywhere else. And I think I'm actually extremely forthcoming with my views. I repeatedly profess views that are incredibly unpopular. Like, I talk about things like collectivizing cars and collectivizing housing, collectivizing kitchens. I am not like, I'm pretty upfront with like a bunch of extremely unpopular views. I'm doing a really bad job of hiding my shitty socialist takes so that socialism can win out the truth. Because I think that a culture of truth is so key. I think it's really important for people to be super upfront with their views, because otherwise you get all this coded language, which just destroys intelligibility. It destroys the ability to understand a conversation. So, Sir Redstone says, I do go pog for theory. I hate that phrase, and I love it in another sense. What? Karl Marx made millions of white children into human slushies. What? Okay. Let's see. In my opinion, cars need to be more or less replaced with public transit. The suggestion, the most radical suggestion that I've seen is a like 90% replacement of cars with public transit, plus basically cars as a taxi system with something like Uber as a way to get carpooling insofar as it's possible for people in a direct route. Crab Navy General says, is there a reason I can't super chat? I thought that used to be an option. I actually don't know why you wouldn't be able to super chat on YouTube. If you want to support me, it always gives me way more money if you do it on the site chat. I was great on the panel today. I felt like I did a bad job, actually. I didn't bring it back enough to Palestine. I didn't outline like the socialist case well enough on foreign affairs. Like, I very much felt like I offered like a SOCDEM or progressive view, but I didn't argue for like a liberatory approach to all politics as much as I should have. But I was happy to be there. I am actually very worried. Like, I think it's an underappreciated element of the early Cold War that a combination of Stalin paranoia and US paranoia birthed a really, really, really untrustworthy conflict. There's another world in which Stalin tripped on a nail and Stalin tripped down the stairs and died in 1945, immediately after winning the war, and FDR lived until like 1945, the end of the war. And in that world, there might not have been a Cold War. That's sort of exaggerating it. There still would have been like great power competition, but there might not have been the Cold War that we actually saw, because FDR wanted to do decolonization all over the world, which would have meant less concern from the US that the decolonization movement is going to be taken over by socialists. It also would have meant that instead of Stalin trying to start a Cold War, because he Stalin was like deeply paranoid and also wanted to maintain direct control over East Europe. Initially, Stalin promised that Eastern Europe would have democratic elections in which socialists would just probably win because they liberated the countries. But it didn't happen because he didn't trust the West at all whatsoever, in part because of the Korean War. And the Korean War was, again, a product of partially like the North was aggressive, the South was also aggressive. Both sides were autocratic regimes propped up by their relative sides. The US didn't give a shit about democracy in South Korea, not one bit. Nor did it give a shit about democracy in Taiwan, right? In part because Truman was a centrist Democrat, FDR was a center-left Democrat. So there's another world in which the other good option is that FDR died in 1943 and his liberal Democratic vice president takes power and rules for 8 years, and that world would be insanely good. That world might have led to total decolonization by 1950. which would have been so goddamn good. What's his fucking name? God damn it. What's his name? It's not this one. What's it? I'm totally forgetting the name. He was the vice president of before Truman. FDR vice presidents. Wallace. It was Wallace. If FDR had died in 1943 and Wallace had been in charge of the United States until like 48 or even 52, one, it's possible that the U.S. would have been a proper SOCDEM country. Like even before LBJ, even before the Great War on Poverty, Wallace was left enough that people accused him of working with the Communist Party. It's possible that he would have repealed, like half-tartly, he would have empowered unions, and that alone might have brought the U.S. into like SOCDEM world. And in that world, you have a slightly less authoritarian Soviet Union, not run by paranoid maniacs, which isn't in an existential conflict with the U.S., and a U.S. which isn't in an existential conflict with the USSR. So you might have had way less Red Scare. And two, you might have had the world hegemon basically be a socialist and a SOCDEM country, and that would have been insanely good. And it would have been a world in which we had achieved maybe universal decolonization, hopefully by like 1950, 1955. So like, literally millions of lives might have been saved if liberals had, if Truman hadn't taken power. God fucking damn it. Why couldn't have FDR died sooner? Or later? One of the, it just has to be one of the two. You can't die in 1945, FDR. You have to die in 44 or 46. It's that simple. The war on poverty is something that never gets talked about. It's a bit odd. You think conservatives would be all over it. I actually do think basically the only time that you hear conservatives talk about the war on poverty is to argue that it failed. Conservatives will say that poverty hasn't declined since the 1960s, which is true if you use a really shitty and it's the standard definition of poverty. The reason that measure doesn't work is because that measure of poverty doesn't take into account government benefits. So of course the war on poverty failed when you exclude all of the things that the war on poverty did, right? Like the war on poverty's goal, and it can't just be that suddenly everyone becomes middle class. There are still poor people. Like the war on poverty wasn't a class abolitionist goal. It's not going to abolish poverty in that sense. But in reality, poverty today is roughly a third or a fourth of what it was before the war on poverty. And even like think about what that might mean about how high poverty today would have been under like FDR. For an idea of how radical FDR was at the time, I have to pull up the graph again. Data raw, stock I love showing this graph because you can just see FDR on it. This blue line represents social spending, and every single person until FDR doesn't increase social spending more than to 1% of GDP. FDR comes in, sextuples social spending. It's really hard to understate how much he was a total break with the like combination of fascism and like because of the eugenics and the segregation of 10 million people in the South and anti-welfarist like hyper liberalism of the Democratic Party. Anyway, we should simply do what FDR did, but up here. I simply want FDR to bring us to 50% GDP spending. Is that too much to ask? He perp-tuples it. Don't stop trying to. Perp-tuple will not happen. Stop trying to make purple-tuple happen. Roxy is busy telling us a story about what? Roxy, did you get scammed for $10 on a date? What? When does the benefit stop over investment? That's an interesting question, and it's one that we haven't is not clear. Different social spendings have different returns on investment. Like it's spending on the old mostly keeps them out of poverty, which is a good thing insofar as we don't want humans to suffer, but is not a like quote unquote productive investment. the vast majority of productive social democratic investments are made in young people. Basically, you start at age 0, talking up to like age 40, age 50, thinking stuff like job retraining, education, and so on. There is a point to which like social spending could be so large because you're spending on old people, because you're spending on other unproductive benefits that like it would be detrimental to the economy. But social spending overall, on average, if you box together all social spending, including stuff that is quote unquote unproductive, like keeping old people out of poverty, and stuff that is productive in the sense of like raising like education, it has a net zero impact on GDP in the long run. But it has a enormous effect in reducing poverty. Nick the Stick asks, you mentioned a stream or two ago that the goal for market socialists is to eliminate soft budget constraints. With social wealth funds and public banks, how do you plan on doing this? Social wealth funds and public banks both compete, and because there's some degree of competition involved, either in a social wealth fund if you have multiple social wealth funds, one wealth fund would compete against the other, or if you have one big social wealth fund, it would be individual agents of the social wealth fund that have an investment budget competing for how well they do. That helps eliminate soft budget, which is basically a politically based subsidy to a firm for support of that firm in political elections, or the not wanting that firm to lose, right? It's always possible that a well-connected social wealth fund or people's bank could just boost a firm that should die, but that's true right now, right? Like Uber isn't making any goddamn money, and yet investors are just pumping money into it in the hopes that it eventually will turn an investment. Are they deluded, or are they just hoping to build like a monopoly in the end? I think there's a lot of irrational investment that goes on right now, and the only reason that things stay like semi-rational is because at the end of the day, some degree of competition, some degree of democracy at the local level destroys things that are way too incompetent. So I don't know. I tend to think of it's sort of odd, but the market mechanism mostly operates through good firms grow and bad firms die. And so long as you maintain those fundamentals, I think that you've maintained the elimination of the soft budget constraint. That's the way I'd answer it, Nick. Yeah, Lithic says there's a ton of delusion on the app car delivery Silicon Valley stuff. It's so funny that it's like $10 billion have been invested in Uber, and the only way they're trying to justify it nowadays is doing AI research in cars. But you didn't fucking need Uber for that. Why on God's name would you need a taxi service already set up when you could be doing the research in AI cars from the very beginning? In fact, people were doing research in AI cars without the taxi company. So I'm pretty sure that Uber just like pivoted to whatever seemed a way to sell the company to be profitable to investors. Yeah, it seems very silly. Like the taxi service app was like its own thing, and it would have survived or failed on its own. And the AI car thing was also its own thing. They were married by convenience only because Uber needed a new thing to sell. In my view, here's hoping it works out. AI cars are cool, but not sure it's like an optimal investment decision. TM says, I'm traveling back in time and extending FDR's life by 1 year. Thank you for the compliment, Cynthia Flowers. Yeah, I would love to see FDR live a little bit longer. You went 1v3, you did great. I don't know. I mean, well, whatever. It's not too important. I guess I don't have too many thoughts on the panel other than I was actually glad that we didn't stay too long on the topic of is left anti-Semitism a problem? Because I think all of us agree that anti-Semitism is a problem no matter where it occurs. It's always good to call it out. At the same time, the thing that I wanted to argue for, and I feel might have gotten a lot of pushback, is that we are right now living through the killing of 15,000 or so Palestinians. We are watching the displacement of 1.8 million or so Palestinians. Something that's, if not ethnic cleansing, is goddamn close to it. And in this moment, it feels so much more important to me to call out the people who have power, who are using that power to kill and hurt others, than it is to call out bad elements of our own movement. I think it's worth doing. At the same time, it has to be done in proportion, right? I don't know. I try and post every day, here's in support of Palestine or whatever. At the same time, if your feed is just nonstop dunking on the dumbest pro-Palestinian people, you were ignoring the current horrors going on, right? It'd be as if someone was spending all of their time debunking pro-Ukrainian propaganda, and it's okay, that's fine, but Russia started the war. Russia can end the war. like debunk some of their propaganda too, please. You know, there's a balance that needs to be had. Why does loser keep trying to hug me? I don't get it. Yeah, no. The other thing that frustrated me so much, and I mentioned this to Wick before the show, is that let me just pull it up. Actually, this is the first thing that I wanted to do as a proper segment. So let me pull it up real quick. So Charlie Kirk and Elon Musk have both gone insanely mask off in arguing that Jewish people control the pro-immigration movement in the United States. It's insane. Here is Elon Musk's tweet. So I want to read off some of what he said. He said, Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, or third richest man in the world, depending on how you want to count it, who owns Twitter, one of the largest platforms in the world. He said, quote, "You have said the actual truth," to a message which says, quote, "Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialogical hatred against whites that, we'll watch the video in a second, that the video shows. I'm deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest shit now about Western Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization that these hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much." And again, Elon said, quote, "You have said the actual truth." Jesus Christ. And it actually gets worse when you watch the original context. So here's Musk's tweet. Here's this tweet, which now has 19,000 likes and 1 million views because Elon Musk replied. Elon Musk's support for this tweet has 6 million views, 30,000 likes, and the replies are filled with Nazis, like filled with people posting Nick Fuentes, filled with people posting Holocaust denial, filled with people posting about how everything's controlled by the Jewish people. Here's the video. Oh, that's loud. Here's the video that got them so mad, by the way.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen, spewing all this hatred and ugliness. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
How anyone can see this and think, wow, this is a really anti-white video is completely insane. Any person who can watch this video and be like, wow, this was anti-white propaganda, literally,
What's up, liberal? I love you.
thank you for the subscription, that anyone who can think that this is dialectical hatred against whites is completely insane. Like, literally, I saw Ian Miles Chong argue that this is anti-white because the kid is white. Like, the argument is literally that because this guy is pale, this video is anti-white. And I'll let it play out now. Hitler was white. Ugh, oh my god. Quote, "Hitler was right" was posted 70,000 times last year. There's no looking away from hate. That's it. Like, that's the video. God damn it. Any person who gets mad at this and thinks it's anti-white just hates Jewish people. So, yeah, Hitler fan 99 posted something about how this is an anti-white video, and Elon Musk says, yeah, that's completely true. Jesus Christ. If the couple in the car, if the father and the son had been black, if they had been Muslim, the video would have been completely correct. The whole point is that it's wrong to say things like, quote, "Hitler was right," unquote. Like, the whole point is that you wouldn't say these things to the person in person, so don't say it. Don't be hateful. That's the message. That's it. God damn it. Anyway, Elon was not the only one to go full Hitler today. Charlie Kirk said, quote, Some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. And I'm going to play the full video. This is directly defending Elon Musk's tweet, by the way.
Hello, everybody. Radio stations across the country. Honored to be with you. You can email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Excellent event last evening in Reno, Nevada. It's great to see so many of you. I cannot emphasize enough the win for liberty, the win for humanity, that the liberation of Twitter has meant for all of us. It's remarkable.
Charlie Kirk looking at every single neo-Nazi getting unbanned and going back on Twitter like, the liberation of the American people. Finally, real freedom on Twitter. I can finally talk about the Jews on Twitter. This is what freedom looks like. Oh my God. By the way, this man is in charge of and the spokesperson for the largest conservative campus organization in the country.
Liberating Twitter from what it once was to what it is now is a win for the narrative. It's a win for truth. It's a win as we try to fight back against this uniparty regime, the tyrants, and the authoritarian dictators that are running the country.
Yes, the authoritarian dictators that are running the country, says Charlie Kirk freely on his show, in which he calls them the uniparty that we have to fight against. Oh my God. Look, I'm a big fan of freedom of speech. I'm not a fan of like a lot of shutting down of speech, but he is literally right now telling you that we live in an authoritarian country where freedom of speech does not exist. God damn it.
Elon Musk, even if they shut down Twitter today, will go down as a major hero for allowing us to be able to speak, to question narratives, to get the truth out. Elon Musk got him.
Okay, last thing on this. I just have to ask, viewer, if you've been on Twitter, would you say that the average reply to a tweet is now more truthful or less truthful, thanks to blue checks being boosted up to the top of the replies? Thanks to every neo-Nazi being unbanned. Have you seen more or less truth on average on Twitter? Like, literally the only thing that is good about Twitter, that is more truthful about Twitter today than it was 2 or 3 years ago, is community notes. And that wasn't even Elon's thing. And he actively takes down community notes on his own posts. What are you talking about? When they say truth, they just mean conservative propaganda. That's it.
Himself in a little bit of trouble yesterday. Elon Musk responded to a tweet that I actually don't think the tweet is that smart. I think one part of it is legit, but I think another part of it is not so great. But the essence of what Elon was responding to is a major thought crime in America. That the world's wealthiest man would comment on this is historic. So here's the tweet, and it's responding to a video, and the video was basically a white father with his white son saying to his son, hey, you think that, you know, you're posting online all this anti-Semitic stuff, why don't you go and say this to these Jewish families' face? Pretty powerful advertisement. This is the ad, okay? It's about a minute long. It's a powerful ad. And then a person on Twitter responded to this advertisement, and then Elon responded to the person responding to the advertisement. It's important. Bear with us, because right now Elon Musk is being targeted like never before. Elon Musk was supposed to speak at a summit today, and he has been canceled.
Yeah. You can't... Look. I think it's, for all the critiques I've raised of like quote unquote cancel culture, you can't say that someone's been canceled for saying that Jews control the world. Like, if that's what cancellation is, then it's justified. If you oppose cancellation as like a tactic, you can't say it for like, hey, guy who says I'm a Nazi, and then people are like, I do not want to have the I'm a Nazi guy speak at my conference. That's literally like consequence culture. If that's like the alternate that people proposes when you say actually insanely reactionary things. Oh my God. This is just a defense of cancel culture. Jesus Christ.
They don't want to hear from Elon Musk because they are tarring and feathering him as an anti-Semite. They've come after this program for calling us anti-Semites.
Yeah.
They're coming after Elon Musk for calling him an anti-Semite.
Yes.
So here's the advertisement. It's a powerful ad. Play cut 79.
We watched this.
Okay, so that advertisement then was responded to by this person, the artist formerly known as Eric. Quote, okay, Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of dialectical hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them.
By the way, I don't know if like dialectical hatred has some specific meaning that I'm not aware of, but I don't think dialectical hatred is a coherent statement. I think dialectical is just some Marxist jargon they threw in there to make it sound like it means something. Like, yes, dialectical hatred of white people. I want to take white people and non-white people and synthesize the Hegelian. That doesn't. God damn it.
I am deeply disinterested in giving the tiniest swear word, let's just say tiniest crap, now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of tiniest crap.
Okay, I have to comment on this. There's something so funny about being willing to say that Jewish people control the world, but not being willing to say the word shit. There's something so funny about being a Christian theocrat who wants to impose like an authoritarian control, but he can't swear. Oh my God. We're going to have a world-spanning theocratic hegemon America that literally will not say shit. Jesus Christ.
Now about Western Jewish populations, coming to the disturbing realization that those hordes of minorities that support flooding their country don't exactly like them too much. You want truth said to your face? There it is. Now, let me just say, this is not a very well-written tweet. It's very confusing. I'll go through what they're basically saying here. Half of this tweet is true, half of it I don't like. You want the truth said to your face? There it is. Elon responds, and he says, you have said the actual truth. Now, we don't know what part Elon is saying is the actual truth. So let's...
Okay. If someone says something which features any element which is like Jewish people control the world, and someone's like, yes, that is the absolute truth, you can't be like, maybe he was referring to the parts which weren't about Jewish people controlling the world. If someone said, we literally went over this on the panel just a second ago, if someone said, hey, I think you should read Osama bin Laden's manifesto, it has some really good points about American imperialism, someone would be like, what do you talk? You do not have to hand it to Osama bin Laden. In his pamphlet, which argues that the reason America does all of this is because of Jewish finance capital controlling your country. You do not have to hand it to Hitler.
Let's go through this. Again, it's double negatives and misuse of the word disinterested. It's a strange tweet that Elon pinpointed on here. But the first part is absolutely true. Let's go to this. Jewish communities have been pushing the exact kind of hatred against whites that they claim to want people to stop using against them. Now, I don't like generalizations. Not every Jewish person believes that. But it is true, the Anti-Defamation League was part and parcel with Black Lives Matter. It is true that some of the largest financiers of left-wing anti-white causes have been Jewish Americans. They went...
Okay, I just want to stop here because one, incredibly anti-Semitic. Like deeply anti-Semitic. Two, if your example of an anti-white cause is Black Lives Matter, then I don't give a shit what you believe. Holy shit. Black people saying, and black allies of the black people saying, hey, let's not kill people through police brutality, especially black people. That is not actually an anti-white statement. You want to know who else gets killed by police violence in this country? White people. Like, overwhelmingly, the rate of police violence against white people in this country is something like 10 to 100 times higher than it is in Europe. Like, we're victims of the violent police state too. The Black Lives Matter movement is, in some sense, pro-white because it wants everyone in this country to live in a society free from police violence. Like, Jesus Christ. If you think that that is anti-white people, then you just want more black people to die of police violence. Like, that is unironically his position.
All in on woke, and it wasn't just ADL. It was some of the top Jewish organizations in the country that have done that. In fact, we have seen this with the recent retreat of Jewish donations that are no longer going to be administered to colleges, right? Mark Rowan, Leon Kopperman. Can we get that full list? It's very powerful. The part of the so that's totally true. And by the way, Tucker Carlson reinforces this. So I'm going to it was quite a day on the internet. Tucker Carlson was interviewing Candace Owens. We have
Okay, when Charlie Kirk says anti-white, this is what he means. Any marginalized person says, we'd love to have some rights, please. What cishet white men say, they're gonna hunt me for sport? Black Lives Matter's protesters, like 97% non-violently, protesting against police violence, protesting against mass incarceration. That's the anti-white movement you're pointing to? What white people are they hurting? Unless you're mad that like white police officers can't beat black people. Like, God damn it.
Candace Owens coming up next hour, and Tucker Carlson mentions that Jewish Americans have primarily been financing cultural Marxist ideas. We said this, by the way, last week, and people came after us. We actually said it in a different way. We said, I'm glad that Jewish Americans are reconsidering their financing of cultural Marxism.
There is no other community that people do this about. If someone was like, Unitarian Universalists are overwhelmingly progressive, I would be like, yeah, of course they are. That's like their whole shtick. Like that's what they do. But the reason people focus on Jews is because they don't care that, hey, Jews are progressive. They care because they think Jews are part of a world-spanning conspiracy. Like, when someone says, hey, evangelicals fund all of these conservative movements, they aren't also implying that evangelicals are part of a world-spanning conspiracy to control the earth and its politics. Like, no, they're just saying that evangelicals have a shit ton of money, and they use it to promote, like, reactionary views. The fact that Jewish people use money to promote their views is as bad as it is for any group to use money to promote their views. Like, unironically, whenever people focus in on Jewish groups, it is so fucking weird. Roxy has a very important note that I have 29 viewers on Twitch. Nice.
And people misunderstood it intentionally and slandered us as being anti-Semites. But listen to this. Tucker Carlson is completely correct by saying this, that the philosophical foundation of anti-whiteness has been largely financed by Jewish donors in the country. Play cut 92.
When I said the reason why they care about Jewish financing is because it's more than, hey, people of a given religion lean left or lean right. It has to be part of a global conspiracy. It was 69. Yeah, I said 69. That's why I said nice. They have to be a part of a global conspiracy to promote anti-white ideology. It can't just be that, like, they support progressive ideology. No, it has to be the Jewish financiers and the Jewish philosophy.
However, then I thought, well, wait a second. If the biggest donors at, say, Harvard have decided, well, we're going to shut it down now, where were you the last 10 years when they were calling for white genocide? You were allowing this. And then I found myself really hating
What? White genocide? What white genocide?
Those people, actually. That you're okay with that? On what grounds were you okay with that?
And this is what I've been trying to explain to the pro-Israel lobby, that what you are seeing as lack of support is people that are asking the question is, where were you as we have endured all of this?
You were paying for it, actually.
Right.
You were paying for it.
You were paying for it.
You were calling my children immoral for their skin color. You paid for that.
I'm sure that there were some anti-racist morons who said that all white people are bad and evil because of their skin color. Overwhelmingly, that is not in fact what cultural Marxism teaches. That is not in fact what the Jewish financiers are funding. George Soros is not funding the White People Are Bad Foundation as a, like, Hungarian Jewish person. Like, Jesus Christ.
And
so why shouldn't I be mad at you? I don't understand.
So what Tucker is saying is similar to part of the tweet that Elon isolated. That is true. That, let's just say liberals, but that includes Jewish financiers of liberal causes, didn't really care about University of Chicago having courses that saying, you know, the problem with whiteness. They didn't really care about American Express saying that we must eliminate whiteness. They didn't.
Okay. I think that the language of we must eliminate whiteness was It's so easy for conservatives to take it. And so I think it's like probably optimal not to use that language. At the same time, when you say, I want to eliminate whiteness, you're not actually saying I want to eliminate white people. You're saying that you want to eliminate a society in which people identify as white and non-white and use that as a lens by which to attack other people. Like, when you're saying abolish whiteness, they're saying I want to create a post-racial or non-racial or anti-racist society. Like, it is actually the exact opposite of white genocide. It is literally saying that I want white people to not even be thought of as white, just as people.
In fact, they were supportive of it. A lot of liberals were okay with critical race theory.
Roxy, please stop joking about supporting white genocide in my chat. I don't know that everyone will know that you are white or that you are joking.
Diversity, equity, inclusion. ADL went all in on the BLM type narrative. And ADL is one of many different organizations that were perfectly fine with the growing anti-white wave. Now, to be clear, many of these Jews did not fully understand what they were financing. Their intentions were probably pretty good. As we've said, intentions mean next to nothing here. And I'm sure...
Okay, so Charlie Kirk's current position in this debate is, one, Jewish financiers are behind anti-white movements, and two, the fact that the Jewish financiers weren't actually in favor of the anti-white parts of those movements doesn't matter. What the fuck? Like, what is this ideology? It's literally just, oh, they funded quote unquote anti-white movements, but they didn't intend to, and that's why they're evil and they deserve the hate they're getting, because that's the implicit text of this tweet. Jewish populations coming to the disturbing realization of the hordes of minorities that they've flooded the country with don't like them too much. The whole point of this tweet is that Jewish people, and not just Jewish financiers or whatever, Jewish communities and Jewish populations are to blame for non-white people coming in and doing hatred toward Jewish people. Like, that's what we're defending here. And yet we are at the point where the only thing that Charlie Kirk can even say is that Jewish financiers funded anti-racist movements, some of which included anti-white elements, and they didn't even intend the anti-white elements. That's literally Kirk's argument. Jesus Christ.
Some of the intentions weren't so good, but let's just intentions aside. I'm not that interested in intentions. I'm interested in actions, okay? Intentions are very hard to pinpoint. We get too caught up in the conservative movement on intentions. I learned this from the great Dennis Prager, who says, stop focusing on intentions, focus on the actions. It's a much better way to judge whether or not something is right or wrong. Intentions, as I've said before, and there's a video that went viral, the Nazis thought they were doing good. They convinced themselves that they were doing good, when in reality they were doing some of the greatest evil in the history of the species.
Wow, this is a really compelling argument against people who think that intent is either good or bad. The two options for intent are you think you are doing good things or you think you are doing bad things. And wow, isn't it crazy? Everyone thinks they're doing good things. That must mean that there's no importance of intent because everyone has good intentions. Okay, well, moving on. Anyway, the intentions of the Nazis were bad, actually, because they wanted to do ethnic cleansing. So yeah, the intentions do actually matter. Like, even if the Nazis had never actually been able to do any concentration camps, even if they had beaten to a pulp in 1939, their intentions would have been evil. Yeah, absolutely.
So, again, Hamas thinks they're doing good. I could go through all this, but they're doing evil. So I'm not convinced that somebody's intentions are what matter. Many Jewish financiers culturally given money to George Washington University, Columbia, Yale, Dartmouth, over and over and over again, hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, financing many nonprofits, that many of them are now recognizing and realizing this was a bad idea. So I'm going to build this out because the second part of the tweet I don't like, and it ties into some news that is not so good for AOC. It's not good for Ayanna Pressley. I'm going to isolate that in just a second. But let me just say before I talk about My Patriot Supply, it is sloppy, it is shallow, it is wrong and repulsive to call a great man, Elon Musk, an anti-Semite. It cheapens the label of anti-Semitism. It is not good for anybody.
Look, Elon Musk replies to a tweet which says Jewish people let in the non-whites and now they are reaping the consequences of their decisions. And Charlie Kirk is like, it's messy, it's sloppy, it's disgusting. How dare you call this anti-Jewish? What other ideology is it? What would he be agreeing with in that tweet? What part of this tweet was pro-Jewish? What part of this tweet was not anti-Semitic? Was he just agreeing with the last part in which he says that it's good to say truth to your face? Is Elon Musk simply blacked out? He was reading this tweet and he blacked out over the 2 paragraphs which said Jewish people are to bear responsibility for importing non-white people. And then read the third one said, it's good to tell people truth to their face. And Elon Musk was like, oh my God, I love truth. Are you joking? Is he that much of a moron? He's the richest man on earth. He's got all the time in the world. He could be doing things like not tweeting. Oh my God. Anyway, it is just especially funny that he's ending the... I wanted to replay it because it sounds like he's calling the thing that he shills for sloppy.
It is shallow. It is wrong. To some news that is not so good for AOC. It's not good for Ayanna Pressley. I'm going to isolate that in just a second. But let me just say before I talk about my Patriot Supply, it is sloppy, it is shallow, it is wrong and repulsive.
I agree. My Patriot Supply is shallow, it is wrong, and it is repulsive. Okay? No person should ever buy whatever insane products are hawked by conservative shills like this. Jesus Christ. I don't even know if this man believes anything, but he's one of the loudest, largest voices in the conservative right. He heads the largest conservative campus movement, and he is an open anti-Semite. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. He's a in fact, anti-Semite. He's not an open one. He's an in fact anti-Semite. And he is defending the world's richest man, also an anti-Semite. If you think that the left has an anti-Semitism problem this large, you should be able to point to any leftist with this reach doing something similar. And you don't. You just bluntly do not. Yeah, there have been really, really, really horrible things said by some leftists, basically in defense of decolonization being violent, and that's okay. And that is why they don't bother condemning violence against civilians. And I think that's disgusting. At the same time, this man doesn't just say that all the violence done by Israel is justified. He doesn't just say that we should flatten Gaza. He also thinks that Jewish people control the country. So, like, yeah, this is anti-Semitism plus. Remember, yeah, no, I would just also say, the argument I would often give is that people who would excuse violence against civilians have in fact lost a part of what I think is essential to leftism. I don't want to do that they're the no true Scotsman thing, because I think that they are part of the left movement. They were produced by our same spaces. At the same time, so like we do bear some responsibility to trying to fix that, right? At the same time, I think that when you start downplaying the importance of keeping people alive and safe from violence, you've lost one of the key appeals of socialism, which is that we think capitalism causes social murder. We think that imperialism causes social murder, and we want to build an anti-violent society in that sense. We want to build a society where no person is imposed upon by any hierarchical structure, right? As much as possible, as much as humanly possible. Puppy from Los Andes says, I hate that Stalinists, probably vanguardists, keep pretending that Venezuela is remotely communist. I'm under a goddamn dictatorship. Yeah, it's very, very, like, again, I think it's telling that a lot of the same groups which have been willing to justify violence against civilians are the same groups which don't think that it's important to have a robust democracy inside socialist countries, right? How many people have you seen that like are vanguardists who also deeply, deeply think that North Korea's undemocratic nature is disgusting and anti-socialist, or that China must be democratic to be truly socialist, or that Venezuela should hold free and fair elections, right? You don't, I think, because they don't value democratic, popular input and egalitarian principles as much as other leftists do. Instead, they value anti-imperialism or anti-America as like a principle more than they value democracy. That's the only way that I can think of it rationally. And that's disgusting. I shouldn't say, that's not disgusting, it's wrong. It's ideologically wrong, completely wrong. Paragon Affairs is correct. Lenin was against terrorism and terrorist attacks. I will say that you could plausibly use Lenin to justify stuff like Hamas, because the specific thing that Lenin hated on was called adventurism. And adventurism doesn't mean that he was opposed to all terrorism. He was opposed to terrorism that didn't achieve political ends. Now, I would argue that what Hamas did was not only terrorism, but it was in fact adventurous. What did Hamas gain? What territory did they gain? What rights for Palestinians did they gain? What bargaining did they gain? There are 1.8 million Palestinians displaced because of Hamas's attacks. And what did they gain? What long-term effect have they won? Nothing. It was, in that sense, completely adventurous. Yes, Paragon Affair is saying that Maduro has a red tie is not a defense of Maduro's democracy. Yeah, but so I don't, sorry, sometimes I use the word disgusting. I think I took that from Charlie Kirk, but I try and just use the word wrong because I think disgusting just means the same thing, but using like a different type of emotional language. Yeah, Tiernax says they brought down a part of the border wall temporarily. That's it. Literally, if Hamas had organized like attacks on Israeli military facilities and torn down the entire border wall, I think the reaction would have been so overwhelmingly different that it's hard to believe. But instead, significant portions of Hamas targeted civilian locations. Kibbutzes, it's not kibbutzim, that's the people who live there. Kibbutz, plural, and the Reem rave, the rave at Reem. So like just completely misguided. No military clear objective, no military victories, total failure. It's kibbutzim as a plural, really? I thought that was... Is it the same thing? Huh, apparently kibbutzim is also the term for the plural of kibbutz. That's interesting, I didn't know that. I thought it was referred to the residents. Mo Plum in YouTube chat is critiquing me. They say, Hamas provoked and made the international community focus on them. Stop calling Palestinians disgusting from your comfy house in the middle of Death Star. I think this is completely bullshit. If you are a socialist, you have the right and the duty to criticize anything, anywhere. Marx literally said it. Ruthlessly criticize everything. There is no reason to think that it is wrong for us to criticize a Hamas attack, which, yeah, it brought the international community's focus on them, but why did it bring the international community's focus on them? One, because it was such an insanely horrible terrorist attack that it received universal, literally worldwide condemnation of the Hamas attack. It was so bad that it brought international community focus against the Palestinian cause. If they had attacked military targets, that would not have occurred. The Israeli provocation, the Israeli military response, would still have occurred, even if they hadn't attacked civilians. And that's not a high bar. Just don't mass slaughter civilians. As a general note, I would just note that attacks on civilians have a almost nil win rate. Terrorist attacks on civilians are completely ineffective. All they do is radicalize the group, the people against that group, and radicalize the military against that group. SDL stream is better than the new Hunger Games movie. That's so true. That's right. You're watching the true movie, the people's, the proletariat movie. And that's why you should like the goddamn stream, okay? To lift up the proletarian struggle worldwide to build SDLism, okay? What about the IRA? The IRA overwhelmingly attacked military targets, and their attacks on civilians is part of why a counter-terrorist group was formed by North Irish people. And they did terrorism back to civilians. Terrorism against civilians mostly seems to incur a cycle of violence that just leads to more civilian death. Yeah, absolutely not. The IRA attacks on military targets, and possibly, you can argue that political targets who have direct responsibility for, say, the occupation, that they might also be like valid targets, but I do not think. I think that generally, again, tends to just motivates opposition to you. I'm not sure. I haven't seen any studies which have investigated whether attacks on political targets are effective. The only things that I've seen are attacks on military targets win like 1 in 2 times, and attacks on civilians win like 1 in 100 times. They're pathetic. Vosh has that deep voice though. I've unironically considered doing voice training to sound less like a gay. To sound more like a heterosexual. I think I need to increase my conservative appeal, okay? I've already got the soft boy. I'm already so polite. I'm the politest man on earth, the humblest man on earth as well. I simply need to talk. I just need to talk like this. I didn't talk like a conservative man coming up from the country, talking to you about the truth of the matter. Actually, speaking of the Death Star from YouTube chat, One more thing from Moplum says, Hamas made their issue live as opposed to the Kurdish question. They were about to be sidelined by Israel. The agreement between Saudi Arabia and Israel would not have sidelined the Palestinian cause. The Palestinian cause has been sidelined by the United States for 50, 60, 70 years. Hamas attacking civilians did not bring the Palestinian cause great support. In fact, it lost the Palestinian cause something like 20% support among the American public. It was an embarrassing loss for trying to win over international support. They then ask, Moplum says, do you think the Palestinian question would have been live without the PLO's attack and provoking a reaction from Israel? I, again, have said, I think it is justified to resist oppression against military targets. That's it. Attacking civilians loses you support and doesn't win. That's it. It's adventurous, that's the second point, and it is evil because it's attacking civilians. That's it. This is not a high bar to clear. Virtually every piece of evidence on this says that terrorism against civilians does not work. Left Finance Bro says, you sound like a good econ boy. I think that's just because academics are coded as being gay little nerds. Solo Nobre Must Fall is such a goddamn banger. Yeah, I love the Brigador OST. Have you read the PSPSR poll about Israelis and Palestinians? I have not. I have read the PCSPR poll that a decent chunk, like I think it's 1 in 5 Palestinians and 1 in 6 Israelis will be willing to support the expulsion of the other group for the purpose of securing a one-state solution. So not good. Really not good. Yeah. What I would point to is that it is probably true that to get international attention on your cause, you have to do some sort of grand action. But simply because you've gotten attention does not mean that attention is positive. If all Hamas had done is motorize 100 bulldozers and tear down every border fence, I think there would have been worldwide protests in favor of Palestine on the same day. Like, unironically, you might have seen an outpouring of pro-Palestinian support the day of. But instead, pro-Palestinian rallies took days to emerge, except those that were like hastily thrown together by groups which have been doing this all the time. And those ones often ended up like praising the actions of Hamas, which again, like the praising of actions by Hamas got so much negative coverage in the US press that again, it arguably worsened the position of the pro-Palestinian cause in the US, which is the only country that still supports Israel completely 100%. And if the US does not stop supporting Israel, we're probably never going to see a two-state or one-state solution. We need a math segment. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We need more graphs. Where's the graph on this? Let me actually show, while we're on this, where is it? Where you go? Just to speak to what I was talking about, this is a graph of YouGov polls since 2011 on support for, among Americans, for the Palestinians, both sides equally, or Israelis. And what you'll notice is this black line is misplaced, but this part here, on the 8th, was taken the day after the attack. And what do you notice? The day after the attack is this jump here, which on this graph equates to about a 15% loss. I'm sorry, a 15% increase in support for Israel. After the attack, support for Israel among the American public went up 20%. It's still up about 15 points relative to what it was before the attack. Support for Palestine is no higher than it was before the attack. That's even despite weeks of Israel killing thousands of Palestinians. In fact, the only group where support for Palestinians has grown is among Democrats. And even then, it's only slightly ahead of what it was before the attacks. So I just want to be clear that, like, yes, polling isn't everything. Yes, popular opinion isn't everything. If Hamas could have won, like, a military victory that would have freed Palestine or whatever, great. But if they didn't do that, they did an adventurous loss that lost them enormously. This loss here represents something like 50 million Americans turning against Palestine. That's really bad. Like, that's terrible. Free Palestine. Yep, absolutely. Palestine should deserve, all people deserve to be free. That includes Palestine. That includes Ukraine. That includes Taiwan. But Palestine right now deserves to be free of the crushing ethnic genocide, the crushing bombing, the indiscriminate killing of civilians by the Israeli military. Absolutely. One second. While we're on the topic of the Death Star, ooh, I have to turn off the Brigador OSD. I'm in a DSA meeting. Is chat behaving? Yes, there's no Nazis anymore. SDA versus algebraic topology. I refuse to study topology. My brain cannot handle it very well. I literally, when I do like IQ tests, which ask you to translate like a picture, I generally have to think of it in terms of numbers, like 1, 2, 3, 4. Like I'm so bad with it. I am literally the anti-shape rotator. Actually, speaking of that, okay. Chat. Can you picture things in your head? I know this has been discussed, but like I forget the name for it. The ability to picture things in your head is something that I completely lack. Like if you ask me to picture an apple in my head, I can think for like a millisecond of like the outline of an apple and then it disappears. I can't think of it at all. I can't do it with faces. I can't do it with anything. I think it might be, and that's not eidetic. That's a memory thing. And so, like, I actually read a study that apparently there are 5 groups of people based on how much they can visualize things. Those who can't visualize it at all, which is roughly where I am. People who can visualize, like, a gray outline. People who can visualize gray outlines with, like, features. People who can visualize gray outlines with, like, 3D dimensions. And then people who can visualize, in full color, like, fully realistic. And apparently all 4 of those groups that can visualize at all have a marked advantage in spatial reasoning. So I am literally a shape anti-rotator. So if you needed proof that I'm dumb and an NPC, you've got it. There's no internal thought process going in here. Only words. No images. Fudge Smith says, I can lift things with my mind. I'll show you, but you have to give me $5 and turn around. iPod says, that's why you love numbers and stats. I unironically think that is true. Because I have such a hard time visualizing stuff, except through like numbers, I have to create the pictures themselves. Learn topologies, there's no shapes, it's all sets of numbers. That's literally the only way that I can think of topology. It's so bad. Brain empty, no thoughts. God, I wish. Speaking of living on the Death Star, I wanted to cover a video and a general topic among the left that I think merits discussion while we are about a year away from the election. I think that always talking about voting is somewhat counterproductive. However, yet again, voting discourse has reared its head. I really liked this video. I don't agree completely with it. Its author is slightly to the left of me. However, I really liked this video and its approach to how people often think of voting as a stain against their soul, rather than a small action you take and the first step in a broader process. It's by a person named Third Person, and I'll link the video in chat in just a second. But this is a cutout portion of a longer video, which I think does a good job of summarizing a lot of the correct view on how voting matters.
You benefit materially from over 800 military bases in 85 countries around the world. You live on the fucking Death Star. So every day that you get up and go to your job, where taxes are taken out of your check before you even get it, you support the genocide. You're already in it. It's already a part of the world that you live in.
So I want to slightly disagree with this segment. I think that insofar as you are a non-voluntary participant in like the US capitalist system, insofar as you pay taxes without a choice, you are not responsible. You are not like a active participant in U.S. imperialism, in U.S. involvement for ethnic cleansing. At the same time, if you think that voting does make you complicit, then that same logic would also make you complicit by paying taxes. The same logic would say even your minor participation by paying taxes would make you complicit in US imperialism. You could simply leave. Yeah, it would be a great expense, but you could leave. Voting gives almost no power to politicians. It actually doesn't matter whether Joe Biden gets more or less votes. All he cares about is whether he wins versus Trump. If he wins by 3 votes or 3 million, that doesn't give him power per se. It does maybe give him political power among like the elites who give him more trust, but doesn't give him power to like do more imperialism or do less imperialism. The only thing that matters among like the ruling class is whether they think that you are a political threat or a political benefit to them. So I just want to say, I do not take the view that either voting or paying taxes makes you complicit. However, I think that if you want to say voting does make you complicit, it does make you complicit to pay taxes, to be a participant in the system. It's either or. You can't have both.
Said there's no ethical vote in democracy, the same way there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. That's not really correct. There is no ethical vote in two-party, first past the post democracy. So you have to decide whether you will petulantly stay home and increase the likelihood of somebody who will not rescue you from being complicit in the genocide. They're not going to take you out of your citizenship. Unless you happen to be brown, then that could actually happen, you know? Like, there are ways that things could get materially worse with genocider B than they would be with genocider A. And just like you don't get to choose where your tax dollars go right now, but you go to work anyway because you've got to eat, I'd like you to recognize that, like, there are many people who have issues in their life that are beyond what you can comprehend in yours. And those people tactically and in an organized fashion pull the lever for the blue party.
I again think this is worth noting. One of the frustrating bits of this discourse is that it has highly focused on how bad Biden is. It's worth noting that the majority of people who are marginalized in this country vote for Democrats because they are marginally better. They have made the less evil calculation. And yeah, they decide that the blue party is less evil. If you think that Biden is complicit in a genocide, then so would Trump. And there's no other feasible option. Anyone who tells you that voting for a third party saves you, throwing away your vote doesn't save you. If you are complicit by voting, you're complicit already. You're already paying taxes. You're already a participant in the system. You will not be saved by voting for a party that can't win. You will not be saved if Trump wins, right? In fact, the only thing that happens if Trump wins is that it gets worse for people domestically and for people abroad.
Because they've weighed the options, they understand the limited viability of a third party, and they don't believe that casting a protest vote reduces the most harm. And they don't believe that staying home is registered as a vote at all, or any sort of feedback. In order for you to look through your phone, at me looking through my phone, kids had to die. Workers had to be suppressed. Boots had to be on the ground, guns in hand. To make this possible, to make it affordable for us at the expense of the global south, given that that's what we already live in, and that we have a franchise where we can nominally choose between a shitty option, a marginally less shitty option with strong political viability, and much less shitty options with near zero political viability.
I think it got cut off by the Twitter length, but he just goes on to say that if your three options are like objectively bad, slightly better, and something with zero political viability, then your option is probably to pick the one that has political viability to make things slightly better. That's it. So I personally disagree with the view that either voting or paying taxes makes you complicit. But that's sort of the point to me. Voting is not a stain on your soul. Voting is something you do because you think you can slightly shift the balance of power, that you can slightly affect how politics works, and you aren't voting for the option that you bear moral responsibility for. You're voting for the least bad option. That's it. Like he says, there is no true free choice in a two-party first-past-the-post democracy. Of course you can't vote for the party you want to. Nobody can. There's very, very, very few people that can vote for exactly what they want in this country. In fact, a lot of centrists vote Democrat or Republican because they think that it's closer to their views, even though it's to their left or their right. There are very few people who are exactly in line with the Democratic Party, exactly in line with the Republican Party. Everyone is making a compromise and exercising their power. But because people do that, that results in a system where the US is a world hegemon. That results in a system where right-to-work laws dominate in half the country. That results in a world where unions have declined an enormous amount. It's important to realize, I think as an extension I would make to this, is that voting is, you can think of it as either the first step or the last step. Voting is the first thing you do before you get on to real organizing. Or, if you're already doing real organizing, voting is just one step you take while you get on to other things. It's something you already do because you're a committed organizer. I think it's worth noting that real power largely does not come from voting. And the people who've talked on Twitter of saying stuff like, hey, what if we threaten to withhold our vote until Joe Biden supports a ceasefire? That is an effective way of making a demand of Joe Biden to do something. The problem is that to do that in a way that communicates that demand effectively to Joe Biden, you need to do so through an organization of some kind. You need to be able to present a demand to Joe Biden to say, hey, if you don't do this, we will vote against you. If you're not in an organization, you can't do that. If you aren't working with an organization, you can't do that. What organization are people who are telling you, don't vote Joe Biden, we'll do this as a way to extract concessions from him, are they telling you to join? When you see someone tell you not to vote, do they then follow it up with, and you should join XYZ organization? Generally, this stays as a purely online conversation, I think because for a lot of people, if you're not organized, then the most important political action you take is voting. And so to someone who does nothing more than vote, it seems like a monumental choice to vote for Biden or Trump or whatever, because that's the only choice you're doing. That's all of your political advocacy. So yeah, of course it's monumental. But in reality, it's not. Voting is tiny. Voting takes 10 seconds. Sorry, not 10 seconds, 10 minutes on average for an American to do. It is a tiny action that you should take and just check off the leftmost viable option. And that's it. And if you want to do real power, if you want to really change long-term trajectory, you need to join an organization. If you're a socialist, you should join the DSA. If you're a progressive, you should look into groups like Our Revolution, Progressive Victory, and I used to recommend the Sunrise Movement, but I've heard bad things about it. But Sunrise Movement, you want to look into an organization of some kind, which can find a way of converting your energy into long-term change. Bluntly, a lot of effective long-term change is boring, but it's real power. Let me pull up another tweet. It's worth remembering that the Iraq protest, the anti-Iraq war protest, was the largest in world history. Millions of people marched all across the United States and millions more across the world. And it didn't stop anything. It didn't build an anti-war movement on its own. Reading from Anti-Nate Silver, who's a DSA member, one of the first things I learned when I moved from the disorganized left, meaning you're just a leftist on Twitter, you're just a person who holds left beliefs. When I moved from the disorganized left, I learned that most of the flashier, individualistic ways of confronting power, such as direct action, were often way less effective than mundane modes of action done in concert with other people, such as phone banking. A lot of power comes down to having a list and calling people on that list and getting elections to swing your way. A lot of power comes down to showing up to city council meetings. And it's not as flashy, but it's real power. And he'll talk about this. While the first half of this revelation, the relative impotence of individual radical gestures, is a tough pill to swallow at first, if you can understand the second half, the collective power of persistent and boring organizing, then you start to feel real power for the first time. I think that I got a lot of these feelings that emerged from the Build Public Renewable Acts in New York State. DSA engaged in a series of protests, they won 6 elected seats, and they engaged in a ton of lobbying to get Build Public Renewables Act enacted into New York State law. And so now, New York will be creating a public-owned electricity utility. That's real power. It's a sense of power that I haven't seen. Like, I don't know that we've created a public option like that anywhere in the country. In fact, I have seen that pointed to as one of the most progressive policies enacted in the state level in the past 30 years on climate. So I think it's important to be like, hey, these wins are real and they're lasting. That win will last 5-10 years from now. And now what can you do? You can do something else. You don't have to be constantly protesting because you've made a win that now builds its own power. That public utility will be winning supporters and winning people to your cause, even when you're not actively calling people for it. Nate says, what brought me into DSA was seeing these two lessons play out during the 2020 uprising. I watched dozens of well-intentioned radicals try and replicate the symbolic effect of the 3rd Precinct burning, only to be gradually shut out of power and reduced to glorified advocacy groups. Meanwhile, I watched a coordinated phone zap campaign by Aaron Araf successfully get dozens of New York City councilors to return PBA money. That's the Police Association of New York. Later that summer, I saw a Zoom room of only a dozen folks successfully oust the congressman of 30 years. We punched so far above our weight. I think it's worth noting that a lot of campaigns that DSA has won, there's literally a dozen people doing the canvassing. We're not talking about like 100 people even. You individually can make an effect. You individually can have about a 20 to 100 times multiplier on votes, for example, if you canvass. That doesn't seem like a lot, but a lot of elections are decided by less than 1,000 votes. Ilhan Omar won her Democratic primary by 2,800 votes. That equates to something like 280 canvassers. That's not a lot of people. You can have a lot of power if you direct it in an effective way locally. The months and years that followed only cemented this lesson as the number of people doing direct action dwindled. Black Lives Matter protests have faded away. Folks who avoided electoral strategy could only make external demands on liberal politicians, and those liberal politicians weren't sympathetic because they weren't from these movements. We've all become electoralists, but only some of us built the infrastructure to be successful electoralists. And I think this is a really key note. Think of what a lot of socialist groups do, and think of the voting discourse on Twitter. It's always, let's threaten to withhold our vote so that Biden will act differently. You're an electoralist. You're literally an electoralist. You're just a really shitty one. You don't have the infrastructure, the organization, to withhold your vote in an effective, organized fashion and demand a single concession for doing so. You are a bad electoralist who's trying to do electoralism, which requires an organization, which requires collective action, but doing it through individuals. It doesn't work. Of course not. You have to join an organization. If you want to be an effective electoralist, you have to join an organization. Radicals reduce themselves to pressure groups, while New York City DSA elected a socialist caucus that began block voting in direct alignment with our organization's principles. I want to emphasize how jarring this was for me. I considered myself triangulated between being an anarchist, a Maoist, and an abolitionist. I wasn't any of those things in reality, because politics is what you do, not the identities that you claim or the identities you consume. Because I was deeply skeptical of state reform, reformism, and electoralism as strategies, because I was deeply skeptical of state reform, seeing those who reject reform fall back into a flimsy, weak reformism, while those who emphasized reform endured against the attempts to co-opt them, went against everything I thought I knew about politics. But this was because I had never done politics, I'd only read about it. Again, I just think this is a really key message. An unorganized socialist is a liberal with edgier slogans. That's the key to understanding all of this. If you post on Twitter about doing a revolution, you aren't actually doing a revolution. You are a liberal who talks about doing a revolution. That's it. If you realize the vast majority of the working class have unformed, fluid, heterodox politics, then you instead select strategies based on politicizing them, using popular appeals to win over skeptics and get them involved in the political process. A really useful set of terms that I've learned are, 1, the political ladder or the organizational ladder. Most people are not actively involved in politics. In fact, 4 in 10 Americans don't even vote. Of the 6 in 10 Americans that vote, they barely do anything more than that. 40% of Americans just vote and do nothing else. About 10% of Americans vote, donate, and canvass. And about 1% of Americans vote, donate, canvass, and engage in a whole bunch of events all in 1 year. It's 1% of people who are actively engaged in politics. There is another 80% that are only marginally associated with politics. They hear about it on the news, those are the non-voters, or they vote and they hear about it on the news. That's it. Those people you can win over and move up the organizational ladder. The other term that I've heard that I quite liked is the organizational onion. Okay, and reading theory from Shrek, an onion has many layers. There are your supporters in the outermost layer, and mostly they do stuff like vote or maybe donate money. As you move up the organizational ladder and deeper into the onion, you move into a group of activists, of active members, who try and actively hold events. They might hold things like tabling. They might hold phone banks. They might go out and canvass. These people actively move the movement along, and they are recruited from the supporters. They don't come from the ether. They are recruited from the supporters. A supporter got activated and moved up the ladder to become a supporter. A supporter moved up the ladder and became an activist. And then you have the active core at the inside of your movement, the people who actually run things. And again, these people are overwhelmingly recruited from active members. If you want to have an active movement, you need to be actively building up that ladder all the time. Your activism can't amount to talking about how voting sucks on Twitter. Your activism can't amount to doing a reading club. It can't talk about doing revolutionary action. You have to actually do things which get people involved in an active process, because otherwise they will always stay just a liberal with edgier slogans. Finally, our present political moment has once again vindicated this socialist theory of change. What's pressuring the Biden administration is not radical threats by a small number of individuals. It's the collective impact of the Ceasefire Now movement on public perception. Again, we've seen a 10 to 20 point rise in support for Palestinians among the Democratic voting public. Of course, Biden cares about that. He needs to get reelected. Biden freaked out when he saw loss of support for his administration among people who support Palestine. He freaked out when he saw polls showing that 75% of Democratic voters support a ceasefire. Of course, that's like, he's not a socialist. He's not someone who deeply cares about the Palestinian cause. The only thing that moves him is the power that we can exert. And the only way we can do that is by shifting popular opinion, which demands having huge voices like electeds to move that opinion, and 2, getting out campaigns to change Congresspeople's votes, which is what we've done. The SA has called 300,000 times to Congresspeople to demand that they support a ceasefire. And it's working. Cori Bush, a former protest nurse who got her organizing chops fighting police terror in Ferguson, knows this. That's why her messaging hasn't framed a ceasefire as a radical position, but as a common sense policy. She knows that Palestinian liberation requires winning the public's hearts and minds. So I think all of this is really important to internalize. If you have power as a group, you have power as an organization. It's frustrating to me that as people shifted from, there felt like there was an anarchist phase in 2019 where everyone who was a socialist, including myself at the time, identified as an anarchist. And I strongly remember people shouting, strongly repeating the slogan that the individual is weak, the union makes us strong. It's only collective power that gives us our strength. We do not have money, the right does, the center does. We only have people. The only thing that we can do is organize. So if you aren't organized, you're not making a difference. So yet again, you should join DSA, and if you're not a socialist, you should probably join our revolution or Progressive Victory. As a last note on this one, I wanted to play some insane clips from Republicans, just for an idea of all this. One, I think it's important to remember that voting is not a stain on your soul. You're voting for the left most viable option. 2, they are in fact the left option. I've seen a lot of people downplaying the difference between the Biden administration, which has hesitantly been saying, please don't do a genocide, Mr. Netanyahu, behind the scenes. The Trump administration would be saying, pedal to the metal, Mr. Netanyahu, here's 10,000 missiles and we're going to help you bomb. Here's a clip from the recent presidential debate among Republican primary candidates.
As President of the United States, what would you be urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis.
I would be telling Bibi, finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas.
Finish the job once and for all.
The first thing I said to him when it happened was I said, finish them. Finish them.
I would
Finish them. Finish them.
tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border, and then I'll tell him as President of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our southern border.
If you
Ramaswamy is smoking some terrorist kush and also endorsing the flattening of Gaza.
You want to stop the 40-plus attacks on military personnel in the Middle East, you have to strike in Iran.
As President of the United States.
And then, of course, Tim Scott says we should invade Iran. We should be bombing Iran. So again, I want to be very clear. The options here are Joe Biden saying, please put on your brake a little bit, Mr. Netanyahu. Please give some water to the Palestinians. And the Republicans are somewhere between flatten Gaza and invade Iran. Okay, that's just all of the other Republican candidates, none of which are going to win the presidency. What does Mr. Trump think? Here's Trump speaking at the Republican Jewish Coalition.
He's the most incompetent president. When I'm back in the White House, the United States will stand with Israel all the way, 100%, without hesitation, without qualification, and without any apology. We're not going to be apologizing. We won't be apologizing.
So we should stand with Israel with no apology, 100%. Earlier in the speech, or possibly later, he jokes about being 110% support for Israel. He supported Israeli settlements to the degree that one of the settlements in West Bank is literally named the Trump Heights. This guy is so pro-Israel that he's not... Biden, every week or so, has put out a statement saying something like, we respect the Palestinian right to an independent nation state. We do not support the settlements in the West Bank, while also tacitly supporting the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Trump wouldn't be doing that. Trump would not be talking about the right of Palestinians to a state, like all people have to a state. He'd be talking about finishing the job.
We're not going to be apologizing. We will fully support the Israelis in their mission to ensure that Hamas is decimated and these atrocities will be avenged. They will be avenged. In many ways, they'll be avenged. I think even beyond what you're thinking about. Joe Biden's weakness caused the attack on Israel. Pure weakness and incompetence. Everywhere he goes, Biden's weakness provokes war and death because, as history shows, evil only respects one thing, unyielding strength.
Okay, he didn't give that the flair it deserved, but I want to repeat what he said. Evil respects only one thing, unrelenting strength. He has said that the only reason that Hamas attacked is because Biden was too weak, and that Israel should avenge, even more than you're thinking of, the crimes done against it. So, yeah, he would absolutely be demanding even harsher responses to Hamas.
Got to be strong, otherwise they're going to be taking over and they're going to be doing things that you wouldn't even believe. When I'm back in the White House, America's enemies will now once again, and they're going to know it, that if you try to kill our citizens, we will kill you. We will kill you. I told them all that. We had no problem. You know, we had no problem. 3 years ago, we had no problem. For 4 years, nobody even... This is unthinkable. I mean, I just watch and see what's happening. It's unthinkable. This couldn't have happened. Mark, couldn't have happened. Although you maybe were more deeply involved than anybody, but I don't think you even believed a thing like this could have happened, Mark. If you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of yours. We do not...
Listen to the crowd, man.
And we're doing it because...
So again, he didn't give that one the flair that it deserves because he is entering dementia mode and he is reading off a teleprompter and possibly drugged out of his mind. But he was so proud of that gallons of blood quote that he reposted it on his shitty Twitter clone. When I am back in the White House, America's enemies will know once again that if you try to kill our civilians, we will kill you. If you spill a drop of American blood, we spill a gallon of yours. I also wanted to mention that it's not just Palestine. That Trump is not just bad on Palestine. The Republicans are not just bad on Palestine, but as Third Person noted, they're bad on everything. Here's a New York Times headline: Sweeping raids, giant camps, and mass deportation inside Trump's 2025 immigration plans. If he regains power, Trump not wants only to revive some of the immigration policies criticized as draconian during his presidency, but expand and toughen them. Trump literally plans to deport all undocumented residents of the United States. That's 10 million people. 10 million people who have lived here on average 10 years, 10 to 25. He wants to tear up their lives and send them out. So again, when we talk about brown people, it might get physically worse for, their rights might be actually destroyed under Trump presidency. Yeah, he's not just going to destroy rights in Palestine, he's going to destroy rights here too. He's also saying insane things about Veterans Day. Here's a post from Demon Mama. I'm just going to read it off from, again, Truth Social. In honor of our great veterans on Veterans Day, we pledge to you that we will root out the communists, the Marxists, the fascists, and the radical left thugs that live like vermin within the confines of our country. I have to pause for a minute. Note the word vermin and note the phrase root out. He wants to root out the communist vermin, to root out the Marxist vermin, to root out the radical left vermin. The vermin within the confines of our country who lie, cheat, and steal on elections. He's still an election denier, and will do anything possible, whether illegally or illegally, to destroy America and the American dream. The threat from outside forces is far less sinister, dangerous, and grave than the threat from within. The threat from within. Everyone in this chat, there's a decent chance that he thinks you are the threat from within. He's called for impeaching Rashida Tlaib. He's called for impeaching Ilhan Omar. He's called for impeaching AOC. He's not just talking about radical communists. He's talking about any goddamn socialist. Despite the hatred and anger of the radical left lunatics who want to destroy our country, we will make America great again. Yeah, great again by returning to the 1919 Harper goddamn raids. Return to the goddamn Red Scare. And I don't have it pulled up here, but when a Trump spokesperson was asked to defend this statement, the Trump spokesperson said something to the effect of, anyone who thinks that Trump is calling for the rooting out of all communists is a moron, and when we take power, you'll know exactly what's coming to you. I did just want to end this section all. So Republicans suck. Trump sucks. There's a real risk of Trump, Trump's gonna try and overturn the election if he wins. He's gonna try and overturn the election if he loses. But if he wins power, it'll be way easier for him to overturn the 2028 election. He is going to replace the entirety of the civil service with Trump appointees. He is intentionally going to try and deport 10 million people, a massive ethnic cleansing. He is going to pursue a foreign policy that's based on killing and strength. He would support Israel 110%. And if he's not the winner, the other Republicans would have Israel finish the job. I did want to note that in a slight disagreement, and in a slight disagreement with the post that I read earlier about direct action, I do think that direct action can matter. I just want to argue that direct actions like the one shown here, and I have two of them.
Dramatic demonstration at the Port of Oakland. Protest.
That direct actions as shown here are best paired with a movement that can direct the energy around them into a long-term change. In Oakland, protesters stopped the deportation of a ship for about 10 hours. by 3 people got up on the ladder that was used to board and exit the ship, and that stopped the ship from departing, and then it departed about 10 hours later. So direct action worked. It did slow down the war effort, but by 10 hours. In Tacoma, that's not what I wanted to do.
Protesters blocked a ship for hours that was headed to the Middle East. The group says that the ship is headed to Israel to deliver weapons and other military equipment. That same ship, by the way, now on its way to Tacoma.
And Fox 13's Dan.
So I just wanted to be clear that like this direct action, it was a good thing. It did energize people. It's good to do. But also keep in mind the message of that tweet, that this direct action, although it was flashy, although it did stop the war effort a tiny bit, even though, as IvePod says, these folk are based, what long-term change did it win? Did it stop the crimes? It might have slowed them down a tiny bit. And as Najawin says, there was actually no evidence that these ships were in particular going to Israel. That's my understanding as well when I looked into it. There's no evidence these were particularly going to Israel. But given that we are illicitly supplying weapons to Israel, and this is a military ship for the purpose of supplying weapons, it's reasonable to assume it's there, it's Taiwan, it's somewhere. So there's some chance that they slowed down the ethnic cleansing in Gaza a little bit. But because we haven't won political power, we can't change this in the long run. We can't change it in a way that really stops the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Until we win a ceasefire from Biden, a ceasefire from even a majority of congressional Democrats, there's pretty much no hope of meaningfully changing the overall situation. We need long-term political power. Direct action can only, direct action of this type can only slow down the killing. Tiny bit. This is the reason why I think it's so key that people have to get organized and you have to maintain action even when the war is not occurring. You have to be building political power. Even when there's no protest you can go to, you have to be building political power. And the only way to do so is an organization. It's why I keep shilling the DSA. It's why I keep shilling groups like Our Revolution. If you're not organized, then you don't have any power outside of protests, and protests have almost no lasting power. And that sucks, but that's the way that you build real power. It's boring phone calls, it's boring canvassing, and it's great get-togethers with your DSA comrades. It's great meetings with your Our Revolution comrades. So, join an organization, join DSA, get involved, build power. You can do it. We have people, they have money, and when we organize, we win. AOC unseated the 3rd most powerful Democrat in Congress because she had popular support. DSA has grown every election, our electeds. We won 6 in 7 of our races this last election because we have people. And when people turn out, we win. It's really that simple. But you have to get organized. Yeah, get screwed, Crawley. Absolutely. Wokeism will triumph. Every chatter is a wokist warrior. That's right. We are seeing this fight through to the end. Wokeism will finish the job. I hope that Biden lives to 100 and outlives Trump out of spite. Absolutely. We are the Giga-Wokies. I am a social wokist warrior. A woke moralist commissar. Do svidanya, comrade. Wait, that's the wrong reading. Sorry, my bad. Najawin, you're saying that Jewish Voice for Peace is this astroturfed organization. It's not, and Lonerbox is skeptical of them. All I will say is that in my experiences, talking with people who are members of JDPP or talking with people who participated in their protests, I know 2 or 3 Jewish DSA members who were involved in their protests, spoke highly of them, spoke as if most of the members of the protests were Jewish. Clearly at some of the events, they were able to fluently chant in Hebrew or Yiddish. So So I haven't done like a deep dive. Maybe there's sketchy details, but the actual protesters involved in the movement have been very good in my views. It's possible, as Tyrnak says, that the leadership is sketchy. Possibly. I don't really... If the leadership is sketchy, I'm not going to tell you to join JVP. In fact, I've never told people to join JVP because JVP isn't a mass organization that can build power. The only things I've told people to use is use JVP's phone caller so you can call your congresspeople. Doesn't really matter whether the leadership is good or bad. Their phone bank works. And to participate in specific JVP protests, which have received positive coverage and have shifted the narrative. So... Somniostatic says, I'm learning to play a Yiddish song on guitar. Let me pull up, what is it? No, this isn't the one. Instead of these banger bops, we're gonna go to, is it, do I have, yeah, let's do the Cancel. This is a Yiddish song. You won't be able to understand the lyrics, but I can pull them up on screen.
1, 2, 3, 4, Arbeitslose sehnen mir, nicht Gehör Kadosh im Land, in Fabrik dem Hammerglanz.
1, 2, 3, 4. We are jobless. No longer are we in the factory. In silence, the doors have closed. That's the TLDR. We are cold. We are forgotten.
Liegen Kehl im Kalt vergessen, es nimmt der Schaber sich scheint fressen, gehen mir herum in Gas, wie die Queer im Pust und Pass, wie die Queer im Pust und Pass. 1, 2, 3, 4, Arbeitslose sehnen mir, ohne Baguette, ohne Heim, unser Bett ist Erdenleim, hat noch wer was zu genießen, teilt man sich mit jedem Biesen, Wasser will ich wir im Wein, gießen mir in sich herein, gießen mir in sich herein.
It's a goddamn banger. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, Arbeitslose sehnen mir, nicht Gehör Kadosh im Land. Goddamn, such a banger. Why didn't I stream yesterday, you coward? Because I had the Noah Smith and Brianna Wu thing today, and I forgot about it. Waltzy's stuff like this is so goddamn good. No, I completely agree. It's, there's a name for this. Klezmer Jewish music, very top tier. Great. It's got the beat to it, I think, I unironically think it's the beat, which makes it bop. It's the combination of, like, Waltzy, there's the tonality to it, the song, I don't know. I'm a fan. The song ends... Banger. Anyway, need more songs like this. That's the Jewish leftism I want to see, okay? Where is my Jewish polka leftism nowadays? Daniel Kahn does some great covers of these old Yiddish songs, by the way, if you're interested in stuff like this. Daniel Kahn and the Painted Bird. Back to the tech music. I'm minutes away from potential blackout, so if I fall in sudden silence, you'll know why. That's really fucked up. I'm sorry to hear that. It's a sad song. You wouldn't be able to tell that of just the sound. Yeah, no. The whole song's premise is that we've been cast out of work. We have nothing to eat. We're in cold. We are jobless. We have to march for our jobs. We have to fight for our rights. But the bop to it makes it's okay. I feel like it's unironically a good example of a song where like the chords, the beat, the background are positive and the lyrics are negative. Don't you worry. It's incredibly common. I'm sorry to hear that, puppy. It's been great to have you here. Cigarettes after sex background music, though? I have no idea what that means. How would you take that? How do you relate mentally the klezmer, like, waltzy to post-sex cigarettes? Have I listened to Einheit Front's Yeah, I mean, I don't completely agree with the Einheit Front's lyrics, because it does say that it's a worker's job alone to build the socialist movement, in short. And I think that's more of like I think it's important to remain a class struggle socialist organization and also recognize that that sort of view that only workers in usually a narrow manual worker sense can build socialism is incorrect. That, like, if there's any hope for socialism in the modern movement, it has to include service workers who weren't often included in a lot of early socialist movements. It has to include a lot of people who are like upper middle class, educated professional types, because that's the working class nowadays. SDL is getting old, it seems. How am I getting old? What's old about all this? And yeah, I am getting old. Okay, my bones creaking, my back hurting. Oh, back does actually hurt. God damn it. I've been shrimping for this stream. What always happens is I try and sit up straight, like this. And then whenever I want to talk, I get in like this, and I sort of shrimp over. Whenever I'm talking to y'all, I'm like this. I'm giving you the hunchback view. Live hunchback feed. Imaginary MDA says, I always forget Yiddish is basically German. If you understand some basic Russian and a decent chunk of German, yeah, you'll get like 90% of Yiddish. It's very cool. Like the 1-2 dry fair is literally just German, in my view. Mo Plum, speaking on the previous segment, says, if Trump does that, I'm not sure what in particular to. America loses all credibility on the international stage and Putin wins a diplomatic settlement. I'm not actually sure what oh, you mean maybe pulling out all aid for Ukraine? Not sure what you're referring to. Mo Plum says, I don't remember that the Iraq war protests didn't help. The international community and Iraq shamed the USA for Iraq. But what did that shame do? Bush didn't lose the election. He didn't pull out. He didn't change his activities. He didn't treat Iraqi people more humanely. Like, I'm not trying to be a doomer about it or downplay the... Sorry, I am trying to be a doomer about it. I'm not trying to downplay, like, the good faith and the good work that activists did. I'm trying to say that I don't think that tactic seems to have paid long-term dividends. Mo Plum says, we are just decentralized. Michigan is going to be lost because of Biden's activities in Gaza, I believe. And Arizona is shaky, but there's a lot of huff and puff from the schools there. The elections that I've seen so far do not suggest that Biden has lost significant support in Midwest states or Southern states. If anything, Southern states seem like a good news for Democrats, with the Bashir doing about 4.5 points better than he did the previous one. Ohio overwhelmingly smashed the pro-abortion button. Pennsylvania elected by, I think, 5 points, a pro-abortion and not overturn the election Supreme Court member. So, do I know Yiddish? No, I know, I took German in high school, and I can read, I can't read Cyrillic. I understand the letters. It's pretty similar to Greek. What about the protests that are making the Democratic voters rebel against their representatives? My take is that those protests are useful insofar as they make the Democratic representative feel threatened. They are only not useful insofar as they actually do undermine the Democratic vote share enough to cost Democrats seats. Because even the most anti-ceasefire Democrat is better than the least pro-Palestinian Republican on this issue. It's really sad, but like centrist Dems are roughly akin to like centrist Republicans, but the median Republican is fucking insane on Israel and Palestine. Yeah. With how bad Texas Republicans are, I wonder if we can turn the state blue. It is trending blue. Here's hoping. Tyrannax says the consensus on Iraq didn't turn until like 2007, and it wasn't down to activist pressure, it was mainstream reporting and fatigue. I haven't actually read into the details of how popular opinion shifted, so I can't say. That's my understanding as well, but I actually can't verify that. Somniostatic finally found their lighter. Okay, Somniostatic is going to post at least 20 to 30% more vaguely, and with some very high vibes. Texas polling is many points off of Texas election results. Voter suppression is bad there. Voter suppression is a real problem. Yes. At the same time, polling is it's just really bad recently. I think the combination of people not answering their phones, phone response rates to polls are nowadays like 2 to 5%. It's abysmal. It's really, 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 really hard to get a representative population by phone polling. In fact, polling is so bad, y'all might not know this, but the way that pollsters do most polling nowadays is by creating a representative panel. So they do phone polling until they find someone who picks up, and then they pay that person to stay on a permanent panel of, say, around 50,000 people. I believe is how YouGov does it, and I want to say it's like 30,000 people for Pew. Instead of randomly calling Americans, which is the tried and true method to get a representative sample, they have a permanent pool that they pull people within that pool. It's the only way they can get enough people to poll for good sample sizes and not spend $1 million a poll each. It's abysmal. It's so bad. It's so bad. And like, if you don't understand why that's bad, the reason why is that a representative poll is supposed to pull from a random segment of the population. If you keep pulling from the same group of people, you're not getting a truly representative poll. You're just asking the same people the same question over and over again. So it's a good way to estimate changes over time, like voters changing their opinion over time, but it's a bad way to make sure that these views are truly representative. It's really sad. I've long argued that, like, we need to kill spam calls. We need to kill spam calls. Like, if there's one thing that Congress could do to save polling in this country, it would be kill spam calls. Give people the ability to sue spam callers for like $1 billion, and instantly polling quality would go up by 100%. I am not joking. How many times have you, viewer, gotten a call from some number about your car's extended warranty? Like, that alone is a meme among people, because every goddamn American has gotten a call about their extended car's warranty. And that's one of like 100 spam calls. I used to get about 4 spam calls a day. I don't know why it's died down. I think I subscribed to like a Google thing to cut down on it, but like I got like 4 spam calls a day, and I would answer them because I'm like, what if it's a serious thing? And I worked at a place where there were a bunch of people that I didn't know personally, so I didn't have all their phone numbers. So like, well, what if someone calling me for like a technical need? And every goddamn time it pisses me off and wastes a minute of my time. And so yeah, of course I might not answer nowadays when I get a call from an unknown number. Evan says, I've been getting more spam calls lately. I expect it to ramp up during the election. I totally expect that. I swapped phone numbers with my mom 12 years ago, and I still get Social Security, Medicare scam calls for her. That's so fucked. I feel like an underappreciated element is that scam calls disproportionately hurt the uneducated, the poor, and the mentally disabled. And that's evil, right? These are the people who are already the least capable of getting ahead in society and taking care of themselves, especially for the mentally disabled. And they are getting actively targeted by people who just want to make a quick buck. It is 99% of capitalism is just people seeking profit. But like, to be a spam caller, you do unironically, a scam caller in particular, you do unironically have to be like an evil person. I think. Like, yes, people will choose an unethical job, but like, this is an unethical job where your job is to lie to people who don't have the wherewithal to understand you're lying. You know, it's actively anti-truth. It's actively anti like society. It is the most anti-civilization thing that our society allows. A lot of these scam networks are overseas, yes, but you can still sue them, or you can block the networks they call from. Like, unironically, I think like I'd be willing to support stuff like requiring VoIP, like voice over IP type services, or like Google Voice type services to require like ID verification if it would end spam calls, because literally billions of dollars have been stolen from people through this, right? It's, hey man, come on, I'm a scam caller. Well, everyone's got to make a living, but don't make it like that. Jesus Christ. Is anyone excited for the new Doctor Who episode? Oh my god. Of course you're a Doctor Who. Of course the Deontologist is a Doctor Who fan. It just makes perfect sense to me, mentally. Complete perfect sense. Lithic says, I feel like Verizon got a good... No, that's true. I originally tried not signing up. It was for Google's anti-spam call thing, and I didn't seem to do anything. And then Lithic says, I feel like Verizon got a good spam filter on. I can't remember the last spam call I've received. I haven't gotten a spam call in 3 weeks, I think, and that has been a godsend. Neurodia says, there's a whole thing about it. Basically what's going on is that telephone companies are dragging their feet hard on the hardware system upgrades needed to stomp out phone number spoofing, and regulation agencies are buying their bullshit. I've heard about that. I didn't look into the details. I think, is that like it's not the FTC, the FE... The SE? No. That's the FEC? I forget which administration is in charge of it, but I read a briefing from them on it. And they seemed very much, they were like, our partners in the telecoms communications industry are working hard to fight spam calls. And I was like, no, it doesn't seem like that. Maybe, yeah, oh, the FCC, thank you. I kept trying to put an E in there. FCC, thank you. No, not the FTC. The Federal Communications. Yeah, so this is a good example, actually, of weak state capacity leading to a destruction of civil society in the United States. If our public administrators got more money and didn't make as much money from cooperating with the groups that they tried to regulate, we would live in a better country where people trust each other more. SDL, any tips for my hot date on Sunday with a Qatari baddie? Ask them their opinions on the monarchy and kind of intimate that you have a microphone and have some like Qatari propaganda in your pocket leaning out just to make sure. Yeah, deeply. I don't have any tips for your dates. Go do lesbian things. I don't know how you do that. Will we ever get auto tax filing? I think that if we get as left as Warren, we will see an auto tax system. Even under Biden, we got what was it? The IRS is pursuing an IRS-run free tax filing system. Where is it? Even under Biden, they're going to try and roll out. The IRS is going to try and roll out with now all their new tech upgrades. So now everything's going to be not run. You have no idea how bad the electronic infrastructure at the IRS was. They literally were running something called COBOL and in a server infrastructure that allowed for no downtime and still operating. Like they couldn't take one server offline and add another one up. It had to be on all the time. Like, oh my God. Anyway, now that they've gotten the money to actually upgrade into the 21st century, they are directly pursuing you'll be able to file directly through the IRS. Probably only people below a certain income. But this is really, really, really good. Yes, it's COBOL. It's literally COBOL. It's like the original server language. I'm not hating on COBOL. It was good for the 70s. It might have been good in the 80s. It probably still worked in the 90s. It was 2023. It was 2023. Anyway, this is really good. I think this is the first step towards auto tax systems. If you have direct file, it's a small step to take direct file and start auto-filling people's details with their the filings by their reporters. Evan, is all I'm saying. So I think that Biden is a step left, and if we can get someone as left as Warren, there is a guarantee that we're going to see auto tax filing start to roll out. Guaranteed. I shouldn't say guaranteed. I think it's 80% chance we'll see it roll out. And yes, the IRS super soldiers will rise up. 1 minute. Where is it? This is what the IRS will look like under a progressive administration, okay? This is a least well-armed IRS accountant in 2028, under Elizabeth Warren, Commander-in-Chief of the IRS Super Soldier Army. Wait, you made this meme, Red Charlotte? No, you didn't. Absolutely not. This meme was made by a guy named D's Illustration. This meme was made fully sincerely by an anti-tax nutter. This guy thinks that income tax is like unconstitutional, and I'm pretty sure he's on the road to being a sovereign citizen. Most minimally equipped IRS inspector. Yeah, let me inspect you with my my troop carrier. I unironically think, okay, one of my most regime-pilled beliefs is that we should unironically do one very high-profile tax-related like arrest a year. Like Jeff Bezos is holding off on his taxes. We call in the camera crews, we get the tanks to roll up, and we clap him in handcuffs and walk him away. We need like China will just straight up execute its billionaires. That's wrong. Capital punishment is wrong, okay? But we could take a little bit from the practice. We just take Jeff Bezos, he's not paying his taxes, Sakdan Shi, that's right, China's strongest warrior. Like, we just need a little bit of a high profile event. Just one or two to scare the rest of the billionaires into actually paying their goddamn taxes. Just for an idea of how much this matters, there are an estimated 15 to 60 trillion with a T, trillion dollars in tax stored in tax havens, stored in overseas tax sheltered accounts. That is enough money to end world hunger for a century. For an idea of how much has been stolen, and stolen disproportionately from the world's poor. Anyway, all I'm saying is that we need just a little bit of clapping Jeff Bezos in some handcuffs. As a treat. Cops TV show, but based. Oh my God. Wait, that's actually, okay. I'm gonna email Joseph Biden, okay? I'm gonna say, look, you loved Dark Brandon. What about Inspector on the tail of a tax cheat? IRS investigation TV show. Now. Catch a tax dodger. Who's the guy who always appears off the side of the screen? Like the meme is that he's like, do you have a moment to talk, sir? That's the guy that we have. He's in your kitchen as you try and meet up with your tax dodging attorney, right? I believe you thought you'd be in a meeting about minimizing your tax burdens today. Do you have anything to say about that, sir? How old is that savings account, sir? Wait, actually, there's one more thing that I have. Factory. There's a very famous picture of this is not quite the right one that I want. Where is it? This one. During World War II, there was a factory seizure. And they took out the factory owner like this. Politely. They simply carried him out of the factory that he refused to turn over. Return. I would give anything. The thing that's so funny about this is the exact same position. If any of y'all remember that picture of Greta being carried away that got so much attention, he's in the exact same position that Greta was in. Look, what's a factory seizure without a few iconic photo moments, okay? Just a little bit of Bidenista propaganda. Come on. Chris Handsome. I don't think that's his name. I'm sure they did it lightly, really good optics and morally fine. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with like if there's a democratically elected decision, if it's for like wartime necessity, a factory owner is failing to comply, and you like you aren't like I don't know that they even my understanding is that like this was basically a military necessary production, and so like I think that like it is to some degree morally wrong to force people to participate in a war project. At the same time, you're just forcing them to participate in like the production line, and all you're doing is seizing it so that it can do war production instead of non-war production. I don't know. It seems like fairly morally justifiable. Look up Chris Handsome. I know it's Chris Oh, is this the why when I search Chris Hansen? Sorry, when I search Chris Handsome, I get the Boondocks. But even in the Boondocks, he's apparently called Chris Hansen. I think you're just misspelling it. Oh, no, to be clear. I think that one of the things that's really frustrating is I see all the time tankies point to the killing of billionaires in China by the central government, and they'll claim that it's to do like an anti-corruption campaign to scare people away from doing corruption. But there's no reason to kill them. You could just strip them of their assets, right? You could just ban them from taking CEO positions. We do that in the United States. We literally ban people from taking executive positions based on previous failure to operate as an effective executive, and like usually for defrauding investors and stuff like that. Just do that. You don't need to kill the capitalists. The only thing that they have is money. If you take the money, they have like that's it. I feel like some people just have a real bloodlust, and that's part of the reason they turn towards authoritarian countries, because they get that bloodlust filled. Maoist in shambles right now. It's funny, in sort of a dark way. So for those who aren't aware, there was a movement called in Maoist China, there was something called the Campaign to Suppress Counter-Revolutionaries, sometimes called Zhenfan, which I'm not going to look at the handsome Boondocks. I'll probably get clapped for that. There's something called the Campaign to Suppress Counter-Revolutionaries, and in my view, the best estimate of the number killed is around 850,000 to 1.5 million. And for an idea of how bad this was, and I actually want to bring this up as an example of like why bloodlust is so wrong for socialist politics. Originally, Mao and the central government started the campaign. They intentionally encouraged local areas to kill like abusive landlords, to kill evil capitalists, to kill like criminal elements, essentially, to engage in bloodlust towards the most hated elements of society. This is a very standard Leninist tactic. Leninists believe that you have to engage in a terror after the revolution to win popular support. By killing the people who are bad in the old society, you show that you're making a break with that society and building a truly good and truly new society. But it didn't stop at like, say, a genuinely evil like landlord or whatever. Like to whatever degree you think that people like that should be killed, and I don't think anyone should be killed. Basically, as much as possible. There's some small exceptions, but as much as possible, you should be really, really, really trying to avoid killing people. For an idea of how bad it got, Mao had to impose killing quotas. And that might make it sound like he's imposing a percentage of people that you have to kill, like he's demanding more people to be killed. The killing quota was the upper limit. The killing quota was you can't kill more than 1 in 1,000 people. It got so bad that localities started hiding their killing from the central government so they could go above 1 in 1,000 people killed. That's why the estimate is about 800 to 1.5 million because we don't know whether it's about 1 in 1,000 or 2 in 1,000. Bloodlust led to bloodlust. Like, telling people go out and kill people created a society where people decided that they could settle petty revenge by saying that guy was a capitalist. He was a spy with the Kuomintang, the nationalists who the Chinese communists have been fighting. Let's kill him. And they did. And so that created a society where everyone could just kill as a solution. And that bloodlust got really, really, really scary, really, really, really fast. Those killing quotas were imposed, I believe, within a year and a half of the campaign starting. It didn't take long for the purge of the counter-revolutionaries to just become the purge. So I bring it up because, like, sometimes we think of these things as purely top-down. And Mao definitely started this campaign and justified it and gave it moral impetus. So he bears responsibility for it. At the same time, I think it's really important to remember that when you encourage violence in society, you build a society where that violence is normalized. Part of the reason that Russia has such high violence nowadays is partly a legacy of the Stalin era. People have lower social trust near gulags. People who emerge from gulags have lower social trust. They don't trust the police. They're more likely to commit, like, not people who emerge from the gulags, but simply people who know them are more likely to commit crimes. People who live in communities with more people who emerge from the gulags have higher crime rates. It causes a breakdown in society because people don't feel like they can trust each other anymore because you straight up murdered them. Because people can just kill each other. So yeah, of course it destroys social trust to know that your neighbor can call you a capitalist and get you killed. That's why I think it's so key to have like an absolute reverence for democracy and an absolute reverence for not killing people and not doing a terror. Yeah, it's because this wasn't the last time it happened. The Chinese sorry, not the Chinese leap forward. The Great Cultural Revolution was very much patterned on the same premise. Mao said, there's counter-revolutionaries in our party. There's reactionaries in our party. We've got to get rid of them. And because people had been raised in a society where violence was normalized, where mass incarceration was normalized, where struggle sessions in public, where people would criticize themselves and get beaten by their neighbors was normalized, they just went out and killed people. They went out and killed like party members. They dragged them to the streets and did struggle sessions and people died. They incarcerated like millions of people. It didn't stop, literally, until the central government incarcerated millions of Communist Party, like radicals, who were going out and killing other members of the Communist Party for being reactionaries. Red Charlotte, do not say that struggle sessions were based. People literally died for no goddamn reason. Mob justice is no justice at all. Yeah, Narodia is correct. Gulag prison culture spread to mandatory conscription culture and further the culture of violence in Russia. It's also just worth thinking about how many people were traumatized by living in gulag-like conditions. Like, gulags had a mortality rate of 1 to 10 times higher than the civilian population. That means that a lot of people were getting injured and dying, and there were friends and loved ones that you knew who were dying basically because of political crimes, because they were being worked to death. How many people were traumatized by that? How many children were raised by those traumatized people, and they passed that trauma on? How much of like the excess of drinking in Russia was because everyone knew that you were being surveilled all the time? So, I just think it's worth noting that authoritarianism, like, it does breed social distrust. It breeds corruption, it breeds distrust, and it can breed violence if it's left unchecked, or if it's encouraged. Isn't a lot of modern violence in Russia caused by alcohol consumption? Yes. Alcohol kills about 1 in 4 Russians, and it used to be 1 in 3. There's a really great graph of mortality in the Soviet Union, and it goes down by like 10% because Gorbachev raised the price on alcohol by like 4 times and banned some alcohol production. One of the few good things, not one of the few, one of the extremely good things that Gorbachev did was start trying to cut down Russian alcohol consumption. And funnily enough, that is one of the things that led to the destruction of the Soviet state, because I forget the exact percentage, but I want to say it was like 1/5 of Soviet government revenues came from de facto taxes on alcohol. But then, because he sharply reduced alcohol consumption, the Soviet government didn't have enough money to pay for its outstanding debts, and they started doing the dumb thing that dumb socialists do everywhere, which is money printer. And that led to shitty inflation. It was one of the many things which led to the destruction of the Soviet Union. In combination with nationalism and like the revolution of Stalin's crimes, the opening up of the presses, and US backing and stuff like that. But like, one of many things was, ironically, Gorbachev doing an unambiguously good thing and trying to crack down on alcohol consumption. Fudge Smith is correct. Many have said that one reason that Wagner Group is so brutal is because of its ties to the Russian prison culture and the fact that Russia never truly healed from its gulag system. I think there's very much a truth to this, that the gulag system helped create a class of men who were sexually abused by other men and a culture of violence in the Russian gulag system. By cheapening human life, it cheapened how inmates treated each other. Money printer is not a socialist thing, it's a tanky thing. I will not agree with that. There were plenty of socialist countries that weren't tanky, like the labor Zionists, who were like pro-US, like sort of neutral on the Soviets. The labor Zionists also had a money printer problem in the 70s. And that's part of what led to the collapse of the labor Zionist coalition and the rise of the modern Israeli far right. Fudge Smith says, couldn't you just hide the taxes by distributing the taxes through a variety of products? Okay, this will sound crazy, but one of the things you need to understand is that the Soviet Union didn't have taxes. But they didn't tax income. They didn't tax goods. What they did is they artificially raised the price of goods, and the difference between the real price of the good and the margin of the good raised by the central government would be the de facto tax. So they had a shitty, implicit, hidden consumption tax, which is how they got to say no taxes, because they wanted to prove that they were doing real socialism and real communism, and so they were getting rid of taxes. Taxes aren't even necessary anymore. But if they had just done a goddamn income tax, like normal people, they wouldn't have had to use the money printer. If they had just levied a normal consumption tax, no money printer. It's so dumb. It's so dumb, man. It's one of the reasons that I really strongly hate the idea of dogma in socialist circles, that like Marx said it, I gotta do it. Anytime that you start feeling like you have to use the rhetoric and the like, that you can't criticize socialist thinkers, you're lost. You're lost. Because it'll lead you to do stupid stuff because it sounds Marxist. TLDR, revisionism unironically good. In the sense that it is good to criticize everything. Ruthless criticism of everything under the sun. In Soviet Russia, profit margin is taxes. Basically, yeah. Like, I wonder if anarchists agree with taxation. It really strongly depends. Really strongly depends, puppy. Generally, what I found is that individualist anarchist, which means that someone who thinks that all forms of hierarchy are unjustified, or rather someone who thinks that all hierarchy should be opposed. So this isn't like a Chomsky type. This is like an individualist, that the sort of most anarchist that you can be. Those types tend to oppose taxation. They argue that taxation is a form of hierarchy. It's a form of coercion imposed by those who hold state power or hold government power over those who don't. In contrast, I found that the vast majority of anarchists, and especially as you get more towards the libertarian socialist side of things, support taxes because it's a way of engaging in collective democracy and collective actions. What's your take on why socialists do money printer so often? It's not just socialists. The reason that socialists do it more often is because conservatives don't raise welfare spending. Conservatives don't generally increase government spending. So conservatives aren't usually in the position where they have to use money printer because they aren't increasing the amount of money that the government needs to spend. At the same time, a lot of socialists are hesitant to raise taxes. They feel that taxes are either regressive and bad for the poor, they feel that taxes are anti-socialist, or they feel that taxes are politically unviable. And so this results in a situation where you raise money printer too much, and then you decide, well, instead of just doing deficit spending and being like a normal post-Keynesian and hoping that the growth rate keeps up with that so that our debt doesn't grow as a proportion of the economy, instead they say, actually, I'm going to solve the problem of not having enough money to pay for our welfare. I'm going to pay for it all through something called seniorage, which is the excess money that you make by creating new money via money printer. And the minute that you start getting into seniorage territory, you have usually fucked the economy. So, the minute that seniorage is a serious way to pay for welfare, like 5-10% of GDP, you have reached inflation that is like hyperinflation levels. So it never works. I think it's a combination of socialist political economy and bad socialist economic theory. Fudge Smith says that VAT taxes aren't as regressive as many think. So VAT taxes and consumption taxes in general are regressive. At the same time, programs they fund are usually overwhelmingly progressive. And so it's bad to think of taxes solely on their own. It's important to think of the whole system. VAT applies disproportionately to the poor. Well, so not quite true. Rich people will pay more under value-added tax and under consumption taxes. However, a higher percent of poor people's incomes will be taxed by VATs. So the burden falls more heavily as for poor people because their value, like the value that a poor person, including myself actually, I'm poor. The value for a poor person per dollar is way higher than it is for a rich person. Yeah, agree. Sorry, Jimmy. Sorry. This is something I think that Matt Brunick has talked about, that the language of progressivity and regressivity around taxes is sort of silly. It's the reason that I've come around to his view that the only way to analyze any system is to consider the taxes and the programs it funds in whole. You can never just consider the one or the other. Puppy from Los Andes says, knowing that Chavez cozied up with the current guy is really bad. I tend to think that Chavez had good intentions, but again, bad socialist theory. Like if you look at what Chavez actually did, he supported cooperatives, very based. He supported some nationalizations, possibly based. I would ideally want those nationalizations to be democratized as well and consumer cooperativized as well. So some combination of workers and the people at large who benefit from those services, such as oil and electricity, would be able to vote on its leadership. As a way to take power away from the central government and return it to like a democratic whole. And 3, it felt like he had really, really bad economic theory as it relates to, 3, social spending. And it felt like he had bad economic theory relating to that, in that a lot of his social spending was pro-poor, anti-poverty measures, but not simultaneously a huge expansion of education spending or job training type spending to increase future income. It felt like a very abolish poverty now, but not sort of invest in the future approach. One of the things that defines successful social democratic states is that a lot of their social spending goes towards making workers really, 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 really productive. Like American workers and Swedish workers produce an insane amount of money per hour worked. That's, if you want social spending to be a growth thing for the economy, you have to invest in people's well-being. Not in people's well-being, in people's well-being, and using that well-being to make them more productive, like education, for example. And I think Evan is probably correct. If Chavez had invested the oil money into a sovereign wealth fund, like Norway, Venezuela might have been the richest country in South America. Quite possibly. I think that, again, the political economy here is sometimes bad, in that socialists feel a need to abolish poverty now, when the solution to abolishing poverty does require a combination of government redistribution and increasing growth, which is something the government can do, but social spending doesn't all increase growth. Not all social spending just like spurs the economy on. It has to be combined with programs which like give people high productivity jobs, for example. That diversification, an example would be like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia is intentionally trying to diversify the economy. I don't actually know whether they're being successful or not, but they're essentially using the oil as a wealth fund, a sovereign wealth fund, like Norway's, to invest into industries after oil disappears from the planet, or after global warming renders oil unusable. And that's good, in a sense, because they're making their workers more productive. It's bad because the Saudis are completely insane and should be deposed. But no more theocrats. Sir Redstone says, I was talking to an expat from Norway and Spain. He was really proud they didn't give in to the private interests that were trying to take hold of, I assume, privatizing Norway's sovereign wealth fund. Yeah. Here's hoping. Here's hoping it holds that way. Norway seems to have had fairly good elections and not have gone very far down the Euro-fascist route that a lot of European countries have. So, here's hoping that holds. Okay. One more segment. While we talked about all the Israel stuff, let me get myself... Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to get some water. I'm gonna put on some music, and you're gonna get a Hassan stream. Or is there anything I could put on? I should do Democracy Now. It feels bad to use them as like the stopgap. I am not covering them. If I get to the Israel segment today, I'm not covering them then. So it feels good. It'll be good to get the headlines, which is always good. Amy Greatman will be your host for the next 3 minutes.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Dozens of Palestinians have been killed in a 41st consecutive day of unrelenting attacks by Israel's military on the Gaza Strip. Overnight, Israel's Air Force dropped leaflets over parts of the southern city of Khan Yunis, ordering people to leave their homes and shelters, quote, for their own safety. Many are being expelled for a second time after Israel last month ordered more than 1 million Palestinians to leave their homes in northern Gaza. On Wednesday, Israeli authorities allowed the first shipment of fuel into the Gaza Strip since early October. The UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees, UNRWA, says just over 6,000 gallons of fuel, half a tanker truck's worth, was allowed to cross from Egypt. That's just 9% of what UNRWA says is needed daily to sustain life-saving activities. Israel's not allowing the fuel to be used in hospitals or to power water and sewage pumps. The UN's human rights chief, Volker Turk, said outbreaks of disease and hunger in Gaza now appear inevitable. His remarks came amidst a worsening humanitarian catastrophe at Gaza's largest hospital, Al-Shifa Medical Complex, which is being occupied by Israel's army. Thousands of patients, medical workers, and displaced Palestinians remain trapped inside the hospital, unable to leave. Medical workers report Israeli attacks have severely damaged Al-Shifa's main surgery building. About 200 people were reportedly blindfolded by Israeli troops and led away to interrogations. The World Health Organization's Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus says 26 out of Gaza's 36 hospitals are now closed due to damage from Israeli strikes or because they've run out of fuel.
Israel's military incursion into Al-Shifa hospital in Gaza City is totally unacceptable. Hospitals are not battlegrounds.
Israel's military has displayed images of weapons they claim were found inside the hospital, but Hamas has dismissed the photos as propaganda. On Wednesday, the Israel Defense Forces published videos showing what they claimed were Hamas grab bags of rifles and grenades stashed inside the hospital. Doctors at Al-Shifa have repeatedly denied such claims. President Biden's repeated Israeli claims about Hamas using hospitals as military bases. Biden spoke to reporters from California Wednesday evening after wrapping APEC, the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit in San Francisco.
You have a circumstance where the first war crime is being committed by Hamas by having their headquarters, their military, hidden under a hospital. And that's a fact. That's what's happened.
President Biden provided no evidence for the claim. His remarks came after a meeting with Chinese President Xi Jinping at the APEC summit. The
classic Biden. Love to hear him say more random shit, giving no evidence. I wanted to mention the NICU story. That Cher broke the table and put it back together when I wasn't looking. That's so true. I want to mention, in the context of NICU babies dying because of the refusal of Israel to provide power or fuel to the Gaza Strip, just keep all that in mind, right? The keep all of the killing that's going on in Palestine, all of the indiscriminate violence against civilians that's going on in Gaza in your mind. I wanted to talk about Dave Rubin, yet again.
Anyway, here are some pro-Hamas protests in London, because this is the big Saturday thing they're doing in London now.
Okay, so we start with a pro-Palestine protest, and he calls it pro-Hamas and does a little jiggle and doesn't actually give any evidence. I wanted to play this one because, again, this is an example of how Western, like, pro-free speech absolutist, like, Roxy is not calling for violence against Dave Rubin. That is hyperbole and in a video game. I just wanted to talk again about how this conflict has been part of a broader trend. We talked earlier in the stream about how Elon Musk and Charlie Kirk have openly embraced, to my view, an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory that Jewish people are importing foreigners to the country. Jewish people are funding anti-white outrage. Dave Rubin is yet again endorsing authoritarianism.
All right, you get it. It's a lot of river to the sea. It's end the 75-year occupation, which is ironic because they're in London. And of course, if we were to end the 75-year occupation, we would have to bring back the British Empire. I don't know that any of them want that. I don't know that the average Brit wants it, much less the terrorist sympathizers.
Okay. Smartest Dave Rubin clip. Yes, a ceasefire and ending the occupation would make a return to the British Empire's mandate. So true, Dave. There is no other option here.
That are out there doing that. But how long can a society hold something like this? Like, I can show you, there were plenty of calls for, they were talking about how the Nazis should finish the job. Like, trust me, we went through 50 videos of, like, the actual firing of fireworks at police officers and all that stuff. But you guys get it. The reason I wanted to show you that one is how long can a society hold this position that on every weekend, let's say, or twice a week, there will be mass protests calling for a genocide of people halfway across the world, plus a certain amount of your own citizens.
So again, he played you a clip in which not a single person spoke, and then says, clearly, they're holding rallies every weekend in which hundreds of thousands call for the genocide of people in your country and halfway around the world. No hyperbole. What is his thoughts, his solution?
Using all of the freedoms of your nation so that you can basically home grow your own society within a society. Like, how long does that work? If you were, say, a Jewish person living in London, would you want one of those people to be your dentist? Would you want one of them to be your Uber driver? Do you see how this might start actually like singeing all of the little pieces that give us connectivity in a society? And again, it's not just about the Jews. If you're just an average British citizen who is proud of their country, who knows what their history was.
Okay, so, wow, one, there's a pro-Hamas rally, and why would you want one of these people to be your dentist? What? Why? What are they gonna kill you in the dentist chair because they're pro-Hamas, which they aren't even as evidenced in this rally whatsoever? These are overwhelmingly pro-Palestine rallies. Pro-Hamas views are extremely rare among the general public. I want to play this short clip just because we watched last stream Dave Rubin openly defend censorship and restriction of immigration along with his friend Eric Weinstein, because they thought it was the only way to save the West. This video has 100,000 views. Like, that Charlie Kirk video, right? He's the largest conservative he's in charge of the largest conservative campus movement in the country. Elon Musk is arguably the conservative with the largest platform behind Donald Trump. Like, the open lying and the open pro-restriction of freedom of speech, the open anti-Semitic rhetoric is so popular, and it is terrifying. I think it's worth remembering. This guy asks, how much longer can we tolerate? How much longer can a society survive allowing the freedom of protest, allowing the freedom of speech? When did this guy ever cover a white nationalist rally like this? If I've got any Dave Rubin fans in my audience, which I figure is fairly unlikely, can you point to a single time, a single video like this, where Dave Rubin looks at a white nationalist rally and says, how long can a society tolerate freedom of protest when people call for a genocide of some people in our country and many in a country far away, which is what many white nationalists directly, openly believe? Not in coded language of being too anti-Israel or whatever, directly, openly want a white ethno-state, directly, openly want the expulsion or killing of non-white people. I just think it's important to remember this because a lot of the, as someone who genuinely really strongly believes in freedom of speech, it is so frustrating to see morons like this claim the label of freedom of speech. He is not a fan of freedom of speech. He's a fan of freedom of speech for racists. That's it. It was always about freedom from consequences to say whatever you want on any platform with as large a platform as possible, preferably if you're a reactionary bigot and Dave Rubin can make some money from talking to you. So, anyway, just hate this guy. Yeah, only believes in free speech for Nazis. Well, and so Fudge Schmidt, something I'll mention is, in particular with stuff like the NICU babies, the hospitals are running on backup generators. There is no electricity in Gaza right now. Israel could just repair the electricity lines and they wouldn't have died. Like, that's it. You don't even have to provide them. It's an M&M, it's not Fudge. You wouldn't even have to provide them fuel. And what's more, now that you've done this ground invasion, couldn't you just supervise the fuel? Like, you've got soldiers there. If it's that big a deal that Hamas is stealing fuel to make a rocket, can't you just have a guy there in the hospital? You could have turned on the electricity until this happened. They offered fuel, and Evan says 79 gallons. That's true. That could run my Prius for a good 300 miles, good 500 miles. Actually, wait, the Prius would get insane mileage on that. Sorry, a bad example. That could run the truck that I used to drive around for work. That could take it about 500 miles. While we're on the topic of mainstream political beliefs, I wanted to talk very briefly, again, about the March for Israel rally. When we talk about stuff like left anti-Semitism, again, I think it's important to note that real problem, worth calling out, worth criticizing. At the same time, there was a rally. The organizers claim either 1 million or 290,000 people attended. At the March for Israel rally, there was a lot. There was a lot of calls in opposition to a ceasefire. There was a lot of actually opposition to support for Palestinian people. When one of the speakers, a reverend, got up on stage to argue that we should stop the killing and wasn't even saying this in the context of supporting a ceasefire, he was immediately followed up with chants of no ceasefire. I don't think this was a hate march. I do think that it's an indication of where centrist politics is in this country. Here's a video of Senator Mike Johnson. This guy is a theocrat who believes that gay people are disgusting before God and should be eliminated. Gay marriage should be eliminated by the government. He's standing next to.
It is so good to be with you all. It is so good.
Hakeem Jeffries, Democratic House Speaker.
Good to be with you all. What an extraordinary crowd.
And Chuck Schumer, Democratic control of the Senate. What's he going to say, do you think?
It was organized in just a few days. It's amazing, amazing. There are few issues in Washington that could so easily bring together leaders of both parties in both chambers. But the survival of the state of Israel and her people unites us together, and it unites all Americans, all Americans. Let me be very clear. The United States stands unequivocally with our neighbor, our friend, our ally, Israel. They're neighbors in a global sense, that's right. Last week, a bipartisan group of members stood in solidarity on the steps of the House to mourn the lives in the October 7th attack and to grieve with the families of Israeli hostages that are still being held in Gaza.
Do you think that he will mention any of the protests which have attempted to grieve Palestinian lives lost?
We heard heartbreaking and tragic accounts of their kidnappings. And of course, as you know, many of those families haven't received an update on their well-being since that day. As a parent myself, I can begin to comprehend their despair. All of us feel that way. This morning, we watched the horrific film that was produced by Hamas from their own cameras as they committed the assault. It's unspeakable.
I will say, again, this is yet another example why it is good for leftists to condemn Hamas, because what they did actually was evil, was actually against civilians, and was completely militarily unnecessary, and it got insanely bad coverage. It helps justify theocrats like this in his support for Israel.
The auditorium was full of Republicans and Democrats in the House, and they wept as we watched the film together. Most couldn't sit through it. These Israeli hostages were kidnapped in their homes by barbaric Hamas terrorists for simply being Jewish and living in Israel. As Prime Minister Netanyahu says so well, this is a fight between good and evil, between light and darkness, between civilization and barbarism.
Very cool to hear Mike Johnson repeat that this is a war between civilization and barbarism. I cannot imagine any possible implications of this, which could be bad for the people of Gaza, 12,000 of which have died.
Barbarism. The calls for a ceasefire are outrageous.
Okay, following up the war between barbarism and civilization comment, we have no ceasefire stated by the House Speaker, who will not be contradicted by either of the Democrats to his side, with enthusiastic support from hundreds of thousands of protesters at the march.
We stand with you in that. Hamas terrorists waged the bloodiest assault on Jewish lives since the Holocaust, and there are hundreds of hostages, many of them Americans, still stuck inside Gaza. Israel will cease their counteroffensive when Hamas ceases to be a threat to the Jewish state.
I think it's worth noting that this is potentially this is the justification for the war. Maybe Israel goes in, wipes out Hamas, and then they say, war's over, we pull back, so be it. I think it's far more likely that you're going to see this evolve into a war on terror type situation. Hamas is a global organization. You're going to see that the fight against Hamas is not going to end anytime clear, even though they've moved millions of people. Even though they've moved millions of people, they have not been providing those civilians basic humanitarian necessities because they're not just fighting Hamas. They want to make clear that an attack like this will face overwhelming response from Israel. That it will face the damage of 45% of houses in Gaza, that it will lead to the killings of thousands. They want to show that if you attack Israel like this, we will kill way more back, as Israel has done virtually every time.
But Hamas's genocidal and anti-Semitic rhetoric isn't just confined to Gaza, as you know. The war in Israel has awakened an alarming amount of anti-Semitism towards Jewish people here in the United States and across the globe. From the halls of Congress to college campuses, this rise...
Note does not condemn anti-Muslim or anti-Palestinian violence. Note 2 says in the halls of Congress. The most anti-Palestinian statement in the halls of Congress, they would argue, is Rashida Tlaib. This man voted for the censure of Rashida Tlaib for saying from the river to the sea in Twitter. I'll be talking about that in just a second, but there have been way worse things said by Republicans in Congress directly about Palestinians. We'll be playing those when we talk about Tlaib's censure.
The rise of anti-Semitism must be stopped. We've heard many echo the Hamas rallying cry of from the river to the sea, and I'm convinced that a lot of these college students that are engaging in these protests do not understand that is an explicit call for the extermination of Israel.
This man came out of a hearing in which Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian who was speaking to him, said, hey, this is about a plurinational state. This is about equality. She even clarified that in her Twitter statement. And of course he doesn't care. He wants to rally people up and say that this rhetoric is unacceptable because he doesn't just not support a ceasefire. He doesn't just oppose a ceasefire. He doesn't support a two-state solution. He supports the apartheid or the ethnic cleansing. This guy is a theocrat, and he supports virtually everything that Israel does. He's not voicing opposition to Israeli settlements. Absolutely not.
It is happening daily in our country, as you know, and it is unacceptable for Jewish Americans to feel unsafe at home. It is unacceptable for Jewish businesses to face violence, vandalism, and threats. It is unacceptable for universities to allow Hamas apologists to assault and accost Jewish students on campus.
Yeah, assaulting students is really bad. I would just note, I guarantee you that this guy defended the freedom of speech. Again, of like, if you're talking about a Hamas apologist, I guarantee that you had this guy defending people who were demanding white nationalists. I guarantee you that this guy would stand for defending the freedom of speech for apologists for abortion clinic murderers. Absolutely. If you look at his prior rhetoric and like the extremism of his beliefs, guarantee you that this guy is entirely in favor of supporting that freedom of speech.
It is unacceptable for any political leader in this nation to give credence to this dangerous rhetoric. We can and we must do more to stand with our great ally and friend. And it is my hope that this gathering today serves as a reminder to the entire world, but also to those within our own borders, that the United States stands proudly with Israel and the Jewish people forever, forever. Thank you for allowing us to be a part of this. God bless you.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
Shush. Yeah, so I bring this up because this speech, fairly short, but one of its main messages is, one, from the river to the sea is hate speech, and we see it in Congress, and leftists are doing bad things. And two, doesn't speak a word about anything that Israel has done bad. Doesn't speak a word about anything, about any Muslim hate, about any anti-Palestinian hate. Doesn't speak a word about deaths in Palestine. And what's more, says it while flanked by two of the most powerful members of the Democratic Party. When we talk about like XYZ views in mainstream politics, it's important to remember that support for Israel's attacks, support for Israel's bombings is extremely strong. We need to win over the center and the center left of American politics if we want to have any hope of ending the indiscriminate bombing of civilians. Looking at Twitch chat, and we've got an argument breaking out. The Norwegian says, if what Hamas did was barbaric, how would he describe what Israel is doing now? I mean, the thing that's frustrating is that, like, it's so clear, at least to me, that when the overwhelming majority, 2/3 of those killed by Israeli bombing are the elderly, the young, and women, that this is not a targeted, precise bombing. It's worth condemning what Hamas did because there was intentional targeting of civilians. It's still unclear, and we probably won't know for years, whether Israel's military has intentionally targeted civilians. So there's a difference. What Hamas did was, in one sense, worse because they intentionally targeted civilians, which is a war crime, instead of indiscriminately targeting civilians, which is also a war crime, but of lesser degree. At the same time, what Israel has done is on a much greater scale. The number of civilians indiscriminately killed is far greater by Israel than by Hamas, which is terrifying. In fact, the rate of civilians killed by Israel is worse than the rate of civilians killed by Hamas. That's a low bar to do better than Hamas when they intentionally targeted civilians, right? If you're doing worse than them, Jesus Christ. New Socialist Era says it's like Hamas is some sort of agent provocateur group just to give the state of Israel an excuse to incidentally kill innocent Palestinians. Hamas was supported by Netanyahu and Likud intentionally for the purpose of dividing the Palestinian movement, the West Bank from Gaza, and more broadly international support for Palestine. Did all the Kanye stuff just not happen to these people? Meaning that the extreme support of far right... Okay, I want to be very clear. Marjorie Taylor Greene spoke at a Nick Fuentes Congress. Mike Johnson let her vote for him, didn't give her a piece of shit. He doesn't actually give a shit about anti-Semitism. He doesn't give one goddamn word about anti-Semitism. Is he talking about Jewish space lasers? No. He cares about support for Israel because he's an evangelical, like literally an extreme evangelical. He and his wife are in a covenant marriage, which makes it way harder to initiate a divorce. You, in fact, both have to agree or both have to go to extensive couples counseling to get a divorce. You literally can't legally file the paperwork until you go through with all of that. That's just an idea of the extent of his evangelical views. He thinks that all the Jews have to be placed in Israel to bring Christ back on earth. Absolutely. People think that this is like an insane belief. It's an insane belief that 40% of Americans hold. Yeah, this guy, this guy's not great. Israeli bad. It is really bad. You're right. He also, iPod is correct. He has close ties with January 6th insurrectionist groups. I haven't heard about the close ties with insurrectionist groups. I do know that he had a direct role in attempting to orchestrate the congressional overturning of the 2020 election. He was the one in charge of the Republican Study Committee, I believe, attempting to canvass emails and get Congress members in support of a resolution or a group activity in favor of overturning the election and rejecting the slate of electors from Democratic states in favor of Trump. Evan says, I absolutely believe Israel has wanted to kill civilians. The wanton civilian collateral damage is intentional. I'm not trying to draw too large a distinction here. I'm merely trying to say there's a difference between intentionally targeting civilians, which Israel could do. They have guided rockets and 24/7 surveillance. They could just directly kill like civilians trafficking in roads. They could just directly attack houses even without any warning. They could be killing more civilians. The argument is just whether the amount to which the collateral killing of civilians is so high that it amounts to indiscriminate killing of civilians. Akin to, as an analogy, the use of cluster munitions is a war crime, not because it's intentionally targeting civilians, but because it fails to intentionally exclude civilians from the killings. That's more of the category of war crime that we're considering for Israel. And that might seem like a small distinction, and it is, in my view, somewhat of a small distinction, because there's still tens of thousands of civilians dying, right? Thank you, Puppy. Happy to have you here. Bye, everyone. What I meant is that, iPod says, what I meant is that Mike Johnson is close to some of the religious leaders who were present on January 6th. Could be. I haven't looked into that, actually. I would totally believe that, given some of his other insane conservative affiliations, yeah. Tyrannox says, it's indifferent more than deliberate, but it's so systemic, it happens so often that the distinction blurs. That's the argument I'm trying to raise. It's one thing to indiscriminately kill civilians in like a targeted attack on a given terrorist leader in a given location. At the same time, I think, yeah, something closer to criminal negligence, because you were doing this so often at targets which are so unclear in an environment where you do not have the intelligence necessary to track someone to a given building, for example, it is absurd to believe that you are purely targeting military targets and doing the utmost to respect civilian lives, right? Like, bluntly, the US killed maybe 20,000 civilians in all of its bombing in Syria. 20 to 40,000, likely range maybe 20,000 or so. Israel has already killed that in a month in Gaza. I'm sorry, they haven't killed that. They've killed half that in a month in Gaza. It's really bad. It's really, really bad. Nerode says, oh yeah, that's correct. Cluster munitions are also a war crime because they leave unexploded ordnance. I did oppose the sending of cluster munitions to Ukraine, even under that logic. To read from Neurodia, the collective thought in Ukraine is, why not use these cluster munitions? There's enough mines everywhere anyway that everywhere is going to need extensive, I forget the name for this, but demining. And I reject this. Like, there is still a degree, like, just because things are really bad doesn't mean that things can't get worse. Especially if the fighting that occurs now pushes forward. Like, if Ukraine actually believes what they say, that they are going to take everything back from the Donbass to Crimea, then the fighting will occur in areas where fighting wasn't occurring. And now there will be unexploded ordnance in many millions more miles, right? Charlotte says cluster munition use is not a war crime. It's how you use them. Cluster munition in Ukraine is about taking trenches. I had read that it was a war crime, so I was misinformed, or you're misinformed. Not sure. Okay, pivoting back. I wanted to talk briefly about the censure of Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian woman in Congress. She was recently censured on a vote overwhelmingly led by Republicans, but also including some Democrats. The House voted 234 to 188, with 22 Democrats voting for and every single Republican voting for. And she was censured. Censure doesn't mean very much. It sort of just means that Congress is hating on you and you suck. It only requires a bare majority. Impeachment requires a 2/3 majority. She obviously couldn't have reached that. But it's worth noting what she was censured for. She was censured for, quote, promoting false narratives regarding the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel and for calling for the destruction of the state of Israel. This is exactly the rhetoric that we just heard from Mike Johnson, equating from the river to the sea and leftist approaches more broadly with the destruction of the state of Israel. And I will say that, like, in one sense, I do support the destruction of the state of Israel, asterisk, state of Israel as it currently exists in an apartheid state. I do not support the expulsion of millions of Jews. I support the recreation of a new state in which Jewish people have full rights, as do Palestinian people, or the creation of the removal of Israel's de facto state-level control over occupied Palestine, and the creation of a new state there for Palestinians. To say that you support the destruction of the state of Israel goes further. Destruction of the state of Israel that they want to claim her for is the ethnic cleansing of Jewish people from Israel. That's why when Mike Johnson talked about it in his speech, he talked about the destruction of the Jewish population. iPod says, I support the destruction of apartheid South Africa. In a certain sense, the change in government that you need is so radical that you could consider it akin to, like, I've actually argued this, that I think that to some degree you can argue that although there was, in one sense, continuous government in the United States from 1789 to 2023, in a very real sense, there was a destruction of the old American governments. The old, like, slavery governments were literally destroyed in military action. That was a good thing. And that built a new American government, even though Congress proceeded from one election to the next as if nothing had happened. At the same time, it very much was a destruction of the old America. It was a civil war, and a new America was born. That's the argument, I think. Just on its merits. I think that it's wrong to call for the destruction of the state of Israel unless you're willing to hedge and give a whole bunch of details about how you actually think that would lead to a safer solution for Jewish people, for example. And not in terms of ethnic cleansing. At the same time, what she actually said about from the river to the sea is not even a call for the destruction of the state of Israel beyond the rebirth sense that we're talking about here. That's why it's so disgusting. I wanted to play her video. She gave a speech in Congress about the censure.
I'm the only Palestinian American serving in Congress, Mr. Chair, and my perspective is needed here now more than ever. I will not be silenced, and I will not let you distort my words. Folks forget I'm from the city of Detroit, the most beautiful, blackest city in the country, where I learned to speak truth to power even if my voice shakes. Trying to bully or censor me won't work, because this movement for a ceasefire is much bigger than one person. It's growing every single day. There are millions of people across our country who oppose Netanyahu's extremism and are done watching our government support collective punishment and the use of white phosphorus bombs that melt flesh to the bone. They are done watching our government, Mr. Chair, supporting cutting off food, water, electricity, and medical care to millions of people with nowhere to go. Like me, Mr. Chair, they don't believe the answer to war crimes is more war crimes. The refusal of Congress and the administration to acknowledge Palestinian lives is chipping away at my soul. Over 10,000 Palestinians have been killed. Majority were children.
I think, again, it's worth noting, as she does, the refusal of acknowledgement of Palestinian lives. Biden has sometimes, through Anthony Blinken, acknowledged that too many Palestinians were killed. But he always does so in the context of completely supporting the state of Israel. And Republicans don't even bother. Trump, in any of his speeches, has not bothered to say they've killed too many Palestinians. Mike Johnson, Ron DeSantis, none of them bothered to speak about how too many Palestinians were killed. Absolutely not.
But let me be clear. My criticism has always been of the Israeli government and Netanyahu's actions. It is important to separate people and governments, Mr. Chair. No government is beyond criticism. The idea that criticizing the government of Israel is anti-Semitic sets a very dangerous precedent, and it's being used to silence diverse voices speaking up for human rights across our nation. Do you realize what it's like, Mr. Chair, for the people outside the chamber right now, listening in agony to their own government dehumanizing them? To hear the President of the United States we helped elect dispute death tolls as we see video after video of dead children and parents under rubble? Mr. Chair, do you know what it's like to fear rising hate crimes, to know how Islamophobia and anti-Semitism makes us all less safe?
Again, just want to note, and I'll be noting this in just a second, whenever, almost always, a left or center-left figure is speaking in favor of ending the massacre, in favor of demanding a ceasefire, you will always hear, or almost always hear, a condemnation of violence against all people. Is the person who's condemning Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, is she the hyper-racist who wants to destroy Israel and expel all Jews from the country in its ruins? I'll actually get to that in a second. She is so opposed to this that it is unreal.
And worried that your own child might suffer the horrors that 6-year-old Wadia did in Illinois. I can't believe I have to say this, but Palestinian people are not disposable. We are human beings, just like anyone else. My city, my grandmother, like all Palestinians, just wants to live her life with freedom and human dignity we all deserve. Speaking up to save lives, Mr. Chair, no matter faith, no matter ethnicity, should not be controversial in this chamber. The cries of the Palestinian and Israeli children sound no different to me.
Again, just want to note, in her speech, while she's being censured by insanely racist Republicans, she still makes note. Israeli and Palestinian children cries sound the same to me. There is a symmetry between the killing here. She does not accept any of it.
Why? What I don't understand is why the cries of Palestinians sound different to you all. We cannot lose our shared humanity, Mr. Chair. I hear the voices of advocates in Israel, in Palestine, across America, and around the world for peace. I am inspired by the courageous survivors in Israel who have lost loved ones, yet are calling for a ceasefire and the end to violence. I am grateful to the people in the streets for the peace movement, with countless Jewish Americans across the country standing up and lovingly saying, "Not in our name."
The reason why I'm mentioning how different her rhetoric is than those of the right is because the right always speak only in terms of the Israeli dead. The right always speak only in terms of hostages and terrorism. They don't speak of those killed in Palestine. They don't even speak to justify it. They, by implication, justify anything Israel does. They only speak of the Israeli dead and then say we stand 100% with Israel. Think of how different her rhetoric is here, that the cries of all children sound the same to her. There's such a gulf here, and we'll show you in a minute what actual rightists have been saying, what reactionaries, rightists, have been saying in Congress. Completely not like this, completely not symmetric, completely downplaying civilian lives, in fact.
We will continue to call for a ceasefire, Mr. Chair, for the immediate delivery of critical humanitarian aid to Gaza, for the release of all hostages and those arbitrarily detained, and for every American to come home. We will continue to work for a real lasting peace that upholds human rights and dignity of all people, and centers in peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians, and censures no one and ensures that no person, no child has to suffer or live in fear of violence. 71% of Michigan Democrats support a ceasefire. So you can try to censure me, but you can't silence their voices. I urge my colleagues to join with the majority of Americans and support a ceasefire now to save as many lives as possible. President Biden must listen to and represent all of us, not just some of us. I urge the president to have the courage to call for a ceasefire and the end of killings. Thank you, and I yield.
Look, I'm so goddamn glad that we've got DSA members, that we've got socialists and Palestinians like Rashida in Congress. This woman is going to be targeted with $30 million of AIPAC funding. And I'm really not exaggerating there. AIPAC insiders have said they're willing to spend $100 million in the upcoming election season, aimed at 7 squad members in particular. And if 2 of those don't come through, then she'll be facing about $25 million in AIPAC spending. AIPAC last in 2022 represented about half of right-wing Zionist spending. She might be facing literally $50 million, $20 to $50 million in right-wing Zionist spending against her. She'll live. She did well in her primaries. She did well in the general. It's extremely safe Dem seat. There's not a lot of risk for that. There is a lot of risk for other pro-Palestinian members. Ilhan Omar only won her primary by, I think, 2.5 percentage points. And Summer Lee, who is, I don't think she might be in this picture, but she might be the top right. I can't actually tell. Summer Lee only won her primary by 0.9 percentage points. These people need to be protected, in my view. Squad members who have been some of the 8 most strong people in Congress, both using their voices and voting in favor of Palestinians, they need to be protected. Because if AIPAC can destroy this, or any of the people with this voice, then no one will take this voice as well. No one will speak up like this. Is AIPAC just the Zionist lobby? I was under... If they are a Jewish lobby, they are not just the Jewish lobby. They supported pro-insurrection Republicans because those pro-insurrection Republicans spoke in favor of Israel. They funded primary challengers to anti-Zionists in the previous election, and they're going to do it this election. It is de facto the Zionist lobby. Yeah, it's inextricable from Zionism. Again, 22 Democrats voted to censure this woman. And I want to give you even more context on how anti-displacement she is. This is from Eric Levitz. In a recent speech, Rashida Tlaib said she struggles with the idea of uprooting Israeli settlements in the West Bank, comparing the evacuation of settlements to the displacement of Palestinians during and after Israel's 1948 War of Independence. The Democratic Congresswoman made the remarks on Monday via Zoom to a group of Jewish high school students. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency received a recording of the Zoom call. During her appearance, one of the students asked her about Israeli West Bank settlements, which much of the international community considers illegal. I want to be clear, it's not much of the international community, it's basically every country but the US and Israel. In response, the Michigan representative invoked the Nakba, the term meaning catastrophe that Palestinians used to describe their displacement during and after the 1948 war. Quote, from Rashida, same woman who just spoke here, some settlements have been there for so long, right? And the idea around taking families that's been their home, it's completely uprooting, forcibly displacing, it's something I struggle with because it's like we're doing it all over again. This happened during the Nakba. This woman, very clearly, is bloodthirsty for the destruction of Israeli Jews and the removal of them from the country. Clearly, this woman wants the destruction of Israel and hates Jewish people. Fucking Christ, man. Anyway, here is what Brian Mast has been talking about in Congress.
You know, I think when we look at this as a whole, I would encourage the other side to not so lightly throw around the idea of innocent Palestinian civilians, as is frequently said. I don't think we would so lightly throw around the term innocent Nazi civilians during World War II.
Stop talking about innocent Palestinian civilians. They're just like the Nazis. And all Germans deserve to die, I guess.
We're going to speak later about a bill related to Palestinian education and the fact that in their schools, schools run by the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, not Palestinian Islamic Jihad, not Al-Aqsa Martyrs Brigade, not Lion's Den, not any of the other groups, run by the Palestinian Authority, the anti-Semitic teachings that they put within their own schools, right? The list goes on and on of the examples we could give of.
So I want to be clear, the logic here is that, hey, these children were taught bigoted things. So why talk of them as innocent civilians? I'm sorry, I don't think that we should kill like German children because of the Nazi state. I'm sorry if that makes me a radical, but I don't think that we should kill children in Gaza because Hamas has been teaching them to hate Jewish people.
Of what somebody might just call a rank-and-file Gazan or a rank-and-file person in the West Bank or just a Palestinian that maybe they don't say falls under that name of Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad, but by any classical definition would absolutely be considered a terrorist, somebody that in the last couple weeks had been conducting kidnappings, murders, brutality that is nearly unspeakable. So again,
I don't know if that's a misspeaking, but what he said there is the average civilian has been doing activities that would be considered terrorist.
As we look at this and what kind of exemptions should and should not exist, I would ask that it be looked at through that lens, that there's not this far stretch to say there are very few innocent Palestinian civilians. I haven't.
Just to make sure, he clarified it again after a minute of thinking on it. And just whether you're wondering, he said it twice on a different day.
People need to move away from this idea of saying that the Palestinians are not Hamas and that Hamas are not the Palestinians. This is what they train them up to be. This is their pedigree. This is what they've proven to be. And I think you would be hard-pressed right now to find the Palestinian that is not in support of the hostages and the killing that took place, as opposed to the ones that stood against it. They weren't out.
Yeah. This is Brian Mast. He is completely fucking insane on this issue. Want to get even a little bit more black-pilled? He's not even the most theocratic Republican. He was one of the few Republicans who voted, for example, in favor of the Respect for Marriage Act, which codified same-sex marriage in federal law, or attempted to. This isn't even a theocrat, and this is how he talks about civilians. Was he censured? Democrats considered it. And then they withdrew it. Okay, maybe it's just one guy. A man named Ryan Zinke. Title: House Republican introduces bill to expel Palestinians from the country. The Safeguarding Americans from Extremism Act, or SAFE, would require the Department of Homeland Security to refrain from issuing visas or granting refugee, asylum, or temporary protected status to anyone holding a passport issued by the Palestinian Authority. It would also revoke visas and refugee or asylum status for anyone who was granted it on or after October 1st. Any person who is in this country on a Palestinian visa after October 1, this guy would throw out. And never let them in. By the way, this guy was Trump's Secretary of the Interior. I wanted to add, I don't know why I opened the wrong link. I want to note some historical context on this. As Layla, or Emissary of Night, notes, the second person ever censured in the House was censured for introducing a motion for the abolition of slavery. We will be vindicated by history. As a Palestinian and a member of DSA, same as Tlaib, I want to make it clear that I've never been prouder and have hundreds and thousands of socialists unflinchingly come to her defense. DSA stands with Tlaib, DSA stands with Palestine, and for Palestinian and Jewish equality. It's so fucked, man. It's so fucked that Congress can censure you for demanding a ceasefire. It's so fucked that Congress is not in the same way. Republicans who pretend to care about bigotry, come election time, they'll tell you that they're against bigotry. Come election time, they'll tell you that they support all lives. When they say all lives matter, do they call for a ceasefire? When they say all lives matter, do they bother expelling masked? After the censure vote, they gathered, the squad members and a few others who were associated, gathered on the steps to promote a ceasefire now. And I just wanted to remind y'all that, like, we can win this if we win popular support, if we make it clear that not supporting a ceasefire is a losing issue for Democratic electeds. AIPAC has money, but they don't have more money than the Democratic Party. AIPAC has people, but they have 100,000 times less than the DSA, than the Dems, than all the progressive groups in this country. If we organize, if the Democratic Party can change its mind on this, we can win. And we have slowly been winning congresspeople. I believe that in the past week, we won 4 more congresspeople. Not great, but when you're fighting against one of the strongest groups in the country in terms of money, when you're fighting against what has been U.S. establishment logic in international relations for half a century, it's an uphill battle. And it's going to help us in the next one. The more people that support a ceasefire now, the more that will support it the next time. The more that will be willing to condemn illegal Israeli settlements. The more that will be willing to use U.S. hard and soft power to demand an end to Israeli settlements, to demand a two-state solution, at least. So we have to slowly build power. We have to slowly build support. And I want to be clear, if AIPAC goes for any of these people, I think there's some duty, especially for quote-unquote squad members who have been the strongest defenders of Palestine, that we have a duty to defend them, to show that AIPAC does not win. That you too can stand up to AIPAC and they will not crush you. So that other congresspeople who might hold these views in secret can come out openly. I think we have to demonstrate power, in short. Whatever we have to demonstrate that we have enough power to resist AIPAC. So, it's really fucking blackpilling for me to see House Republicans and Trump and the House Speaker and all the Republican presidential candidates just increasingly say stuff that devalues Palestinian lives, either directly or by implication, and just face nothing for it. Like, the average Republican voter clearly does not give a shit. You remember that graph that I pulled up earlier of support for Palestinians? Democrats went up in support after all the bombing. Republicans barely went up in support for the Israeli side. They went up maybe 10 to 15 points, but they were already overwhelmingly in support of Israel. Less than 5% of Republicans support Palestine. I believe it's about 1 to 2% in every one of these little bars here. Like, there's just no room for Palestinian suffering in the Republican Party. And they're not alone. I showed these graphs before from Israel. These are polls of Israeli citizens. Question: to what extent do you think that Israel should take into consideration the suffering of the civilian Palestinian population in Gaza when planning the next phases of fighting there? Among Israeli Jewish people, 70%, 80% actually, sorry, 80% say not at all or not much. The people who say quite a lot or very much are 10%. 1 in 10 Israeli Jewish people. Question: do you agree or disagree when undertaking military operations that the IDF should ensure it is not breaking international laws? About 45% of Israeli Jewish people agree. And about the same disagree. Support for the IDF taking international laws and rules of war into account only has a positive support rate, a net support rate of 2.3% among the Israeli Jewish public. It's so bad. It's so bad, man. I unironically, I guess one of the reasons that I've tried to stress, I've really tried to stress that I think that the only solution to this in the long run, like clearly, I think this poll implies, and polls like these imply the Israeli far right is going to do well in coming elections. And the Israeli far right is not going to support a one-state solution at all, and they're going to impose as strong as they can a two-state solution. I am so convinced at this point that the only solution to this problem in the long run is going to be a shift in U.S. support. The U.S. is the country that bankrolls Israel. We are the country that supports them in the UN. We are the only country which vetoes all the resolutions demanding a ceasefire, all the resolutions demanding that Israel stop the settlements. We are their support. The only way this ends in a way that doesn't end with ethnic cleansing or a war is if the U.S. flips. It's one of the reasons that I emphasize so strongly that we have to be thinking about the long-term growth of the U.S. pro-Palestinian left. Because I do not trust the society which is governed by parties, a 40% minority of which think that their military shouldn't care about the law of war. That 40% majority is going to be overwhelmingly represented in the government of the right. A society in which 8 out of 10 representatives in the Knesset who come from the Israeli Jewish voting population are likely to think that we shouldn't consider the suffering of Palestinian civilians, right? Like, I just do not trust that this is going to lead to an amenable two-state solution, an amenable egalitarian society. I very much think the U.S. has to have the ability to force the Israeli right to make amends. It has to be able to force as well the Palestinian right to accept a solution, because otherwise this is going to keep happening. And the only way that happens is if we win in the U.S. Unironically, I am so like, for those who know, third worldism is a term which refers to the idea that socialists should want revolution in the third world because it's not possible in the first world, and therefore that socialists should stand with the third world. I am, in many respects, a first worldist. Not in the sense that I think the first world is better, but in the sense that I think that America and Europe existing as sort of capitalist hegemonies, especially America, there is no hope for like a radical left politics in the third world. So long as America remains like an imperial power, there is no hope for like trying to end all of the ongoing ethnic cleansings, all of the ongoing ethnic bigotries across the world, and achieving like a true and permanent and egalitarian decolonization. I am very much convinced that if we don't win in America, it's just going to keep existing like this forever. So, join DSA. Let's win the socialist revolution in America so the rest of the world can breathe. I guess. And let's also win the socialist revolution in America so that we can oppose Russia and China for the right reasons instead of opposing them in an imperial hegemonic battle. Feel the many CIA-backed coups should make that much clear. Yeah, I like... When you look at, like, quote-unquote socialist, the socialist countries that people point to as victories in the South used to be like Venezuela. And then it went authoritarian because Maduro is fucking insane and Chavez was not building up a competitive electoral infrastructure which could prevent a one-party state, which could ensure that there would be competitive elections forever. So partial failure of Chavez, personal enormous failure of Maduro. And then Trump gets into power and sanctions the hell out of them, right? So and all of the humanitarian fuckery that was already happening there gets a dozen times worse. Because now the squeeze gets even greater on government money printer. Yair Lapid is pro two-state solution and Benny Gantz is pro two-entity solution. I don't think that we've seen polling on the Israeli public after this event. I'm trying to say that, like, I think that it was already not happening. It was pretty clear that even centrist elements in Israel weren't accepting an egalitarian two-state solution. And now, I think the centrist elements are going to be move the step to the right. All I'm saying, Snuggle Kitten, is imagine a world in which the CIA coups were going the other way, okay? Imagine if people... I don't know, I guess maybe stop fantasizing about CIA coups. Something that I've argued over and over again is that we need, like, unironically, I feel like the long-term solution has to be a shift away from great powers and a shift towards a powerful UN. One of the sub-parts of that should be that the UN should contain a democratically directly elected parliament. And one of the points of that is to offer a carrot for countries that remain having free and fair elections. If you have a parliament which exercises direct power over the world, as in it has like peacekeeping forces, it's in charge of some form of international taxation, it's in charge of like international tariffs of some kind, it's maybe in charge of international climate policy, the more that you give to that, the more power it has. Then give the carrot for that be that to get a seat, to get not the seat, but a proportional representation in the world directly democratically elected parliament, that you need to be able to have free and fair elections in your country. I think that is one of the carrots you can give to force governments to at least allow UN-led elections in your country. And those might inspire people to demand that for all political positions. I very much think that you should institutionalize like the OSCE type of observer position into a United Nations. And if the observers find that your election isn't acceptable, then you don't get a seat. That's simple. I think based on population, the argument I've given is that the most likely UN situation that's going to emerge that will be accepted by rich and poor countries alike is a two-chamber parliament with the lower based on population and the upper based on GDP. Because otherwise poor countries would outvote the rich countries, and I think the rich countries would refuse to accept its power. So you have to give the rich countries a veto power. I think. If you want buy-in. What responsibilities would this body have? I mean, eventually, I am a world federalist. Eventually, I would want this body to incorporate all powers that a world government would have, as in, like, imagine that you have a federal government in each country, or like, imagine that you have regional governments, which would be like locally directly elected parliament to a population of say 10 million. Then for groups of say 100 million people, you might have super regional governments, again, like a federal government there. And then above it all, you'd have the world federal government. I think that's the rich countries should not be given veto power. I'm not saying what's ideal. I'm saying what I think is feasible. Like ideally, I would want a direct democratic, directly elected democratic society. But I don't think that the US is ever going to agree to something which gives China 5 times its voting power, right? So the only way that you can try and equalize that is if you give the US a 25% stake in the upper chamber, give the EU a 20% stake in the upper chamber, etc. 10 billion people voting on a referendum, that's the bare minimum. I don't want 10 billion people voting on a referendum. I want 10 billion people voting on a plebiscite or an initiative. Okay? You simply have to gather 1% of the world's people as signatures, and then you can initiate an election to the an election held by the world federal government. It's only 1% of the world's population. How many people could it be? China would fake elections. That's why I think that this body would have to have an institutionalized. Your participation will be directly dependent on your elections being democratic. Like, I want something even more aggressive than the EU or whatever does. Once you basically get into the EU, they just trust that your elections are democratic. They can't really censor you. They can't really stop you. They can't kick you out even to some degree. But my suggestion is that on an ongoing basis, if your country is no longer evaluated as having free and fair elections, then either the percentage of votes you get gets downgraded enormously, like say it gets cut in half or a third or fourth, or B, the amount of votes that you get is completely eliminated. Global mandatory voting sounds nightmarish. Mandatory voting haters simply hate democracy, okay? I want a society, a country, a democracy where every person is... where the ads don't tell people to get out to vote because they already know you're voting, where the ads have to try and convince you. Unironically, one of the benefits of mandatory voting is that it shifts political discourse, and it's not an enormous shift, but it is a shift away from please vote for us to instead of voting for them, please vote for us, which is a much more conversational and argumentative and policy-based argument. This is Trotskyism in action. That's true. I am Trotsky's strongest soldier, clearly. Yeah, Orban is an example of democratic backsliding in the European Union. The EU can suspend your membership, which has some significant effects. The problem is that the EU can only suspend a country with a unanimous -1 vote. So if, say, 2 countries, like Poland and Hungary, just as some odd examples I pulled from my ass, if, say, 2 countries decide to disagree with you, then you can't suspend them. Just a hypothetical example of maybe that system not working out, unfortunately. Not like it happened last year due to the structure of the EU, which led to continued democratic backsliding by Hungary. Do I believe in Euro-federalism? Yeah, actually. I think that for all the flaws the EU has, its flaws are partially a result of its constitutive member nations and its undemocratic national design. I think that tying the countries closer together and embracing a Euro-federal solution might empower a democratic movement to reform the EU and have direct election of the real power in the EU. Which Euro party would I vote for? Wouldn't it be the, what is it, like GUE, right? That's like the non-communist lefties? Or are the commies part of GUE as well? Orban is a huge warning for Europe that's gone fairly unheeded. Parts of Europe have heeded it. It's just that they can't do anything about it, very bluntly. Like liberal elements in other countries, liberal here meaning like pro-democracy, pro-democratic elements in other countries are like, yeah, this really fucking sucks. But they can't be like, okay, Hungary, you're no longer an EU member. Please stop fucking with like our process. I would vote for the left. The left has some bad policy takes, and some bad foreign policy takes. I'm not sure. Probably in Germany. I mean, they would probably come closest to what I believe. If you mean Die Linke by the left. Tiernak says, Poland kicked out PIS, that's the conservative party that had ruled Poland and that voted along with Hungary for defending authoritarianism. Poland kicked out PIS by the skin of its teeth and had the most seats, but not a workable majority in government. Man, that sucks. They came really close, didn't they? No, it's the EU group? Is it? Okay, I have to click the link now. PIS stands for Law and Justice in English. Yeah, that's correct. But I prefer to call him piss. Hee. Oh my god. Why do they have such a long, fucked up name? Come on, man. What is this? Ah, yes, the GUE NGL left in the European Parliament. Come on. Are we socialists? Do we have no agitprop? This is the average left party name. Yeah, I'm a leftist, open parentheses Marxist, open parentheses Leninist, open parentheses Trotskyist, open parentheses, not a Stalinist. Like, come on, man. Beautiful, just as the left intended. Oh, gosh. Can I cover anything else, or is my voice giving out? Let's see, 5 hours. Not sure. Guess which electoral group is the most effective in Parliament? Oh, Tiernax scrolled away and I can't see it. Guess which electoral group is the most effective in the European Parliament? It's the far right. Nobody talks about this here. It's insane. Yeah, I think it. Okay. The one thing I will say in concern about that, I'm pretty sure part of the reason the far right does well in elections in the European Parliament is because their message is usually either Euroscepticism or Euro-racism, which are easier ideologies than the uncomfortable alliance that liberals have with the EU, because liberals usually want to be pro-democracy, pro-capitalism, and the EU isn't like a comfortably democratic institution, and it's also a complicated like bureaucratic nightmare, which doesn't fit neatly into their like pro-market. And the left similarly has a complicated relationship with the EU, because generally they're in favor of like cross-national like collaboration, they're in favor of internationalism. And they also are critical of EU institutions. For example, the prevention of nationalization of firms in a whole sector. So like that would prevent stuff like single-payer healthcare. And so the left has like has like critical support for the EU, which makes it harder, in my opinion, to run. That's my bet is part of it. Yeah, and Turnock says European elections have very low turnout too. I think like unironically, I am so mandatory voting pilled that you have no idea. The far right has very effectively built a coalition network and is achieving a lot of their policy aims. I think it's an under-discussed element, the degree to which well, I don't know whether that's true. I was going to make a comparison with the United States, but what I would probably say is that in the Americas, it seems like there's more been a gradual adoption of racist beliefs by elements of the Republican Party without a formal organizational strategy to make that into formal policy. It's just been a gradual shift of beliefs in the Republican Party to think that racism is a winning election issue and that also race is really, really important. So I guess, I don't know. Might be worse in America, actually. Hopefully Putin's downfall takes some wind out of their sails. I mean, is Putin going anywhere? I think he's in his 60s. He could be here for another 2 decades. Najwan says most states don't provide evidence of military value for their strikes. This is actually one of the things that the left called for in the UN. I forget the name of it, but there was a bill proposed to the UN, I want to say in 2021 or 2022, which would have attempted to create an international reporting framework for military airstrikes. And to me, that seems like, again, an obvious thing for an international body to do. Hey, you want to do an airstrike? Report to us where it happened, when, with what munition, who fired it. So if it's a war crime, we can follow up with it. And B, why? And if you can't provide that, maybe you shouldn't do the airstrike, right? Charlotte says he also has an 85% approval rating among Russians. Putin seems like he's here to stay. It's really sad, but it seems like he has real popular support, as does she, by the way. She seems also to have real popular support, in part buoyed by state media being on his side. But in addition to that, they have undemocratic control. So even if they didn't, they're not ruling by decree. Left Finance Bro asks about paying people versus mandatory voting. I have always held I have held for years the opinion that mandatory voting should be paired with compensation for democratic participation. And I mean that in a broad sense. I think that governments should be doling out money for people who want to canvass, and for people who want to do like voter drives, for example, as well as for voting, as well as for engaging in democratic forums. I think local governments should be provided money by the federal government to host, say, weekly or monthly meetings in usually probably a church or a school. I should probably say a school. I shouldn't encourage people to in a school to have like monthly meetings with open political discussion among members of the community, stuff like that. I very much feel that you need to rebuild democracy from the ground up, and if that requires paying people, yeah, absolutely. And you should probably pay it just so that they get maximum turnout. Yeah, absolutely. So in short, my view is that you should mandate voting, which is a fine for not voting, and 2, pay people for voting, which is voting for paying people for voting in the first case. So a subsidy and a fine. Najuin is taking on the entire chat. It's true. Not the sole liberal fighting for survival against the entirety of the socialist IRS warriors. Hydork is trying to send me a link, but can't actually open it. Hey, New Socialist Era, nice to see you still hanging around. Talking about Maoist, Taoist, Kaoist, Laoist, Zaoist. I don't know what that means. Tyler Smith says, have you seen that Jackson Hinkle thinks the world is run by trots? Does he? Why? Why would you think that? Why would anyone think that Trotskyists have any power anywhere? They did not pamphleteer their way into global control. Well, New Socialist Era, I hope if you're getting back into making videos that you see success with it. Let me know if you have any questions or anything. It's on his InfoWars episode? Oh my god, I forgot. Of course, he went on InfoWars. Of course, he's okay with white nationalists. He said Trotskyists with triple parentheses. Of course. That would require Hinkle to believe in anything. Okay. Do y'all think that Hinkle is a grifter, or do you think that he's an asshole? Because those are really the options at this point. And more of the Nas than the pull. Nasbol. Is he like I don't even know how I don't know how you could differentiate it, because he openly lies. So you can't even take a lot of his statements as indicating like what he believes, because he just openly lies about things. Or if he's not lying, he's incredibly gullible. So that would lead maybe to him being a genuine Nazbol, because like maybe he does actually genuinely believe it because he's been reading the stuff. Or because his views shifted so quickly, that could be because he's gullible, or his views shifted quickly because he's a grifter and he followed the money, right? Porque no los dos. Okay, I want to be clear. I think the man is not smart. And it's possible that he is a Nazbol who's also just grifting. Is Jackson Hinkle the degrowth guy? No, you're thinking of a very similar name, but it's not the same guy. Jackson Hinkle is the conservative magunist. Oh my god, conservative MAGA communist guy. I'd bet on grifter but not strong, says Lithics. He's from money and his father had some political connections. I mean, that doesn't mean that you're like a grifter or not, you know? He's claimed he is a Stalinist, an American Stalinist. Okay, that's the thing that makes me think that it's genuine, because if he was a grifter, why wouldn't he drop the like faux communist label, right? MAGA communist? Yeah, the whole ideology that like that crowd came up with was, I'm a communist, but I'm a communist for the conservative working class. Yeah, oh, Jason Hinkle is the degrowth guy instead of Jackson Hinkle. I know it sounds very similar. I mess it up as well. You think it's just distinctive branding? No. There's no way that the branding matters for this. He's a personality who's big on Twitter and big on YouTube. And his personality on YouTube is guy who denies Russian war crimes. And his personality on Twitter is guy who occasionally posts about communism, but mostly posts about how liberals are degenerate and we should support the Russian foreign policy line. You know? You know what? The only thing that I could think of is if he's a grifter, it's possible that his weird... Okay. So you know how scammers will intentionally target those who don't understand they're being scammed. Some scammers will, by starting with something which is like so obviously absurd that only a moron would believe it. And then, because only morons believe it, anyone who gets to the next step must be a moron who is pretty scammable. I wonder if there's an extent to which identifying as a conservative communist filters out people who are genuine communists and filters out people who are genuine conservatives, but only draws in people who are goddamn morons who gobble up any goddamn content that seems to broadly vibe with them. Keffels thinks he's an ML. Keffels actually brought me on stream to talk about this. I pretty strongly disagree. Not trying to... Keffels is fine on this. So I think she's wrong, but I think she's fine in general. I think the case for him being like a Nazbol grifter type is way stronger than him being some deep cover tanky or whatever. Because when you look at his public appearances and you compare them to those of actual tankies, like the person I would point to, and maybe tanky isn't quite the right word for her, but Kashama Sawant. When she goes on any news media, she makes sure to shill for socialism. She makes sure to shill for her organization. She makes sure to shill for some socialist policy of some kind. Part of that's because she's good at media. Part of that's because she's a genuine like socialist, a genuine like Trotskyist, actually. But Hinkle doesn't. When Hinkle went on Tucker Carlson, he didn't promote a single left policy, not one. He didn't promote a single left org, not one. He didn't promote a single left value, not one. All he did was agree with Tucker Carlson. Keffels is not as Trotskyist. I'm saying that Kashama Sawant, a member of Socialist Alternative from Seattle, is a Trotskyist. And in her media appearances, she is on the socialist grind set. Burning the Keffels Bridge. That's right. I'm torching the Keffels Bridge by politely disagreeing with Keffels about whether Jackson Hinkle is an ML grifter or a Nazbol grifter. Keffels, if you hear this, the bridge has been burned. Friendship opportunity gone. This disagreement will destroy whatever friendship we had. Let me pull up the clip actually of Hinkle speaking on Fox News. Hinkle, Carlson.
Utopian reality.
Why isn't the video playing right?
Biden is plunging us into a fascist state, and he is taking cues from what Zelensky is doing.
Elon Musk broke Twitter.
To manufacture.
All right, I might just have to play the audio if it's not working. Let's try again.
Biden is plunging us into a fascist state, and he is taking cues from what Zelensky is doing in Ukraine to manufacture this dystopian state.
Okay, Elon Musk has actually broken Twitter. I'll read the quote that I took from this because I can't actually play it. Former conservative communist Jackson Hinkle, speaking to white nationalist Tucker Carlson, claims that Joe Biden is, quote, prepping the CIA, the FBI, Antifa, the IRS to, quote, attack freedom-loving Americans because Biden is, quote, controlled by George Soros. Come on, man. Like, this is not... This man is like, he's Nazbol. By the way, Tucker Carlson didn't push back on a single thing he said because Tucker Carlson believes the exact same thing. Whenever anyone, like, it's so obvious that anti-Semitism and anti-Jewish conspiracy thinking is just widespread on the right. Tucker Carlson, one of the largest cable news anchors, completely on board with this. Let this play on Fox News. Zero pushback. Zero. I love the idea that Joe Biden is on board with Antifa and the FBI and the CIA are working together to build a totalitarian state. What? Oh my god. It's so funny that these two can go on Fox News. Like, we saw this in fucking Kirk too. He talks about how we live in a totalitarian state and then goes on for fucking ever about how shitty Biden is, about how shitty all the people that he thinks run the country are. What are you talking about? I don't understand how people can have the contradiction of I am speaking freely on a cable news network and I am living in a totalitarian state where the CIA, the FBI, the IRS, and Antifa are prepped and ready to go to kill and shut down freedom-loving Americans. What? Hydork says, I was thinking of Gamble. No, yeah, Nazbol is like, people link it to Dugin, who's a guy in Russia, but more broadly, I think we're just trying to use it to describe someone who is fascist with a red coat of paint. Yeah, Tyrannax says, they speak as if, quote, they'll black bag me for this one for the 500th time. Glenn Beck speaking on his radio show to 1 million viewers. This one's getting me sent to Guantanamo, boys. So tanky, no. This is one of the things I want to distinguish. Tanky just means someone who defends the crimes of the Soviet Union or the crimes of Maoist China and other such nominally socialist crimes. You can be a tanky and a Nazbol. In fact, there are Nazis, like open neo-Nazis, who are fans of Stalin because they think that he built a conservative authoritarian communism that they want to replicate. There's not a lot of them, but they certainly exist, and I have debated them, and they are completely insane. You just heard me say Marxist-Leninist. I do not think that Jackson Hinkle is in any serious way like a vanguardist. I think that he comes much closer to LaRouche ideology, which is sort of this mixture of left rhetoric about the revolution and fighting back against the global capitalist elite with actually right-wing policies. Hinkle is against taxes. Hinkle is against regulation. Hinkle is not in favor of, as far as I'm aware, any left policies to any real degree. And maybe, if Keffels and I have a conversation about this, maybe I'll get proved wrong, but he is closer to Lyndon LaRouche, who was a former Trotskyist who created a cult. And actually, let me pull up a page. One minute. LaRouche is completely insane, and I have this big old page which lists all the left orgs that I can find, and I just want to note that his is this long because he has so many front groups and failures that they keep just doing weird shit. Every time. This is one of the big calling cards of left cults. They never just do an organization and directly tell people, join the organization, we're going to build socialism. Cult groups always have 14 bajillion front groups. So he went from the National Caucus of Labor Committees to the U.S. Labor Party. He created something called the Executive Intelligence Review, the New Solidarity International Press Service, the Fusion Energy Foundation, the National Democratic Policy Committee, the Schiller Institute, LaRouche PAC, the Worldwide LaRouche Youth Movement, and a funny one. In 2023, LaRouche endorsed Cornel West. If you need another reason to oppose Cornel West, if this man is on board with my left movement, I am having some serious questions about my left movement. In the page about, let me see if it's, which one is it? It might be, not this one. There's a page in Wikipedia about LaRouche, which notes that the FBI couldn't tell whether he was a far right or far left organization and simply used him to attack left orgs. They actively sent him information about other left organizations, like where they were organizing, who their leaders were, and LaRouche organized literal brawls to beat up other left organizations. I'm not exaggerating. In the 1960s and 70s, LaRouche was accused... Oh my god. of fomenting violence at anti-war rallies with a small band of his followers. According to LaRouche autobiography, in 1969, violent altercations between his members and New Left groups. He wrote that a faction of other groups began assaulting his faction at Columbia universities. These conflicts culminated in Operation Mop-Up. He gave it a name. Operation Mop-Up, a series of physical attacks by LaRouche's National Caucus of Labor Committees on rival left-wing groups. Is Glenn Greenwald a LaRoucheite? I unironically think there's a case for that. He called Tucker Carlson a socialist. He supports Bolsonaro. He supports Donald Trump, but he claims the socialist label. And the big thing that LaRoucheites do, and that Nazbols in general do, is they are underneath, always in support of de facto fascist and right-wing policies. But they apply red paint to it. Glenn Greenwald applies, I'm an internationalist. I stand for freedom of speech. I stand against the elite who are trying to censor your information. I'm fighting the global military-industrial complex. And sometimes he is, but most of the time, he's using his clout to support far-right movements. God, it's just so funny, man. I think Caleb Maupin was trying to be the next LaRouche. I had to make sure I put the CPI on here. My summary is that it is a conservative communist or national Bolshevik group, allegedly a political cult run by Caleb Maupin, a former RT employee. I couldn't find out if Caleb Maupin had been a former member of any LaRoucheite groups, but I'm pretty sure that he worked with the Schiller Institute before. I didn't look into it too deeply, but I'm pretty sure he worked with the Schiller Institute, which is a front group for LaRouche in Europe. In fact, actually, you want to know the reason why, like, LaRouche, it's so easy to call, like, right-wing Nazwell type stuff. Schiller Institute members were some of the only people allowed into the 2020 elections in the Donbass, where they overwhelmingly, as in 99%, voted to join Russia. The Schiller Institute was one of the only groups allowed, the only people allowed to monitor those elections from other countries. The OSCE, who was the usual international election observer, wasn't allowed in. They're allowed into US elections, right? They're allowed into elections in Ukraine all the time, but they weren't allowed into 2020 elections. But you know who was? The Nazbols. We know from the expose that Caleb was researching how to run cult-like groups from like that. Really? That was said explicitly? When are you streaming next since you skipped Wednesday? Do I have enough stuff for Friday? 1, 2, well, 1. Kind of 2. 3, 4, 5. I could try and stream tomorrow. When do I have that other thing? 1 minute. I don't think I can do Saturday or Sunday because I have meetings then. It's Friday if I'm feeling good and I can find more details on some of the stuff I'm looking for, and Monday if not. Jimmy Neutron says, I see Cheminade, who was a French contestant for president in 2017, but got 0.7% of the vote, is friends with Caleb Maupin. Are you for real? I think a LaRoucheite got like 10% of the vote in a state once, because I believe he was like the only opponent to the Dems or something along those lines. It is actually, while Nerodia, you were talking about from the expose that Maupin was researching other cult-like groups. I think something that's worth noting is that a lot of left-wing cult-like groups emerged from one political cult. In particular, LaRouche's National Caucus of Labor Committees helped lead to, trying to pull up the examples here. I must have named something else. NCL. So for example, there's another cult. You'll call me sucked on lame if you don't stream by Tuesday. Thank you. That will really invigorate me. there's a group which I call the Newman Tendency, or sometimes they're called the Newmanites. And I don't know how else to call them, but they were a political cult and a sex cult. I helped write this Wikipedia page. I have to quote this. Newman controlled several socialist and progressive political, therapy, and dramatic collective groups because he got really into hosting plays. So I say literally dramatic groups across the USA. These groups promoted friendosexuality, which encouraged members to sleep with each other. In a summary of Newman's tendency, gradually, people adopted into the movement, abandoned outside jobs, worked for the group often off the books. They shared apartments, attended meetings late into the night, and restricted relationships with outsiders. Instead, many were set up in casual sexual relationships with others in a practice called friendosexuality. The cult says, you know, you don't need your job. You also don't need your spouse. We'll give you a spouse. Don't you worry about it. These guys, this is literally like the communist incel solution. They were like, what if we simply created a socialist group that redistributes the girlfriends? Oh my God, man. They were also assigned a friend whose role was to monitor and criticize to keep them in line. Some women in the group were told by Newman to have abortions, and few had children while involved. Anyway, this group by Fred Newman. Oh my God, I zoomed in, so now I have to find it again. In 1974, his group briefly merged with LaRouche's group. And you see this over and over again. There's like 4 spin-off political cults which joined with the LaRoucheites in the 1970s, and all of them turned out to be insanely controlling political cults. And I don't know if it's just because like cult leaders recognize each other, or if the tactics of LaRouche were adopted by other cult leaders. But like, this seems to be a real thing that happens, that cult leaders learn from each other. They realize that it's an effective way to organize a group that completely supports you. So like, I would totally believe that Caleb Maupin, who is running a high control organization from people that, I mean, think about what Caleb Maupin did, right? When you read the evaluation down here, they abandoned outside jobs. Maupin encouraged that. There was literally a woman who had a job that Maupin said, you should quit your job so that you can afford to go to Venezuela with our international trip. They parted with their money. They gave all their money to the group. Again, exact same thing that happened in the CPI. And on-sexual relationships kept developing between party members. In this case, it was called friendosexuality. In Maupin's case, it was called spanking. It always seems to be a combination of cutting off outside relationships, parting you with all of your money, and having sex with you. Did LaRouche also practice the Marxist incel solution? He seemed, that's the one thing that doesn't seem to have emerged from the LaRouche cult, not that I've heard of, like sexual abuse or sexual intimacy between cult members. Oh, that was the other one. The other cult was the Communist Party USA Provisional. Another group that joined. So in 1974, LaRouche reorganized this movement as something called the International Workers' Party. And a guy named Gino Parente, and I have to read you his story in a minute. Gino Parente joined the IWP. I'm sorry, he joined the Nationwide Unemployment League, which was a front organization for the IWP, which was a front organization for a Newman Tendency group, which in turn emerged from the Lyndon LaRouche group, is what I'm trying to say. And then I have to read you his story. His name that he gave to others was Gino Parente, but he was born as Gerald Doden in Minnesota, and he grew up in Idaho and California. This guy is white as the snow. He was known in Marysville, where he grew up, as a small-scale con artist. He began... Oh, this one doesn't have all the details on it, I don't think. He joined a revolutionary group called the Liberation Army Revolutionary Group Organizations, or LARGO. I love that this is literally just bland. This is the stock standard name that they give you at the Revolutionary Group handout organization. Like, yes, I'm from the Liberation Army Revolutionary Group organization. They at least call yourself Maoist or something. Come on. The Largos sent letters to government offices announcing that armed guerrilla groups were about to attack public buildings. This was the only statement they ever publicized. The group was described as quixotic by the media, and it was dismissed by law enforcement. Can you imagine how embarrassing it is to form a revolutionary group? You're like, yeah, we're the Radical Revolutionary Real Killers Association group, and we're seizing control of the government. And you send a letter to the cops, and they're like, whatever. Kids will be kids. He left, this guy Doden, he left California after having participated in an incredibly bad organization. And by the way, his involvement with that organization, I believe, was theft of party funds, by the way. He left that organization in 1970, and he resurfaced in New York City as Gino Parenti. He literally changed his name, and he was repeatedly called Hispanic by his comrades. He literally he literally did, like, political brownface, and it worked, and he formed a cult out of it. Oh my god, I don't want to get too much into the details of this, but like, it's another high control organization, which members work for the organization, they don't talk with other people, they abandon their families, they give all their money to the organization, and it has 4 million cult groups. Like, again, calling Mark of a cult group is that there are this many front groups for Gino Parenti's group. It literally, at like standard screen zoom, it is literally a page of cult front groups. God damn it. I don't know, something that I argued on a previous stream, I think, or maybe in a conversation, I might be mixing the two, is that these groups essentially function as autocratic little governments inside of our government that deprive people of the ability to meaningfully democratically participate. Because if you get sucked into a group like this, you think you're participating, you're building a better country, you're building a better society, but you're not. You're wasting all of your time. You're wasting all of your time in a group that's not actually fighting for your causes. It's just sending money to the center, right? It's not doing shit. And I think that it is like an imperative of socialist groups to try and take people out of these undemocratic little groups. It's part of the reason that I feel that the DSA is sometimes annoyingly democratic. There are too many votes. There is too much internal dissent sometimes, it feels like. At the same time, that is so valuable because it means that this never happens. Having 14 million front groups that just steal people's time, like, people literally spend their entire lives, like years, decades, entire lives in groups like this, working for an organization that will never actually advance socialism or progressive values. And that's such a waste. You are burning out. Like, there aren't that many people in society who are willing to actively participate in political work. And the fact that hundreds or thousands of those have been stolen by cults is an atrocity, right? So I don't know. This stuff really sickens me. And it's really worth noting that it all comes back to LaRouche, who is one of the key inspirations, possibly, for Jackson Hinkle. So yeah, fuck him. Fuck that grifter piece of shit. Hinkle is a great example of taking people's democratic energy, their energy to be skeptical of the system, and directing it towards, actually, you should be in favor of Russia. There has to be connection to the Tlaib Queek in this web somewhere. I haven't heard of Tlaib. Let me look it up. Oh my god, yeah, the Crowley thing. Maybe. A lot of the Leninist groups that were cults that emerged in the 60s and 70s have a lot more ties to New Age spiritual movements that emerged in like the 40s, 50s, 60s, rather than earlier groups like the Crowley thing. It's the Crowley Parsons Hubbard thing? Wait, it's tied to Scientology? God. By the way, I mentioned something earlier in the stream at the very start. While I'm here, one last organization. Something I mentioned at the start of stream is that whenever a quote-unquote socialist group starts hating on Jewish people, they're calling for an immediate sleep fire at 6 a.m., says Hi Dark. Well, thank you for tuning in. I really appreciate it. If you ever get that link to load, I'd be happy to see it. I mentioned early on in the stream that whenever socialist groups start hitting on Jewish people or adopting any like reactionary beliefs, they always seem to go whole hog. Like I so rarely see, the only thing that I've ever seen a group go halfway on is like transphobia. But every single time you start adopting a little bit of racism, a left group always goes completely far right. Here's the Black Hammer organization. In 2019, they split from another socialist party. Gazi Kodzo emerged as a leader of the Black Hammer Party very quickly. And in 2021, you may have recalled this, Black Hammer Party announced that they had purchased 200 acres to create an ethno-state, to create a town with no white people in it. It was all people of color, and they called it Hammer City. In the same month that they announced it and shipped a dozen people out to go start building it. They didn't actually build shit, by the way. They literally like made a campfire and then left, because later that same month, all Black Hammer Party members were removed by police after they failed to actually purchase the land. In 2021, they announced an alliance with the fascist paramilitary group. In 2021, they also announced that Anne Frank was a colonizer. He started founding Gazi Kodzo, the guy who controls the org, founded something called the Unity Church International, which was his way of preaching to the homeless in Atlanta. And one of the people that was preached to was an 18-year-old body found dead inside of the headquarters of his house after SWAT had to raid it. Anyway, the point of this is just Black Hammer. They have embraced Trump. Wait, I thought I put it into this page. Where is it? Trump. Oh, man. Yeah, there it is. Kodzo promoted the Proud Boys. He has done podcasts with the Proud Boys podcast. And he advocated for formalized segregation in a video titled Why I Agree with MAGA. Every time, man, every time you let like an inkling of overt bigotry into your socialist organization, it goes fascist. I think there's something about like brain dead socialists who just want to be the edgiest kid in the room, and something about cultists that they are just easily swayed. Because this shit sucks, man. Starting my white sickle organization. Oh no. Are you? Never mind. Ed Charlotte says, I should start a cult. You're not cut out for it, okay? You're not a charismatic personality. You are cringe, you are small, and you're gay. What more need I say? Charlotte's going to be coping and seething in about 10 seconds. Say it? I don't... I'm not going to say it. Jim Jones was also a proclaimed socialist. Yep. The People's Church blended high control with religion. And religion seems to be... I think part of the reason that religion works so well for cults is that because it is inherently dogmatic, it creates so cults are high control organizations. A cult can't exist if people can freely question the leadership or freely elect new leadership. The only cult that can survive is a cult which controls your thoughts. I talked earlier on Monday in the video about authoritarianism, about how I don't think it's just a government thing. Any cult has to be an authoritarian organization. If it can't control you, it can't function as a cult. So religion and Marxist-Leninist dogma work really well for filling in the role of this is the belief you have to hold for the salvation of humankind. If you aren't a true Marxist-Leninist, you're betraying the revolution and you're leaving millions of people to suffer. That kind of absolutist language combined with a dogma that is sort of inscrutable. Like, Lenin has a big enough corpus of texts that you can find support for a lot of beliefs in there. Same for broader socialist writing. It functions like a dogma that you can bind people to, but also find support for whatever actions you're doing in it, right? And that is key for a cult to work. It's part of the reason that I'm so opposed to dogma, and part of the reason I'm so empiricism and data pilled. I think it would be very hard to form a cult based on respect for empirical data. I think that you would have an extremely hard time making a debate bro cult. Yeah, Charlotte is right. The group that was founded was literally called the People's Church by Jim Jones, that eventually created Jonestown, that got 1,000 people to commit suicide. I am all of these. I am the Marxist-Leninist dogmatist, I am the religious leader, and I am the socialist leader. I am the cult leader in SDLism. That's right, all of you are my high control minions. You will say whatever I say. I bind you around my finger as easy as I may. So true. That's true. That's true, Charlotte. You're completely correct. My cult is the cult of liberalism because I am a liberal and I run my liberal cult for the cause of liberalism so I can liberate everyone. Need a good fiction book? Was it Three Body Problem? Probably the best one that I read recently. More like Murdered, considering they had a bunch of armed guards standing over them as they drank the Kool-Aid. I mean, it's coerced suicide, sure. I own your sleep schedule. Okay, I know you're like, I can't tell if you're quoting something, but like in the Communist Party USA, they literally do regulate people's sleep. They literally regulate when you wake up and when you go to bed. In one of the common CPUSA apartments, meaning held together by like 20 people, people would sleep in bunk rooms with a loud alarm that wakes everyone up all at once so that then they can get on buses and go to CPUSA work. CPUSAP, by the way. CPUSA Provisional is the cult organization. Regulating sleep is one of the end goals of cults. They control when you wake up, they control when you go to sleep, they control who you love, they control your money, because then it's very hard for you to escape, right? If you're on a schedule, think about how hard it is for you to get another job when you work all day, every day on their schedule. And if you don't have any money, what are you going to do? You don't have another apartment. It's the exact same way that religions lock in people, right? If you need a community that can support you, it's really, really hard to leave a religion if you are desperately, desperately poor. So cults take in the desperately poor, or they make the desperately poor. One voter issue: just fix my sleep, please. Okay, I will actually recommend. This is the shill moment. I am a huge fan of this alarm clock called the Ruggy. I don't actually know how much it costs, but I'm pretty sure you can get knockoff versions on Amazon. The Ruggy, how it works is it's an alarm clock and you can make it really, really loud, which I did because I had a lot of problems waking up as well. And it will scream at you until you stand on it, and you can set it to force you to stand on it for like 5 seconds. Because if you have to stand up for 5 seconds, then you have to get out of bed. So it avoids the problem of like you touching your phone and turning it off or whatever. So I'm actually a huge fan of the Ruggy. Anyway, this is a tanky solution. We will give everyone a Ruggy. Everyone in Aid the Socialist Utopia will have a Ruggy. Oh, Lithix says that there's another way that they've approached this. I have Alarmy, which is an app on my Android. I have to scan a QR code across the room in order to shut it up, and it's really, really loud. Yeah, I mean, this really, 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 really helped me. Nerodia says that expose from CPI, some of the texts from Malpin were telling that one member to think about cutting out their family since the family wasn't in line with the movement. One of the big tells of when you're getting into a high control organization, or even just some religions, is that they will tell you that if the family doesn't support the religion, then you shouldn't support the family. I think there are certainly cases where people should consider abandoning their family if the family is like abusive or hurtful to them. But any group that would tell you that the group is more important than family it's not like, sometimes it is unironically true that a group can provide a better extended family than your actual family. At the same time, any group that would tell you that is a high control group that you should leave immediately, right? Any group that would ever tell you to demonize or devalue your family, like leave the minute you get into that shit. Jimmy Neutron says, I already sometimes stop my alarm clock that's at the other side of the room without remembering it and sleeping again. The Ruggy didn't actually work for me. I had to pair phone, Ruggy, and another alarm clock across the room. It was really bad. It's actually gotten better. I think that as I took anti-anxiety pills, SSRIs, which are anti-anxiety depression, I started taking sleep aid and using like 3 wake-up assistants, and that really helped. Roxy, am I in a high control org because I don't talk to my parents? No, so again, what I'm saying, cutting out your parents because the parents are hurtful to you is different than cutting out your parents because your parents are hurtful to an ideology or a group, right? That's terrifying. The second is terrifying. Someone in YouTube chat says they can't join site chat. Why? Why would you be unable to join? Am I the only one who can't join site chat? I mean, it's possible that like the white nervosa stuff has gone down, but here is the link. And if you join my Discord, you can DM me afterwards, Lord Pasta. Game recognizes game. When we were talking earlier about cults, yeah, I do think there is a degree to which cult leaders recognize other cult leaders and learn from them. It clearly happened in the U.S. Actually, I think that there's a political cult in, well, whatever. Just cult's bad, and they learn from each other because psychopaths can learn. Psychopaths aren't born naturally gifted in how to control people. In fact, there's some studies which say that psychopaths are on average worse at controlling people than are non-psychopaths, because if you don't understand how someone works emotionally, it's harder to control them. Ironically, there is a degree to which learned people who learn how to control people, are especially good at, like, there's a reason, one of the cults that we looked at earlier, the Newman tendency, the part of the reason that this group worked so well, this guy was a psychologist, and he spent his time studying how people could be, like, a lot of his studies were how are people manipulated into joining organizations, right? So, like, yeah, of course he was good at running a cult. That's his job. So, cult... You think running a cult is easy? You need 1,000 hours of practice to run a cult well. Culting is a learned skill. It's funny, to me anyway, but it is actually true. Najuan says, autism is morally superior yet again. Let me pull up the meme. Najuan really said, no one wants to cult anymore. Yeah, I agree, Left Finance Bro. God help you if you ever take functional anal. So true. Autistic people be like, yeah, I am immune to cults. Nerodia says, Hubbard had early experience with talking to people with schizophrenia. I always mispronounce this. Schizophrenia. Cult leading is more of a narcissistic personality thing than an antisocial or psychopath personality thing. How was the panel? Honestly, it was fairly productive. I felt like it might have ended up unproductive if we stayed on the narrow topic of like anti-Semitism on the left, but it turned out to like go over a broad number of issues, which I felt led to constructive discourse between Noah and myself on, for example, the issue of like China, because I generally take the view that like lack of engagement, trade war type approaches, antagonistic approaches are likely to lead to more something like a Cold War II instead of like a soft war fight between the US and China. So Yeah, actually pretty good. Where can you watch it? You could scroll back to the beginning of the video. Dork says, I'm immune to propaganda because I can't read. So true, King. Lithic says, you personally met someone who has substantial power over Japanese policy. Congrats. Oh my god. I guess you're right. I need to fix him. That's the conclusion. I will simply, Noah Smith, welcome to the SDL cult. I am going to fix you. You will adopt all of the correct views. No, okay, I should find someone else for y'all to go on to, because I'm getting tired, my voice is going out, and I wanted to be able to try to come back tomorrow. I think I'm going to send y'all over to, I'm guessing Riverboat Jack. Let's see if anyone else is on a White Forest site. That's me. Hassan is active. Nope, that's not Hassan. That's hosted video. Shark is live. Shark is not live. Anya is not live. Xanderhall is not live.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you so much, Left Face TV, for the subscription. I am not reading Twitch chat at the minute, so I can't see what you're typing, if anything. But if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them. I sort of do answer all chat, but... Oh, I forgot Vosh is hosted me. That was so weird. Riverboat Jack is live. God, Riverboat Jack has such a consistent stream schedule. I am so jealous of that woman's commitment to work. Do we have any other suggestions for hosting? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. All right, we're going to send y'all over to Riverboat on her YouTube. 1 second. I'm going to look at Twitch chat before I end it. Left Face TV did not write any comments that I can see. I do want to start doing the thing, and I don't know if I'll be able to set it up by this Sunday, but I did want to start Sunday mornings around noon Central Time, or when I move back to Maryland, noon Eastern, of letting anyone who's subscribed to Patreon or Twitch or site to join like a private Discord chat if they ever want to ask me a million questions, because that's all y'all ever seem to do. Y'all never ever come into chat and you're like, wow, SDL, I love all of your work. You're such a great content creator and I'm convinced of all of your ideas. Instead, all of you join my chat and you're like, wow, SDL, do you have any evidence to back up that market socialist view? Oh my god, y'all are so annoying. Anyway, if you want to be annoyed, I will be trying to have like Discord open calls. I'm glad you're streaming, says Left Face TV. It's really nice to have so much support. Honestly, I was very worried that I would come back and be completely dead and washed up, and seeing that hundreds of people turn out is actually really, really, really cool. All right. Going to the hosting settings, I'm clicking on Riverboat Jack. It's saving. I'm going to post the link for those of you who are still active on Twitch and YouTube. If you're still listening to this, even if you don't, stick around for her stream, give it a like, and give it a comment, because that'll directly boost it in the stream. Second string here says, I've never been here before. What are we annoyed at? I'm actually not annoyed at people in chat asking me questions. I just think it's funny that I get so much less like sycophantic chatting, and so many more like, please provide me some evidence. Anyway, click on the link. Love y'all.